Namaskar and a very pleasant good morning to all of you, and welcome to the third and the last day of the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, being organized by DILNet since December 6th, and today we are now into the last day of the deliberations. It's a profound privilege for me to welcome you all to the technical session 5 of NACLIN 2021, which is on reskilling for future-ready library professionals. Since the main theme of the conference is the future-ready libraries and librarians, thinking the unthinkable, this is one of the main themes on which our distinguished expert speakers are going to speak and share their views. It's a profound privilege for me to welcome Dr. P.R. Goswamiji, the former Director, Library and Information, IGNCA and CSL, and also the Treasurer of DILNet, who is going to speak on experimental learning and skill development for new age library professionals, a futuristic view. We take immense pleasure, sir, in welcoming you. Thank you very much for agreeing to be there in our NACLIN and for agreeing to share your expert views on this occasion. I have immense pleasure also in welcoming Dr. V.N. Patkar, the former professor at ICFI Business School in Mumbai and an operations research specialist and independent researcher based in Mumbai, who will be presenting his keynote address on rejuvenating library professionals for the new era. We take pleasure in welcoming you, Dr. Patkar. Thank you very much for joining us from Mumbai and for agreeing to share your expert views on this very important theme of NACLIN 2021. Immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. Rajesh Singh Ji, the University Librarian, University of Delhi, and also the head of Delhi University Library System, who is going to speak on mastering information skills for 21st century. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajesh Ji, for taking out time for us and for being there with us on this occasion of 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. At the very outset, I have a pleasure in introducing you all to our very first speaker, distinguished speaker, Dr. P.R. Goswamiji, a well-known name, a renowned library and information science professionals who is serving the profession in a very significant manner for it's more than 45 years that he is being in the profession. Dr. Goswami has, to his credit, serving the most prestigious institutions in the country, including as director of IGNCA and also of Central Secretariat Library. He also was a former director of National Social Science Documentation Center. Also, he served at the most prestigious libraries in the country, including at Planning Commission as a Chief Librarian of Planning Commission, which is now the Niti Aayog, and also at Delhi University Library System. He has been a prolific writer who has, to his credit, a large number of papers and books that he has written. It's a very arduous task to let you all brief because it's a very profound contributions that he has been making. He has served on the governing boards and executive committee bodies of institutions of great reputation, including as a member of the Delhi Library Board from 2009 to 2012, member of the governing board of Rampur Raza Library at Rampur, member and governing board. It's a profound privilege that we have a long time association for Dr. Goswami, who since time immemorial with Dr. Kaul has been among the very early members of the DILNet governing board and has been of great support to DILNet. Dr. Goswamiji also was the General Secretary of Indian Library Association from 2000 to 2002, a Vice President of Indian Association of Special Libraries and Information Centers. Also, I would like to bring to your attention that he played a very crucial role while being at Central Secretariat Library, especially in designing the documents for the National Mission of Libraries. He has a very, very close association with a large number of leading institutions, both in India and also outside India. He has been reckoned with a large number of awards and honors, and that was to recognize his outstanding contributions in the field of library and information science. It's a profound privilege for me, sir, to request you to kindly deliver your keynote presentation, which is on experimental learning and skill development for new age library professionals, a futuristic view. It's over to you, sir. Thank you very
much. Good morning to all, and thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director DILNet, for a very generous introduction. And I still remember my association with Dr. H.K. Kaul when I was in the Ministry of Culture. I was just handling this National Mission on Libraries. I was in DELNET for a long time with him, and we had a very close association. So that close association with DELNET is still there, and I am grateful to Dr. Sangeeta Kaul for inviting me to present a paper and keeping in view the subject matter of this NACLIN conference. I have chosen a topic which is close to my heart, that is experiential learning and skill development for new age professionals, a futuristic view. The term experiential learning, I just got this term from when I was in the Faculty of Management Studies. Our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Abad Ahmed, used to speak on this subject, and he used to collect a lot of material on this subject. Here, why I am mentioning this in this webinar is, we conduct a lot of training programs for the library professionals, and if you see though that is not yet made public, the evaluation report of the National Mission on Libraries, there we have seen that we have recommended that the training program for the librarians should be devised in a different way based on their experience in the profession. The training program has to be designed. Unfortunately, in India, this is just a very hush-hush affair. The training programs are organized and some people are assembled and they are required to attend the training program without considering who will be able to absorb that training. So this is experiential learning is very important, and I have quoted from Chinese philosopher Confucius, who said, I hear, I forget, I see, I remember, I do, I understand. When you do a thing in a practical environment, then you learn. We can also cite the Greek writer Sophocles from 400 BC. Sophocles was famous dramatist, you must be knowing. One must learn by doing the thing, for though you think you know it, you have no certainty until you try. So practical training, practice-based training is very important. But practice-based training is possible if you have the necessary knowledge to absorb the training. And there is another part of training, that is your customer interaction with your readers, or the market research people say the customers, but here I can use the word reader. For LIS professional, experience gained during interaction with the users group is very important. This I am talking you from my own experience from working in different libraries and different information centers. On these assumptions, I will start my presentation. Now, technology is very important, no doubt, and present-day librarians, library professionals, particularly the young ones, which are below 40 years of age, they give lot of stress on technology. And I have been told that the most of the good library school in this country are designing their course curricula mostly on technology. One can become familiar with a certain technology by using manuals or by trial and error method. Experience of using technology leads to learning under better conditions. But here my argument is that skill development in LIS is basically a combination of domain knowledge and technology related skill. A balance needs to be achieved. See, here domain knowledge is a very important thing, and domain knowledge doesn't mean that you have to be expert on the subject. What I mean to say is we have various types of sources of information in different. I will give some examples in my presentation. We should be aware, we should be well acquainted with the structure and content of these sources of knowledge so that we can interact with the users at a different level. So what I have observed in Delhi University, the person who is just attending the user is the person who is issuing and returning the books. and their domain knowledge is very limited, and they just mostly direct the users to a particular class number to search a book. I think that is not a very user friendly approach. Anyway, I will come to this later with an example. Now, what is futuristic view? Because in this seminar we are talking about the future ready librarians. What sort of skill in the future is required to succeed in a fast changing world? Technological innovation and progress is happening at a very fast pace. As a result, time itself looks to be speeding up, bringing the future even closer to our imagination. Now, future has become closer to us because of the unprecedented growth in the technological progress or technological innovations. Experts in the field, future studies say that future is full of mystery and ever-changing phenomenon. And as defined by Jennifer Gidley, who is an expert in future studies, sometimes it is a rainbow with pot of gold always out of reach. Other times it rushes it at as a tsunami of chaos. So there is a very important book, Future, a very short introduction published by Oxford University Press. It's a very short book, I think not more than 150 pages. And here the future study has been defined, has been explained in very nicely. So I have taken this quotation from there. So we cannot determine what will happen in the future. It is just on the basis of our experience, we can just speculate, or you can give some sort of forecast. How to become future ready? Future studies is an art and science of taking responsibility for long-term consequences of our decisions and of our actions. And COVID-19 pandemic has practically brought a tsunami of chaos for the humanity. Now we are all trying to become future ready, eager to know what would be our normal condition, new normal condition. Indefinite closure of education institutions and libraries have made alternative arrangement in the form of online classes, and library services have put a question mark on how do you still need physical libraries, because for the past 500 days most of the libraries are closed. If they are open to a select number of clientele. And now the people may think, if you can do which we can spend our time with without physical library, so do you need physical library in the future? This has come in mind of many people. Now, future course of action, what should our competitive world, in order to remain relevant and indispensable? Can you see the my presentation?
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir, very much. It's perfectly fine, sir. It's
But I
perfectly
am
fine.
not able to go to my presentation. I don't.
So we are able to see it. You can just press an sir. Next, next slide. With the arrow key, sir, you can go to the next. Just press an enter.
Can you see the next slide?
Sir, no, next it's not moving, sir. Next it's not moving. So we are just taking the control back, and we will just give you the control again, sir. We are just giving you a control again, sir.
Okay, okay.
Sir, you just accept it. You just accept it, sir. Yeah, now, sir, just press in. Yeah, we are able to see the screen now, sir.
But I'm not able to see. That is a problem.
What is happening?
So should I go back or what?
Open the PPT file firstly, sir. Just open your PPT file. If you're not able to, sir, see it, yeah, just open the PPT file again, sir.
No, there is some problem here. Webcam.
No problem, sir. Take your time, sir. No problem. Sir, firstly, you open the PPT file. Sir, open the PPT file first. Take your time, sir. No problem.
Just to open the PPT file, where I have to go, because I just able to see my photograph on the Here.
Sir, okay, we are switching off your webcam now, sir.
Okay, now it is here.
Sir, we have switched off your webcam. Sir, you first open the PPT file, then we will switch on the webcam.
Okay, now PPT file is visible.
Fine, sir. We are just switching on your webcam, sir. And now we are going to give you a link for as a presenter. So now, sir, you just accept that as a presenter, you accept. One pop-up will be there on your screen. Yes. And now, sir, you, switch on your webcam also now, sir. Just wait for a minute, sir. We are sending you a webcam request also.
Now it is okay?
Yes, it's fine, sir. You just press in, sir, for next slide. You just press the key. It's working, sir. No, sir, no problem. You just, sir, with the arrow, even you can.
It is fine now?
Sir, next, it is not moving. Sir, you just go to the next slide.
It is not moving. It's a problem.
No, but sir, the cursor is very much there. Sir, with the mouse, sir, you do right click. Mouse, you do a right click and then say next. With the mouse, sir, right. Sir, if you, sir, just for a second. Sir, you just press in now right arrow, press an enter key, sir. Just press an enter key because we have switched off your webcam. Press an enter key.
Enter key. Okay.
Sir, otherwise, sir, down below, okay. Yeah, it is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fine, sir. It's fine. You go back. You go back, sir, with the arrow key. You go back, sir. Yes, sir. Fine, fine, sir. Fine.
Now, sorry for the interruption because I just clicked a different, there was some disturbance on my screen, so I tried to close it. So sorry for interruption. Now,
sir, we are trying to switch on your webcam. In case again the problem happens, then we will switch off the webcam. So we are switching on the webcam. We have done it from here. We have sent you a webcam request, sir. You just accept that. We have sent
share
you a
my
webcam. Yeah. Yes, sir. You say yes. You just.
Is okay?
It is okay, sir. It is fine. Fine, sir. I hope so. Now you see whether you are able to move to the next slide, sir. Are you able to move to the next slide?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Perfect, sir. Very fine. Very fine, sir.
Now coming to the next slide, future course of action, what should be our competitive edge? Now, in order to remain relevant and indispensable in the knowledge management or information service industry, LIS profession is required to have new set of skills, and everybody is saying about the skill development of the skill future ready librarians. We may call them competitive skills. Services need to be designed and delivered in a manner which cannot be replicated by others. This has been emphasized by Michael Porter in his book Competitive Strategy, which was very popular during the late 80s and early 90s. User experience with library service needs to be very good. This is called service delight. A thing like core human experience, something in feeling and thinking remains at least somewhat consistent no matter how much the world may change. The core human experience is very important. That is about the business, the service providers in any field. What they feel is when somebody is availing your service, what is their core experience? If you can retain that core experience at a very high level, then you are a successful librarian and successful information service provider. So, but you can tell me as a library professional, it is very easy to say how to do it. There is no ready-made answer to that, but I will somehow try to justify how this can be achieved, giving some few small, very simple examples. How to achieve excellence? Is it easy to do? Here one can say that one has to examine the conditions, have a futuristic planning, and reframe his or her service delivery mechanism. Library service designers must have basic reasoning skill to comprehend the viable alternatives and their economic and social consequences. Civic education should be integrated into every part of the curriculum, LIS curriculum, to understand the social reality. Service-related decision-making should be debated openly in a factual and concrete manner, relying on empirical data. So this is a very, everybody will agree to that we need empirical data to devise the new services, to design the new services. And what is empirical data? That is customer record, what the customers need. Here the role of big data also comes. Now I can illustrate this with the help of a case study. It's a very simple case study. And for example, information literacy. Information literacy skill is to be imbibed into the users of the library, and the librarians who are information literate, who are totally conversant with the various databases that are in the field, they can do this. But here I am coming to a different sort of skill which is very relevant for the persons living in the countryside or in the village areas. For example, there is a financial literacy skill. Financial literacy is a tool for enhancing the financial decision-making capabilities of households, particularly women. Public libraries can increase the financial literacy among the rural populace. They could coordinate with the financial literacy centers set up by the Reserve Bank of India. There were 1384 FLCs in the country during 2016. That is a report. This number has been taken from the RBI report. NFHS 2019-2021, which is a National Family Health Survey, has revealed that 78.6% women have bank accounts. Now, what government has done with this Jan Dhan Yojana, I don't know what is the exact title, they have given enough opportunity to the rural populace to keep a bank account. Now, the government Reserve Bank says the interest rate calculation, where to invest, how to get better interest, how to calculate the compound interest, this sort of knowledge needs to be spread through the financial literacy centers. So my contention, my argument is, if the public library professionals can attain this financial literacy skill, they can intervene in this project, this financial literacy enhancement among the rural populace, and greatly help the people living in the rural areas with their savings. The saving can be invested in a more productive manner. So this is a small case study I have given. Now, what are our basic library skills? See, I passed out the library science in 1978. At that time, 75% of the course curriculum was on classification, cataloging, and reference service, and these were the basic skills needed to pass the examination or to work in a library. The classification teaches us to be aware of emerging new subjects, subfields of a basic subject, examined or endorsed by the subject specialist. Example, classification adopted by the Journal of Economic Literature. Cataloging teaches us to create metadata or record of a document in a standard format, which are interoperable and can be exchanged with the other at international level. So this is my argument is classification and cataloging is still relevant. Don't think that you have OCLC, through OCLC you have a catalog record, through your what is called cataloging in publication you have the classification number. Though there is no need to go to study these things, classification and catalog. I don't agree with that, because you have to extend your knowledge of classification and try to absorb the new subjects which are coming. For example, I have given an example in the field of economics, which is a very important social science subjects, and economics, the Journal of Economic Literature has a classification scheme which is revised regularly with the advice of the economists all over the world. So this is an important thing to know. What are the new subjects coming in the field? You can say the Dewey Decimal Classification is also regularly revised, but next 10 years, here also Journal of Economic Literature, it is more detailed. If you want to know in detail what are the subjects in economics coming, new subjects coming, I think this classification scheme is very important. And cataloging teaches us to create a very standard format, the catalog records. Not many students these days, I don't know whether they know how to create a standard catalog record in a bibliographical record in a standard format, which can be exchanged at international level. But this is still a very important, I think, the trait the present generation librarians should try to imbibe. Now, what is reference service teaches us to remain well acquainted to various general as well as esoteric sources of information, irrespective of their format. Here, my slogan is familiarity with the catalog record is not enough. If we just provide a few catalog records on a particular subject, I think, or a particular source material, like I have given the example of economic survey, which everybody knows, which is published every year during the budget. It is a publication which gives a snapshot of Indian economy, and it uses a number of statistical tables generated from the various information collection operations like survey, census, and consolidation of administrative records. So if you study the Indian statistical system, you will find there are three main type of operation. One is the survey, another is census, another is the consolidation of administrative records. So this economic survey, if you just scrutinize the tables, you will find the most of the tables have been created out of these type of statistical operation. But what I want to emphasize here is a librarian working in a economics or social science library should be totally familiar with the limitations, scope, and the definitions used in a source like economic survey, so that they can interpret in a better way to the users group, particularly the younger users who have a limited knowledge of the provenance of the statistical tables that are given in economic surveys, how they have originated. Now, what about technology related skill? Though I am not very conversant or not, I would say, familiar with the technological applications, but just on the basis of the observation and reading the literature, what I have seen is technology related skill has perhaps become more important in recent years because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Education and institutions, including libraries, have lost 500 days. It is an unprecedented conditions, and this catastrophic event is making us future ready. Now we are trying to forecast, trying to anticipate what will happen in the future. It has changed the way in which the people work. LIS professionals now need to have a combination of domain skill, technology related skill, digital skill, which may include data transfer and data interpretation, and also soft skills. In the beginning of the pandemic, companies have invested in human resources, upskilling and reskilling their employees. So this is a very important thing. And the pandemic induced situation, the condition, has given more emphasis on the technology. And the government is also prioritize the skill development programs for our youth population. Youth population means the people with the 18 to 35 years of age, and we find that 65% of populations are below 35 years of age. So it is a good initiative from the government, and the government has realized that it is necessary to invest in skill development to make our youth population future ready. A separate Ministry of Skill Development has been set up. 30,000 million has been earmarked for skill development programs. And National Forensic Science University, National Police University have been planned. In addition, skill development universities have been set up in some of the states, including India, including Delhi. A degree level online education is being launched by the 100 institutions under the National Institutional Ranking Framework. So degree level online education program has been launched, and 1 year internship to fresh engineers has been planned by urban local bodies to make our workforce market ready. Here I would like to say that internship for library professional has been given a lot of emphasis by the government. So the library schools and the librarian, the most important libraries of this country, try to recruit as many as interns they can do it under the rules. And it is not only just to get their work done in the library. I think the motto should be to train more librarians, give them practical knowledge, the librarians. Apart from the work doing, suppose IIT recruits 10 trainees or 5 trainees, they should realize that apart from doing the work, their work in the library, they should be able to train a little more. I mean, they may take 10% so that they get a training in a good institution, get exposed to the new technology. Some of the new technology which I have collected from the literature are cloud technologies, machine learning, cyber security, artificial intelligence, blockchain, data science, predictive learning, and digital marketing. Here, the two items here, machine learning and artificial intelligence, and of course data science, because now the big data is coming. So librarians are required to analyze the data pertaining to their customer choice, their customer reading habits, and put it in the library. But machine learning and artificial intelligence have gained a lot of importance these days, and librarians should be able to apply this in their libraries. And what are these? These are application of these to evolving technologies have been discussed in LIS literature. Everyone who knows who owns a smartphone, most of my LIS friends have this device, should realize their experience a machine learning system. Companies like Google and Apple use AI and machine learning in their devices. AI literature is now discussing neural network. This is a type of computer that are designed to mimic physical structure of neurons in the human brain in the circuitry of logic, rather than reporting decision in a simple binary on or off states. As we know that binary logic, yes, no, or on or off, is the mainstay of the computers. But now the neural network, they are trying to map the physical structure of a human brain and to try to apply that in the decision making process. So this is a new development, and in one of the papers in the library technology report, it has been said that these new technology now encroaching upon the librarian's work. In order to safeguard the profession, I think the library science experts should try to learn these technologies. Otherwise, the commercial entities, the commercial firms will take over from the librarians, and they will become nothing more than followers of what the commercial entities are providing. Now, another thing which has been raised in a very important article in the Serials Review is, where is the identity? Is it building with books? The identity of what is the identity of a library? This historical brand does not reflect today's libraries. This needs to be refreshed. Naturally, if you see that library is only a building of books, I told you about the core experience and the core human experience. I believe in this country, 95% of the people who use libraries, they believe what is a library? It is a building of books. LIS professionals providing physical material like books and resources, they are like retailers, and they can also be e-commerce activists. activists, not activities. LIS professionals provide reference and instruction service. They are like consultants and educators. They also preserve cultural heritage material. They are museum curators. Now, public libraries are community hub. They host public meeting. But here, the argument here is the customers or readers' expectation do not suddenly decrease when they enter a library. Rather, their expectations go as high as the better funded information service providers. Here, my apprehension, I think that I do not know whether the others will agree with me or not, that information service providers with a sleek interface, with a very glossy statistical tables, with a very good ready-made packages, they impress with their databases, they impress the customers in a very different way. And many commercial entities, it may be any company, any database vendor and database company, they're impressing the readers with their products. Now, when a reader or a customer enters a library, they have the same expectation from the library itself. So if the librarian is knowledgeable, if he can speak in the language of the reader, and if they can present their material in the most convenient and the most you can say user-friendly manner, they can retain the reputation of the library. Otherwise, the reputation may go down. I will give a very simple example. I was giving a presentation to Delhi Public Library, where I said that you have a very archaic financial rule where you cannot dispose of the old books. But if you go to any public library in USA, you find all the books which are kept in the library are new. And after 3-4 years, when the books are not issued to the extent it was expected, they're withdrawn. If this type of practice is followed in our public libraries, because public libraries are not research library, not all public libraries are research library. There are certain public libraries which are also research library. So they should try to renew their collection every 3-4 years. Otherwise, if you keep 100 books, out of this 50 or 60 contents or their readership has become very low and they have become redundant, you cannot expect your library visitors to go back with a very high impression. So this is my very simple argument. I think my time is over. I have already wasted 5 minutes, and this is my brief presentation. And here I would like to emphasize one point here, that future ready library professionals must try to strike a balance. What technology is to be adopted and what are the new skills? Maybe domain knowledge is one of the skills they have to adopt by constantly interacting with the users group and their feedback. But getting feedback from the user in a library is not easy. I have experienced it. But with your intuition, with your interpersonal communication, and with your strategy, you can do that, and then you can become a future ready librarian. This is in brief my presentation. Thank you very much. I think if you have some time, we can have some question answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for sharing your very vast expertise on this subject and experience. And it was truly an experiential learning for all the attendees over here. Thank you for giving such a wonderful insights, brainstorming on the various skill sets which are being required and what are the new technologies, what the library professionals have to get equipped with. We are much thankful to you, sir, for sharing your experience with us, for sharing your wisdom and knowledge with each one of us at NACLIN 2021. We would like to take the question, sir, towards the end of the session. So we request you, please do kindly stay with us for the entire session. And towards the end of the session, we are going to have the question answer. Also, sir, we would be requesting you, if you may kindly join us, if the time permits, sir, if you can join us at a panel discussion today, because the panel discussion is centered around what all you have covered basically in this. That is the theme of the main conference. It's at 2 o'clock, sir, today. If the time permits, sir, it would be a pleasure to have you with us, because we are deliberating on the main theme, and this entire presentation of yours was centered around. So we would immensely get further benefited with your presence. If the time permits, sir, do kindly try to see if you can make it. We would now like to go to our next speaker of the session, Dr. Vivek and Patkarji, and I have a pleasure in introducing you all to Dr. Vivek Patkar, who holds a BSc in Mathematics and MSc and PhD in Operations Research. He has been a former professor of Quantitative Methods and Operations Management at ICFI Business School in Mumbai. Prior to that, Dr. Patkar worked for more than 25 years as an operations research specialist in the planning division of Mumbai Metropolitan Research Development Authority. He is now an independent researcher and engaged in research on different themes apart from guiding research scholars across disciplines. He has conducted several workshops on research methodology for both the natural and social sciences, and he holds a very special interest in library and information science. It's always a pleasure to have him with us on the NACLIN platforms. Over the years, he has been of great support to us for NACLINs, and has been a great well-wisher of DELNET for the years past, so many years. Dr. Patkar has more than 14 books to his credit, including 2 books on research methodology. His latest co-edited books dwells on the contribution by Maharashtra in the field of science and technology since its formation on 1st of May 1960. You'll be very astonished to know that Dr. Patkar has to his credit more than 500 research papers, which speaks volumes of his contributions that he's making in diverse fields, namely mathematical programming, operations research, urban planning and development, GIS, computer applications, and definitely the library and information science as well. Dr. Patkar is a member of the editorial board of the international journals entitled Human Systems Management and Journal of Public Affairs and Change. He was a member of the Monitoring Steering Committee for Education and Content Development of the Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission. He is also currently a vice president of Marathi Vidyan Parishad and serves as an expert in its work regarding the revision of Marathi Vishwakosh. He has voluntarily translated more than 100 booklets and other publications on cancer from English to Marathi and Hindi for an NGO named Jeet Association for a support to cancer patients. He's also associated with a large number of academic, research, and professional institutions, both in India and abroad. It's always a profound privilege for us, Dr. Patkar, to have you with us at NACLIN. Thank you very much for taking out time for us and for sharing your expert views. We really look forward to your invited presentation, which is on rejuvenating library professionals for the new era. May I have a pleasure of requesting you, Dr. Patkar, to kindly start your lecture, and you have precisely around 25 minutes with you. Half an hour, please, kindly. Dr. Patkar, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. So should I switch on my PPT?
Yeah, please kindly, sir. You may do that. In case if you encounter any difficulty, then sir, we will have our backup copy. No, sir, I think, sir, we will do that because, sir, you're encountering an issue. We will do that, sir.
Yeah.
We will, yeah, sir, we will do that from here.
Can you see the PPT?
No, sir, we are not able to. Sir,
Okay.
we are not, sir, can you just open it? And yes, sir, can we have it in the slide mode, sir?
I opened it.
Yes, sir, fine. We are able to see it now. So just have it in the slide mode.
Surely.
Yeah.
It is now in the slide mode?
Yeah, perfect. Yes, sir. Perfectly fine, sir. Perfectly fine.
Have you got it?
Perfectly fine, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let me start. Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for my generous introduction. And at this 24th edition of NACLIN, I must pay my humble tribute to Dr. H.K. Cole, who was visionary in envisaging this yearly convention to gather the professionals to exchange the views and learn new things, what is happening in the field and what can happen in the field. So in that context, I'm going to speak on rejuvenation, means transformation, upskilling by the allied professional to remain significant in new era. So during my presentation, all these aspects about the rejuvenation will be covered. So first of all, what is this new era? One characteristic is the information deluge. Everyone knows it. What kind of voluminous information we are flooded with every day, and not only volume but its variety. Previously, we were dealing with only print or manuscript or maps. Now we are getting into variety of audio, video, X-ray, sonograph, satellite photographs, and so on. That information variety itself is something to worry about. And not only it is print, but now we have to deal with largely the digital literature dominance. So along with the print, the information available in volume and variety in digital form. This is as far as the information generation. But the new generation of users, they just don't want the integrated information per se, but they want to experience the information. This is the new need emerging by the new generation of patterns. Just to say an example of information experience, suppose a student is watching Everest expedition. Now he's enjoying that, the commentary, the pictures, but at the same time he wants to enjoy the freezing cold, the devastating wind, all that kind of experience he wants. And now that is possible through augmented reality and so on. So new technology is making it available. So new era also says that the expectations of the users are also changing. And of course, Internet of Things and artificial intelligence emergence is making inroads into library science and library field also. On the other side, inclusion consciousness has increased. We have to now think about those who don't have the access to digital content, don't have the connectivity to high bandwidth, or not having mastery over English, or physically challenged. All those people should also get our services. This is the concern now largely expressed on various forums. So inclusion consciousness is another characteristic of new era. Environmental concerns, the green library, green computing, we are all aware of that. And significant competitors. For a long time, we were the first referral for any information need. Now we admit that we have been replaced by Google and its family. And of course, last thing is accelerating changes. So new era is characterized by some of these things. So we have to prepare ourselves to enter and sustain ourselves in this new era. So library transition, we had the print library where collection development, cataloging, classification, indexing, shelving, binding, preservation, all of the things you know were the main characteristics of functional operations performed by library in traditional print library. Then we are moving to the digital library where collection development we are now calling is database creation. Cataloging, classification, we are saying metadata creation, RDA charting, indexing, and providing now ICT driven services and thinking about digital preservation and so on. And upcoming, I'm saying is super ultra modern library where from database creation, we are seeing knowledge creation and its organization, AI-based search, retrieval, delivery services, integration of so many things like that. But in India, for a long time, we will be living in hybrid library. Means some part will be from print library, some from digital library, and some of the major institutions, higher institution, research institute may go to the super library also. What does that mean? That we will have to have the skills for managing print library as a digital library and perhaps super library in due course. So this is the dilemma we are facing, that we are not to just ignore the print library management skill, as my previous speakers really said about it. We have to retain those, learn more, and learn furthermore. What are the routes for this kind of upscaling? I say there are 3 routes possible. One is upgrade. Means just change your existing skill with slightly addition. Like Xeroxing, we are replacing with this electronic scanning or digital scanning. Printing, normal printing using computer printer, we have to learn 3D printing skill. Etiquettes, we have to upgrade to net etiquettes. Second route is makeover, a bigger transformation, like from manual issue return system, we have to move to the computerized system. From classification, we have to go to metadata creation and transfer ourselves to be fluent in digital communication, which is vastly different from our normal communication. And third route is entirely new skills will have to be acquired, like managing robotic operations in the library, providing deep intelligence, and learn and propagate what is called as algorithmic literacy. Just to say what can happen to the traditional librarian, he or she can become data librarian. And within that, so many specializations are possible, like data literacy librarian, research data librarian, data visualization librarian, data services librarian. What are the skills correspondingly required? I have given in the second column: data cleaning, data text web mining, data presentation skill, digital preservation skill. Of course, institutional repository building will be underlying skill, and information evaluation skill. So just you list down what role you are playing, and then skills can be listed and mapped together to know what is lacking, what we have to acquire. For example, digital reference service. It is formed by answers given to the queries in a computer-mediated environment. It involves building profile for materials by analyzing question-answer transaction. The profile can serve as a metadata of a document, and so on. Now, this skill you can acquire, but it is to be practiced. So this skill is honed by practice. Then digital asset creation. Digital contents now form digital assets due to their increased access, like global coverage, new forms of access like audiobook, integrating different types of material, for example, map and corresponding attribute data under a GI system, and value addition by hyperlinking to additional local or external information skill, like similar pages concept. Now, this is not only technical or technology skill, but some sort of imagination required to carry out such integration. So that is the skill we require. And furthermore, these digital assets are to be managed. They are to be preserved, what is called now digital heritage management. So different skills are required for managing these digital heritage assets, and to track permission for use and reuse, to create and manage metadata, master the softwares available to carry out these activities, ensure the security of infrastructure contents, and to guide the patterns about the legal issues related to transfer of their digital assets. For example, somebody may have email account in which a lot of information is treasured, or his computer contains a lot of information, but it is locked by password. So if he or she wants to pass on these digital assets, he or she will have to write all those passwords in her will. Now, this kind of advice is to be given to all the patrons. So librarians will have to think on those things and think of what new kind of digital asset management skills will be useful. And overall management competencies, 4 kind of competencies I see: library management, where documentary support provision is to be given using standards, pattern, using best practices; records management, current data manipulation for operational purpose; archives management for legal matters; and knowledge management, information process to support a decision making, policy formulation. So overall, these 4 competencies are required, and one has to analyze what he or she requires to concentrate upon. So broadly, it is called information literacy skill, which consists of now media literacy skill, digital literacy skill, news literacy skill, critical thinking. News literacy skill, because a lot of fake news is propagated, so filter it out and tell the users what is relevant, like what are the sources they should really use for their research and reporting. So this kind of literacy, and of course critical thinking is most important skill. This artificial intelligence, and now new artificial intelligence literacy management skill, where a basic understanding of how AI machine learning work, their underlying logic and their limitations, understanding the potential societal impacts of AI, especially in the area of human rights, privacy issues, and so on. Then AI-driven personal data management skills and new media and information skills, all will be driven by the artificial intelligence. And this I have taken from the IFLA statement on libraries and artificial intelligence, which is very relevant, which will be very relevant in next 5 years. So emerging skills, emerging services are MLAS, machine learning as a service, which bring together powerful cloud-based machine learning environments with accessible tool sets. One has to learn those. Again, use of AI tools to provide not just information, but deep intelligence. So new service is called IaaS, insight as a service, insight to the information, to the data, converting to knowledge. And algorithm literacy, what algorithms are and their impact on personal data manipulation information system. So these new services has to be managed with new skills. And selected technical skills are there. I will just summarize them. Understand copyright, intellectual property and plagiarism issues, knowledge to advocate and advise on the use of metadata, skills ranging from need articulation to the reference consultation and data research management skills. So the reference given can be referred for getting more insight into these technical skills. I will just quickly go through, because my next speaker is going to talk more on this information management skills. So I'm saying just infodemiology support to distill information pertinently, to add value during knowledge refining, and to distribute it uniquely to the users as per requirement, and guide the pattern for rights management, and develop the digital fluency for all these services. The knowledge refining will be a key role for the librarian, because millions of documents are getting published, printed, but the study shows that only 5 to 10% are adding to the basic or core knowledge. 15 to 20% are just on the peripheral knowledge, and nearly 70 to 80% is pseudo knowledge. So just don't go by millions of new articles or research papers. They are not adding to the knowledge more than 5%. So what are those which are adding to the core knowledge are to be judged by the librarian in consultation with the domain knowledge expert, and that knowledge refining role is expected by the new librarian. AI in the library can go by this kind of services, use of expert systems and robots for reference services, book reading, shelf reading, creating virtual reality for immersive learning, and improve library operation services to remain relevant in ever-changing digital society. And AI utility exploitation provide a distinctive individual experience of the content to every user, conducting reference interviews, offering a filtering services tailored to the interest of a pattern like student, writer, and research. And these are some of the AI-based services. I will just skip them. So the select new roles are data miner and quality controller, digital knowledge manager, digital scholarship promoter, AI interaction designer, knowledge refiner, critical data literacy teacher. So some of these new roles LIS professionals have to acquire, and correspondingly skills will have to be gained or again and again upskilled. So how the library professional will be looking like? Today, perhaps he or she can be described as T-shaped professional, generalist broad knowledge and specialist about LIS and something more. Then moving on to pie shape, this pi is from mathematics, remember that symbol. So not only LIS knowledge, generalist domain knowledge, but ICT and some other domain knowledge will be required. And in the long run, we'll have to become comb-shaped professional. Your domain knowledge, ICT knowledge, and few other subject knowledge also. Perhaps we'll be looking something like this. Pi ritual, physical and virtual. The physical part of ours will have to be supported by cybernetic tools, and the mechanical thinking part will have to be really controlled and expanded by our human thinking, human intelligence, human touch. I have been talking to the many school librarians, college librarians, public librarians, and they have been raising some questions, nagging questions I'm seeing, and they're related to this acquisition of new skills. The first question is, am I incompetent because I do not have so many of the listed new skills? My response has been no. Only a few of the new skills could be relevant for your sector. Just concentrate on those to acquire and use gainfully. For example, if a school library is not having that many electronic resources, so electronic resource management, software knowledge and acquisition, like Coral we discussed yesterday, will it be necessary for them? Perhaps no. They may get some knowledge, but they may not try to acquire it if they are not going to use it. So thinking the unthinkable to be looked from reverse angle. Second question has been, will I get an opportunity to use the new acquired skill? My response has been, try to create an opportunity by taking firm initiative. Push the change rather than pulled by the circumstances. Professional development does help. So you can create the opportunity after acquiring the skill. And third, most important question has been, how do I obtain the select new skills or reskill, upskill myself? Response could be, explore the existing sources, use the network of fellow professionals, and organize the programs if not available. So in my view, this is the million-dollar question. We are talking about so many things, but how do we come to the ground and impart the skills? What I call as, who will bail the cat? And my suggestions are, the following are the avenues for reskilling. First is for your professional skills to be upgraded, the MLS curriculum to be upgraded quite frequently. For technology skill, ICT skill, specialized training courses have to be organized to upgrade those skills. Interpersonal or soft skills, workshop, seminar, webinar mode are required. And last week, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul organized an etiquette seminar webinar, which is really in that direction. And generic skills like project management, time management, here hands-on training courses are required. So we'll have to concentrate on each of these building blocks of professional librarian, and corresponding avenues are to be really proposed, enhanced, and they should be in working condition. So in that respect, Delnet is doing a very laudable service, but LIS schools, professional association can also help. So we'll require that all these come together and provide these skills periodically to the LIS professional. And I'm saying the learning or upskilling skill is like high jumping. You finished, say, 5 feet, raise it by 1 inch. So raise the skill bar periodically to remain relevant. To summarize, I will say, by reskilling, the LIS professionals can upgrade the librarianship from the traditional transmissive to the transformative intelligent form, which is the need of the new era. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patkar, for deliberating so wonderfully, very exhaustive deliberations that you had, and truly an thought-provoking lecture of yours, deliberating on the new skill sets which are required, the new roles to be acquired by the library professionals, and also how we have to move from the T-shaped to the pie shaped to the comb-shaped professionals. And I liked your statement that that we should push the change rather than being pulled by the circumstances. That's a statement to be underlined. I think that was a highlight of the session, that we should not, we should always try to push that change, and try to see that we bring that change rather than pulled by the circumstances, the other way around, So indeed, and the last one that you showed, raise the skill bar. That's the entire aim even of conducting, these webinars or seminars or conferences, that we have to keep on upskilling our own selves. And that's a very strong message being given by you, Dr. Patkar. Thank you so very much. All of us, the library professionals, would be trying always, every moment, to keep on raising our skill bar and to see to it that we are able to meet the growing challenges of the times. So thank you very much, Dr. Patkar. Remain indeed grateful to you for your time and efforts and for sharing your vast knowledge and wisdom with each of one of us at this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you indeed. It's a profound privilege for me now to welcome Dr. Rajesh Singh Ji, the University Librarian, University of Delhi, and the head of the Delhi University Library System. Dr. Rajesh Singh Ji is being well known across the entire library fraternity for his outstanding contributions that he's made. It's at the very outset, let me thank you once again, Rajesh Ji, for being there with us, taking out time, and you are always very supportive of Delnet, which we always greatly value. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Singh, who is a gold medalist from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and has served various organizations in different professional capacities. He has served Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad, MJP, Rohilkhand University, Bareilly, and Dr. RML Awadh University in Faizabad before moving to University of Delhi. And he's heading not on the university library, but the entire Delhi University library system. His areas of interest and specializations includes information literacy and competency, www resources, online information retrieval techniques, meta-federated searching, academic integrity, citation analysis databases, and research matrix, including impact factor and H-index. He has delivered numerous lectures and keynote addresses in various national and international seminars, workshops, orientation courses. Also, to his credit, Dr. Singh has 2 books and published widely in reputed national and international journals, seminars, and conferences. It's a profound privilege for me now, Dr. Singh, to request you to kindly deliver your talk on mastering information skills for the 21st century. And I request you have got half an hour, because we really want to also see that we have some little interaction more with our attendees today. It's over to you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. This is something really very rewarding for me to speak on the dais of Delnet. See, I could remember when we were students. Can you see my screen, please?
You have to move, show your screen, Dr. Singh. It's not visible right now. You have to show yes, yeah, it's now there. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm sending you the webcam request so that we can see you also. That would give us a better connect. Yes, I've sent it to you. Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is perfect.
How to deal with both the things?
No, it is fine. You just need to use your for the slides. You just use the next slide, and that would work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is something very rewarding to be on the dais of Delnet. I could still remember those days of my librarianship or my students. I being the student of library science, when we were taught about the Delnet. And in those days, we used to imagine that this is something very, this is something like Makkah for library and information professionals. So this is for today. It's a great privilege for me to be on the dais of Delnet and speak in one of the programs of Delnet. So at the very outset, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to the Delnet and the NACLIN team, as well as to Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. Thank you very much for inviting me. My topic for today's lecture is Mastering Information Skills for 21st Century. I will be confining my lecture only to the skill sets which are required presently and which are likely to be highly in demand in coming days or highly in demand in the future. Now, what is the information skill? When we talk about the information skill, it is knowing how to learn. It is knowing about the information and knowing how to learn. It is knowing how to find information, how to evaluate it, and how to use it wisely and effectively. When I say wisely and effectively, I also mean using the information in a particular context and using the information ethically, right? Information, when we talk about information skills, we have to know how to learn to be lifelong learners. So this is from the perspective of learners. So this information skill is now the defining paradigm of modern education. See, why this is so? Because we have a new information environment which is completely different from the physical information environment. This environment is known as digital information environment. And today what we have large number of information resources being published digitally, and that digital information is networked worldwide. So sitting over here in Delhi University, I can access any piece of information which is located at any part of the world. And that is not only networked, but it is available in abundance. There is plenty of information is available. Most of you, all the audience, most of you would have experienced this phenomena that when you are looking for something, you are getting so many things, you are getting so much of results in a search that you are again confused what is to read, what is to see, and what is to leave. So this is basically a very a different information environment, and that needs to be addressed. That how we can address that? By reskilling the expertise of library and information professionals, where you can provide precise information or right information to the right person at the right time. Now, when we talk about researchers or the students and faculty members, they are information privileged today. They have developed the habit of accessing the information effortlessly and instantaneously. They are not say, if you talk to a researcher who has completed his research 20 years back, he will recite you the story in how many libraries he has to visit to find out the correct piece of information. But today everything is available with a click of button. So now the researchers are not in a position, they have become habitual, or the users of information have become habitual for finding information effortlessly. They are not ready to invest significant amount of time to find precise information, to find relevant information from different sources or from different places. So this new technology or this new information environment has also made the information retrieval very easy, very quick, and this has resulted into some threats of abuse and misuse of information. So here we need certain skills so that we can stop the abuse and misuse of information. See, the easy accessibility to enormous amount of information has caused difficulties in finding, evaluating, and using information ethically. The skills and abilities which I shall be talking to you is essential to properly contextualize information in the current information environment of information overload, saturation, and misinformation. This is very important. Whatever we get from internet, whatever we get from open resources, everything is not reliable, everything is not authentic. So there is all chances of getting some misinformation. And what the libraries are doing, libraries the world over, they are actively engaged in giving information skill instructions, and they conduct different activities and programs for inculcating the required set of information skills, the set of integrated abilities which encompasses the reflective discovery of information, the understanding of how information is produced and valued, and the use of information in creating new knowledge and participating ethically in communities of learning. So what is the articulated goal of such activities? The articulated goal of such activities is to help learners develop critical, analytical, and reflective modes of thinking. See, the abundance of information requires this. This is essential. It provides these activities, they provide essential proficiency for academic success and lifelong learning. And this in this networked digital information landscape, these skill sets are very essential. Now, coming to these skill sets, what I could research out, what I could find from the literature, these 5 information skill sets are very essential to survive today in academics and research, and these are again very essential to progress in the future. So these skill sets are the skills required to identify and articulate the information need of a particular researcher or of a particular student. Then the skill sets which are essential to access the required information, to access the relevant and precise information, that is called information access. And then since we have already seen that we are living in an age of information or misinformation, the information which is plenty of information which is not reliable and which is not authentic. So we also need some skill sets for evaluating the information, how we can find, how we can identify what is reliable, what is authentic, and what is otherwise. Then the last 2 sets of information, they are interrelated. The first one is information skills to use the information in a particular context for a particular purpose, and then use that information ethically. So these are information use, skill sets for information use, and skill sets for information use ethics. So I would briefly, I would like to go very in a fast way, because we have limited period of time. And I would like to practically show you how it can be done, how the libraries are doing, and how we all can do, how we can interact with the users, how we can keep a grab on the requirements of users, and how we can meet the requirements with the digital information which is either subscribed by your institution or which is available to you free of cost in public domain. Now, when we talk about defining the information need, it is very essential. Unless a seeker of information, the seeker of information is precisely defining his or her information need, they won't be able to reach to the required information. So what we can do, we can state what you want to find. So write down on a piece of paper what exactly you are looking for. The second step in that process is to identify the keywords. Like there are 2 examples, and the keywords are identified from them. Now let me give you one more example. If somebody is looking for economic development in India, so the keywords in that example is economic development, and the second keyword is India. So once you have identified the keywords, then you need to find out the synonymous terms to your keywords and the variant word forms for your keyword. This is very important. In the process of defining the information need and articulating it to a search system, this step is very important. Say, for example, when we are trying to find out information on economic development, we have certain keywords or certain synonymous words to our keywords, which is very essential and which must be incorporated in the search. So what are those synonymous terms? There are synonymous terms for development like growth and progress. So what happens if we are only looking for economic development? We are leaving all the research papers from a system where the author has used the term either growth or progress in place of the term development. So finding the synonymous terms to your keywords, finding variant word forms like singulars, plural, singulars, and variations in spellings like British English and American English. This is very important for retrieval of precise and relevant information. Now, what if you have got synonymous terms and variant word forms? You are not required to make a search or make different searches. You are required to combine them together and then make a search. And how we can combine them? We can combine them by using the Boolean operators and or not. So for that example, economic development in India, we have two synonymous terms: economic development, economic growth, economic progress. And the keywords are economic development and India. So how we can combine? We can combine like economic development or economic growth or economic progress and India. When we are searching with that search string, we are simply communicating to the search engine that we are looking for economic development in India or economic progress in India or economic growth in India. This way, we can search the entire database with the synonymous terms, and we can make a comprehensive and very precise search. So this defining the information need and articulating your information requirement in the digital environment with a particular search engine is very important, and this skill set must be imparted to all the users of a particular library. Now, the further step 5 says, give a context. See, contextualizing the information requirement with the search system is very important. Otherwise, you will have plenty of information on a particular concept. So context will limit your search to your particular requirement. Say, for example, if someone is looking for information on genetic mutation, he needs to give a context. Now, see, genetic mutation can take place in humans, animals, and plants. And it is supposed that a particular researcher at a time might be interested in either of them. So what he or she can do, they can give a context of either human or animals or plants, and that way they will shuffle out the rest of the information from their search query. So giving a context is very important, and this context could be for all the concepts which you are searching for. So there is second example. Now, finding precise information is very important, and searching with the precise terms with the correct spelling is very important for finding precise information. Now, how we can find? Before submitting our search query, look for your spelling, for proper spacing and proper punctuation. Believe me, friends, a misspelled query will only find those documents from any database where the same spelling mistake has taken place. So this is very important to look for the proper spelling, proper spacing, and proper punctuation. Now, coming to the second aspect of information skill is information access, and broadly this encompasses the features and provisions of a particular search engine, or the features and provisions of the search engines which the user is likely to use regularly, right? So what one should do, the one should look for what are the features of the search engines which one can get from the help menu or the guide of the search engine. One need to have what kind of content is available on the web, particularly in open access. There are some free and visible web. The visible web and free and visible web is the part of web which can be indexed by the search engines, and then the invisible web is that part of web which cannot be indexed by the search engine spiders, right? And the third category is paid databases over the web. So the user of information needs to get a familiarity with different kind or different categories of information which are available on the net, and what is their features and what are their characteristics. That is very important. The end user must also be taught what is a search engine, what is a directory, how they function, what is their process of indexing the information, and what quality of information we are likely to have when we are using a general search engine, when we are using a meta search engine, we are using a federated search engine. So these skill sets are very important for location of information or for accessing the information. So this has to be taught to the end users who are looking for the information. See, the search engines are basically a tool. They are not content creators. They are simply facilitators. They are provider of the information, and they are tools like other tools which we are using in our day-to-day life. So when we take an example of a nail and a hammer, and if you are not able to properly use the hammer to nail down something on a wall, you are likely to harm yourself. Same is the case with the search engine. It is a tool, and if you are not in a position to use the tool properly, you are harming yourself. So a good understanding of search engines, their features, their coverage is very important in this new information environment, and that must be imparted from the libraries. This is the new responsibility of we people, the librarians, to impart all these skills to our end users so that they can retrieve the information precisely. So I'm not going to discuss, these are the examples of search engines, and then subject directories, some examples of subject directories. Meta or federated search engines, they help you to find information from different sources in a single search. Delhi University Library System, we have recently launched an e-library platform. It's a web platform which provides a single window search to all our subscribed databases and over 1 million of open access educational resources. So these meta search engine or federated search engines are again very important. Now, there are some information access techniques which are very important for the end users. One of them is phrase search, where you can put double inverted comma to a search query and find precise and relevant information without taking into consideration the rest of the things. The field search helps the end users to find a particular concept in a particular field. That could be title, that could be author, that could be the term could be in abstract or in keywords or anywhere. So these techniques particularly are very important for library and information professional. We should master these skills, and then we should teach the students, the researchers, and the faculty members who are members of your library, particular library. Then Boolean operators and or not, they are magical tools for retrieval of information that we need to develop a mastery of using the Boolean operators. Then comes a proximity search. This is a facility which is available with limited number of databases, but they are a great help to find precise and relevant information. They help you to find different keywords in close proximity to each other when you are searching for information. And then the most important aspect of information retrieval is use of controlled vocabulary. We as a library and information professionals, we understand that there are certain limitations in the natural languages. We refer to the same concept in different ways. For example, when somebody says it's a book which deals with history of India, the same book can be described by someone else that it is a book which deals with the Indian history. So we are referring to the same book, but in the natural language, we are referring with two different word combinations, right? So this use of controlled vocabulary, we understand that we use a controlled vocabulary for arrangement and retrieval of information, and that knowledge, that skill has to be passed on to the end users of a particular library. This is our new role. Then coming to the concept map, it's a visual presentation. It's a technique of visual presentation, and which is again available in some of the limited databases, when you can visualize in a single window that what all results in relation to rest of the results are there, and you can click from there and you can go to the full text. So these information access techniques are very important for finding the information. See, I'm sure that if you use all the techniques and if you are able to find out only 500 results for a particular query, I'm sure that none of us would like to read the titles of those 500 results. So what we can do, we can further and see this is available with all the search engines. This facility is available with all the search engines. Once you have made a search, you have possibilities, you have facility to further limit your search to a particular concept, to a particular author, to a particular period, to a particular journal. So what we can do, what we need to do is we need to learn those facilities which are provided by the search engines, and then we need to guide the end users that how they can go to a precise result as per their own information requirement, right? So access of information in today's environment of network digital information is very important, and we need to master this and master these skills and communicate the same to our end users. Now coming to information evaluation, see, this is a well-known fact that whatever we are getting from the internet, everything is not reliable and authentic. But the other side of the coin is, see, particularly the school students, because they are likely to be our students in colleges and universities. The school students, or particularly let me refer them to a term called millennial students, though the students who are born and brought up with the smart devices, with the desktops, laptops, and smartphones. Their feeling is whatever they are getting from Google, whatever they are getting from internet, that is 100% correct. And this has developed in them with a period of time. But the reality is something different. Whatever we are getting from internet, always it is not supposed to be 100% authentic, 100% reliable. So this needs the skill sets for evaluating the information. We need to develop these skills, we need to inculcate these skills, we need to understand why this is important and what are the skills which can be used for evaluating the information which is available, particularly from open access on the internet. And then again, we need to impart these skills to the end users of the information. So what are those skills for evaluating the information? The skill sets which requires to identify the authority of the information. Who is the author? What is the credentials of the author? What kind of organization he is affiliated to? What else he has written in print as well as digitally? So this kind of skills are very essential in today's information environment where plenty of misinformation is existing. The second skill set for evaluating the information is the accuracy and coverage of the content, right? We need to identify what is the accuracy level and what is the coverage of the content. See, if the language is of a language of an amateur author, if the language is not the language of a professional author, if there are mistakes in the language, that means it is not by a professional author, and that has not to be taken to be reliable information. If the coverage of information is not academic, when I say academic, I mean if a piece of information is talking about the advantages of anything, it must also talk about the limitations or disadvantages. Unless both the aspects are there, it cannot be an academic piece of information. See, a variety of information is available for different purposes. Some information is there to sell a product, some information is to promote a viewpoint. So we need to find out what is the purpose, what is the objective, what is the coverage, and what is the accuracy level of the information which we have retrieved, and then only you can decide whether it is reliable piece of information, whether it is authentic piece of information, or it is otherwise. Now when we talk about currency, see, internet is the fastest medium of publication. You click the button and whatever you have written, whatever you have typed, it is published, right? So the information which is available on the internet should be current one. If a piece of information is from such a site which is not updated for last 6 months, that information cannot be current. If the website is redundant, if the website is not updated, it cannot provide you current information. So the currency is again very important for evaluating the information which you are accessing. Now coming to the information use. See, when we talk about the research, or when we talk about the using the information, what we do, we borrow information from different sources for a particular purpose, for a particular context, and we borrow by way of citing something verbatim. We take 4 or 5 lines depending on your own information requirement, and that information is verbatim. This is called quoting. Then we summarize something. We borrow information from different sources by way of summarizing something. What we can do, we can summarize a 500 pages book in 5 lines, or in 3 lines, or in 5 lines. So this is called summarizing. But the important is the third way of borrowing information, that is called paraphrasing. See, paraphrasing is rewriting the information or understanding of the information in a particular context for a particular purpose in the researchers or the students' own language. If the paraphrasing is not proper, if the researcher has tried to paraphrase the information by changing some of the keywords with the synonymous terms, or by changing from active to passive or passive to active, this is not paraphrasing, this is imitation. Paraphrasing requires your understanding of the paragraph and then rewriting the same paragraph, rewriting the understanding of the paragraph in a particular context for a particular purpose in the researcher's own language. Now what you could see on this screen is there are 2 paragraphs. At the top is the original paragraph, and at the bottom is the paraphrased paragraph. See, this is imitation, this is not understanding. This is imitation, this is not proper paraphrasing. Proper paraphrasing is this one, when the original is being reinterpreted by the researcher or by the student, or rewritten by the student. And what he has rewritten the understanding, what he has understood from the original paragraph. So this is called paraphrasing. This is very important, and in all the cases, whether you quote something, whether you summarize something, or whether you paraphrase something, you need to cite the source correctly. When I say correctly, that means when you put a reference, when you cite something, you are providing the address to the document, and when the examiner or the reader want to find out the original document with your reference, with your citation, they are likely to see the original source of information. That is the purpose. If the citations are incorrect, if there are some additional information in the citation that is incorrect, and they are not going to land to anywhere, so that has to be taken care of. Now this is related to information use ethics. We are required to borrow the information, but whatever we are borrowing from different sources, from different format, we must acknowledge from where it has been borrowed, and we must provide proper citation, we must provide proper reference to the information which has been borrowed. How we can be ethical? We can be ethical by simply being the honest and acknowledge whatever we are borrowing, cite it properly. That is very essential to be ethical in using the information. The students and researchers or the readers, they are required to be organized from the beginning of their research or assignment till the end of research or assignment. See, if you are not organized, if you procrastinate your work for next day, you are likely to plagiarize. You are likely to avoid the integrity of academic integrity, right? To be good in your writing, try to use your own language as much as possible, right? Whether it is your original contribution or whether you have borrowed from somewhere. See, as per the Turnitin, you cannot quote for more than 30%. So to avoid the similarity label, what the Turnitin has facilitated, whatever you have quoted, you should put the information in double quotes. So if you have quoted more than 30%, it will warn you that this is not allowed for a research, right? Properly quote, paraphrase, and summarize, we have already discussed. Use one citation format correctly. This is very important, and now we can find that this is being taken care of. But earlier, the researchers used to lift the information and the references from secondary sources, and they make it to fit together. So in all those cases, there were different citations formats. That is not correct. We need to cite everything in one single citation format, and it should be correct, right? And well, there could be incidental similarities also. So it is always advisable that before submitting your document for publication, look for the similarity check. So these information skills are very essential in the new information environment, and it must be taken care of. We as the library and information professionals, we have this added responsibility on our soldiers to learn these skills, to make ourselves confident in these skills, and then ultimately impart these skills to the users of your library so that they can also survive in the new information environment academically and in their research pursuit. Thank you very much. If there are questions, I'm there to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Singh, for deliberating so brilliantly about the various information skills that the library and information science professionals has to get acquainted with. And it's not only that they have to equip themselves for this, they have to also ensure that their own library users, the users in the libraries, are also acquainted with the same. So we are much grateful to you for being there with us and for sharing your expertise and experience with each one of us. And it is indeed important for our users, and small little things which really matters a lot in today's day and time, and you have really so nicely and wonderfully deliberated on that. We remain much grateful to you for it. So now we would like to make the floor open for questions to our three distinguished speakers who spoke at length, about the reskilling for the future-ready library professionals. Floor is open for our attendees. If you may like to ask any questions, you may have not many questions. We have 5 to 7 minutes, precisely 5 minutes with us, and we would be happy to take the questions from our attendees. We request you may post your questions in the chat box, and we will be happy to take the questions from the chat box also. Please raise your digital hand if you want to ask through the audio, but we would appreciate if you can post your questions in. Because of paucity of time, it would be much faster if you post your questions in the chat box, and we can take the questions from there. Let me just go through it. There is a question from Akhila Arora, who says, what are the various options available to the librarians to upscale our skills? Various options available. Maybe perhaps someone from the panel, from Dr. Patkar or Dr. Singh may like to say to upscaling their skills, how basically it's one of our librarian has asked for it. What are the avenues available?
The best way is to read more and more. So you should try to find out books and research papers on the related skills, and then you try to read it. And once you have understood, try to practice it. Practice makes a man perfect.
Thank you very much. Dr. Singh, this is a question for you. Difference between, this is Balkrishna. Okay, I believe Dr. Patkar may like to also say something. Yes, Dr. Patkar, please.
Yeah, to supplement Dr. Singh, I will say, just think of in what category you want to upgrade your skill. If it is ICT based, then you have to undergo the training from a professional institute. If you are thinking about getting new concept, getting clarified, then you can attend webinars, seminars conducted by Delnet and other agencies. So you have to think in what category. In my presentation, I provided 4 categories. So in which category your skill you want to upgrade, and accordingly choose the option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is for you, Dr. Singh, from Mr. Balkrishna Dubey, who says, sir, could you please highlight the difference between information needs and information requirements? Is it the same or is it a difference? There is any difference between
I believe it is the same one, because whatever is your information requirement is your information need.
There is a question coming in. It's not a question. I have to read it because I've, it's quite a number of lines which has been written by Dr. Venkata Rao P. And this is, for Dr. Goswami, saying Dr. Goswami has rightly pointed the lack of skills for designing a training program and the importance of experiential learning. We need to address training needs assessment of the library professionals, which would be a prerequisite for designing any good library training program. Your views on conducting training needs assessment, considering diverse skill set requirements of library professionals. Indeed, a good question. Anyone over here may like to say something about it. These are the views expressed and also the needs assessment for conducting the training program. So needs assessment, what is being required, what are the various fronts on which I believe we are going to have a panel discussion, and we can have further at length on these. And I also request our distinguished speakers of this.
Can I just speak? Can I? Rama Patnaik
Yes.
here.
Yeah, Dr. Patnaik, pleasure, Dr. Patnaik.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think we have benefited by subscribing to ALA online courses, especially on fundamentals of electronic resources or information literacy skills or business reference. I think these are short-term 1-month course that gives you a basic understanding, and there are different levels also for getting it. And we have been purchasing this, I think, for last 3-4 years. And they are also available on group discounting, and you will also know the trends, what is being practiced abroad, and then adapt to your local variation. But I think that's because they do offer on the latest trends in various disciplines. You just name it, you will have everything. You have to take the ALA membership, and under ALA I think there are different groups, including RUSA, that is reference service, and also on collection strategies. So the latest you want to get upgraded, I think that is the best source to get some latest information on upgrading, especially your knowledge on various aspects of libraries. I think that is the best source available as of now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patnaik, for sharing your views on this. And I would also like to mention through this platform that Delnet is also shortly in the process. We are in the process of doing some tie-ups with some of the international accredited bodies, including ALA, some of the leading library associations who are imparting online education. We are also in the process of seeing, can we do something for our library professionals by having a collaboration with them and bringing these kind of courses at much subsidized charges, so that they can get benefited with those online programs. So thank you very much, Dr. Patnaik, for sharing your views. I believe Dr. Patkar may like to say something. Yes, Dr. Patkar.
Yeah, in that context, I will suggest that we must conduct some sort of a poll or a survey to know what are the needs required by different kinds of libraries. School librarians and needs are different, college are different, institutions are different. So Delnet can also conduct such a survey nationwide, pool it, and then design or package the courses or webinars, seminars, or 3-day workshops accordingly, so that the proper people are coming and getting proper training. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patkar. You have really highlighted it's a very, very important thing to do this as being asked and given by one of our attendees. This is very important, and you rightly pointed out. We can do a kind of a survey across the country, and that too in various categories of libraries, library professionals, those working in universities, you have colleges, you have public libraries, you have school librarians. So what are the skill sets required? What are the training required? And then for every sector, we may have a special programs, will be exclusive exclusively be designed, for them. So thank you very much indeed. Much grateful for the inputs received. If there are any questions further, there are some questions. I request something to do with the Delnet membership. Mr. Vikas Prajapal, drop us an email. We'll be happy to get back to you. And just requesting, as like NPTEL, this is a question from Kiran P. As like NPTEL videos for LIS professionals, can there be any access on forum? I think, Mr. Kiran, there are some of the very individual questions. You can always post it and can get the replies back, from us. Let's, since now, because of paucity of time, there are no further questions. Just quickly see if there are any questions posted. We have covered all the questions which are being posted, and there is any further specific queries that you have, please kindly drop us an email about it, and we will be very happy to respond back to you on the email itself. Because of paucity of time, we have Mrs. Surekha Kaul who may like to say something. Surekha, I've given you an audio control, requesting you be very, very quick in asking your question.
Good morning, Sangeeta. I don't have any questions. We can discuss it later. But today I was getting a little bit emotional. I just want to pay tribute to revered soul, Dr. H.K. Kaul. All information professionals are missing the noble soul, especially me, as we belong from same soil of Kashmir. I think today Sir's dream has come true. Why? Because Sir has always been looking forward for practical knowledge. So Delnet has assembled all excellent practitioners to fulfill the dream of great soul. Thank you, Sangeeta. Credit goes to whole Delnet team and all the presenters and all the professionals. Thanks a lot. I'm really overwhelmed. Really great. Thank you.
Thanks, Surekha. Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, we are towards the closure of this session, and as I can notice, we don't have no further questions being there, and it has been an immense pleasure in having all our distinguished speakers who deliberated in such an exhaustive manner and lot many takeaways. And this session definitely has contributed immensely to the recommendations of NACLIN 2021. And we would really like to see, because lot many things that we have deliberated today, and we would like to see in the days to come to do exclusive sessions, webinars through the online platform, having all of you together again to deliberate further and to take it forward, the things which have been conveyed by our very esteemed speakers. So once again, on behalf of Delnet and behalf of each one of us, we would like to present mementos to our distinguished speakers. I would like to request, firstly, Dr. P.R. Goswami, sir, to kindly accept. Sir, may I request you, if you can switch on your webcam so that we can present it, this memento to you on behalf of Delnet for your great association always. Yes, I think that, yes, sir is there. Sir is there. So this is a memento. It's a real memento given in a virtual mode, but we'll ensure that it's being delivered in person to you. So thank you so much for all the great support, sir, that you always rendered to Delnet. We remain grateful, sir. Warm, sincere gratitude to you for the immense support. Sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, may I request you unmute yourselves? Sir, yes. So, sir, this is sir, could you, yes, sir. It's you're connected, sir. You're connected.
Hello.
Hello, yes, sir. You're connected now. So this is for you, sir. With warm gratitude
Thank you
and
very much.
sincere thanks, sir. Thank you so much indeed, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. And this is another one for Dr. Patkar. It's not the same, memento that we are having. These are, you can see I have another memento here, and this is yet another memento. And this is for Dr. Patkar, which is there. And sir, thank you so much for sharing your, you're always, I believe in out of 24, this may be perhaps the 15th or 16th NACLIN. I need to check, but I believe you may be knowing better that you have been able to so much add, the intellectual value to the NACLINs, and which we always, no words to express how grateful we always feel for your support. This is for you, Dr. Patkar. Thank you so very much for being there. It has been, and here comes.
It has been a privilege for me. It has been a privilege for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And this is for you, Dr. Rajesh Singh, for being there with us, and for also let me take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of the entire DELNET, the best effort support that we receive from Delhi University in undertaking, this entire work of networking of libraries. You have been of immense support always to us, and we remain grateful to you. A very special thanks for being there, taking out time, and I'll ensure that this is being delivered to you shortly. And if it gets a position on your work table, we will be very, very happy. If you are able to have this, so that's a token of our very warm, sincere thanks to you for all the professional support that you have always been rendering to DELNET, and we remain much grateful. So with this, we are much.
Thanks for extending invitation to us. Thank you very much.
It is a pleasure. It is a pleasure. So with this, once again, we would like to thank all our distinguished panelists and all of you, all our attendees, for being truly a very participative attendees in this session. And as I said, lot many recommendations. And also, I would like to say that because of paucity of time, we have not been able to take many questions which were being posted in the chat box. And we would definitely be answering those through email or get you connected with our esteemed speakers so that you can get benefited with them. So thank you so very much with this. And now we are inching towards the last technical session of the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2021. We are now amid the technical session 6, which is on digital strategies for digital transformation in libraries. And I have profound privilege in having two of the distinguished speakers, those who excels in the field of libraries. And when we are talking about digital strategy, so we have brought to you today two of the very young, energetic, library professional colleagues who are well known. Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, well known for in the field of management. When we think about, librarians as management experts, librarians who possess that very extra special spark of being the management. It is no words, Dr. Shantanu. It is synonym. We think about management, we think about marketing. Who comes to your mind? If I even conduct a poll over here, I'm sorry, I have not put it, it would have been 100% to Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. Pleasure, indeed, a great pleasure in having you, Dr. Shantanu, and thank you so very much for your immense support that you have just been doing right from the very inception. No words to express how grateful we always feel for the support that you have always been doing to us, and we remain grateful to you for that. So thank you so very much for being there today with us. And Dr. Shantanu is going to speak today on strategizing digital transformation, re-envisioning content, context, and technology. Dr. Shantanu Ganguly is currently serving as a Chief Librarian at All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. Now, it's a profound privilege for me to welcome, we have from the management now, we have yet another expert, and the expert is a technology expert. No one else other than Dr. Nabi Hassan, who comes into the mind because he's the one who has to his credit large number of, one can see that the innovativeness that he has brought wherever he has moved, wherever he has been to, one of the most prestigious institutions that he has been, and he has always brought that change what all of us always desire to bring in. It's a profound privilege for us, Dr. Nabi Hassan, to have you with us. Thank you very much for taking out time and being there and to share your very highly insightful work. In fact, that's the experience that you hold with you. And he's going to speak, Dr. Nabi Hassan is going to speak about emerging trends and techniques for digital transformation in library services in the digital era. And I need not to say that Dr. Nabi Hassan, all of us are aware about it. He's serving at the most prestigious technology institution in the country, and that is Indian Institute of Technology at New Delhi. It's a profound privilege, firstly, to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. Everyone is well aware about Dr. Ganguly. I would still make a humble attempt, to introduce him. Dr. Shantanu Ganguly has one can see that, the qualifications that he possessed, and a wide spectrum, right from a MSc in ecology and environmental sciences. So he's an environmentalist also at the same time, besides being a library professional, who has done his MBA in marketing management, besides the PGDC in computer applications, and a PhD in marketing of special library services. And that's how Dr. Ganguly is always an expert in the managing libraries, in marketing the libraries, bringing the libraries closer to the users, and he possesses that special skill sets which is required in today's day and time. It's a profound privilege to let you all know that Dr. Ganguly has served some of the leading institutions of the country in a very senior positions, and to just name a few includes the University of Delhi, Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, National Productivity Council, and Voluntary Health Association of India, ILM, and TERI. He has been synonym to ICDL conferences that all of us have been knowing about. He was very instrumental in bringing ICDL to India and the Digital Libraries Conference. His areas of expertise are, as a project management, handled 25 leading research projects of national and international level, knowledge management, devising communication strategies for organizations, storytelling with Dave, that is for data analytics and visualization experience, devising digital marketing strategies, and infopreneurship. He's also an editor of reputed journals and newsletters, including World Digital Library, ENRE, that is electronic newsletter on renewable energy and environment. He has conducted some of the leading capacity development programs in the country, including International Conference on Digital Libraries, Professional Development Program, and Dr. Ganguly is also an advisor to the leading organizations, including Indian Council of Medical Research and Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Profound honor and pleasure for me, Dr. Shantanu, to now request you to kindly invite a talk on strategizing digital transformation, re-envisioning content, context, and technology, which we all look forward to listen to. It's over to you, Dr. Shantanu.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, for the generous introductions, and I feel always very nostalgic in speaking at NACLIN. As Dr. Surekha already mentioned about my association with Dr. H.K. Kaul, with you and your entire team. And I always find that whenever I'm speaking at NACLIN conferences and all, Dr. Kaul is sitting next to me, he's looking at me, and he's going to make some remarks on that. I'm sure he is, wherever he is there right now, I'm sure he is always looking at all of us. So what I'm going to talk today is basically strategizing digital transformation. That is a model which I think which is a very need of the hour. That is content, context, and technology. I will try to look at it at a very, very different way today. Now, in my discussions, it will be I'll giving you a small exposure to the digital transformation experiences are there, where the education 4.0. I will also touch upon the open knowledge mapping also in that, and some of the decision making for the future libraries and all. Let me see how much I could cover on this. Well, the most important thing in today's context is I think we already had a lot of discussion and deliberations since 6th of December it is taking place. I think it is a right time for all of us to cross the border, see what is happening outside the library, and we have to peep in to find out what are the new things are coming up, and accordingly we can prepare ourselves for the next thing. But one of the important component, and when Dr. Kaul Sangeeta approached me, see what we need to understand is that digital transformation is the third part of it. When you can see this digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation, these entire is a journey. The process of making the information available and accessible in a digital format. When I'm talking about digitalization, it is basically the digitized information. It is the process which is getting the digitized, and the digital transformation is not only a library as a whole, it is the organization as a whole. They need to transform a lot, and when I'm talking about a transformation, it is many things which will come up, which I would be sharing with you today. Now, I'm sure all of you must be aware of this man, and we in the childhood, I remember we used to draw these kinds of diagrams, like connecting the dots, And this person, in one of his thoughts, where he talked about the connecting the dots, and what is he's talked about is basically a complete digital transformation. When I'm talking about digital transformation today, please remember I'm talking about this capital T. Now, what is this capital T? I have divided into 3 types. First is your content, which is the data. I'm talking about the knowledge. Context, which is the organizational perspective. And all the 560 members who have joined this particular event today, each one of them are there in the organization and they have a very different organizational perspective. And last but not the least is the technology, which is playing a very, very big role. Technology as a facilitator, technology as a service provider. But first of all, let us try to understand even the content and the context. I'm sure this particular symbol is very popular to everybody, connecting the dots. If you look at, Steve Jobs' model, he has already talked about this. It is connecting people for a content and the context, and through a technology which is making a revolution. These 2 guys, I don't know how many of you are aware, Ian Coombe and Brian Acton are the 2 leading experts who discovered the entire model of WhatsApp, and today it has completely revolutionized, I think, each one of us in this world. And it is based on all these 3 models: content, context, and technology. You look at it, you will get the answer to it. There is a radical change is taking place from industry 4.0 to information 4.0. And I'm sure all of you, I will just touch upon some of the basic things here. Information 1.0, it was there when we had a one format, one owner, one delivery, one publisher. So content was 1.0 publications. And so there was an industry 1.0 was there. But today, there is a complete revolution has taken place, even the entire format. There are several formats which are there. There are several owners of a content. There are 7 deliveries are there, and there are several publishers are there. So information 1.4.0 is not a very different name. We are already into it, and we already know about it, and it is very much connected to your industry 4.0. We have to talk about very smart. There was a very interesting book. I would appeal everybody to read that book. It was a book written by James Canton. James Canton in 2018 came out with a very interesting book called Smart Future. And to me, and while reading that book, I started looking at what is exactly the smart today. A system which is sustainable, which is measurable, which is achievable, which is reliable, and which is transformational. Now here, when I'm talking about this, we need to putting the people first. And that is where the role of the future information professional is going to come and play a very pragmatic role. So we need to get into the people's analytics. In fact, very recently, I have introduced a tool in my All India Institute of Medical Sciences to find out to collect a real-time data of the people who are coming in and visiting my institution. And that is already there. So one of the important component is your sentiment analytics. We are trying to look at some of the sentiment analytics. And why sentiment analytics? Because the most important part of it is that, see, we conduct a lot of user survey. We conduct a lot of survey, but are we really taking and getting into the sentiments of the users? How can we look at? We always try to have all the goody things with us, but we never try to look at the things which are not good, where people are telling us that there are certain things which need an improvisation. So are we looking into that? What are those areas where we should look at and make an improvisation into that? That is where the sentiment analytics will come up into the picture. So another thing is your process, We need to have a defined process into that, where you always, I go about with the 5W and 1H, the entire process which is based on it. And last, and the products. In fact, one of the important products is that, in fact, you know, there is a journal, a very important journal, I'm sure many of you must be knowing, that in New Scientist, there was an entire write-up came up on this. What is exactly the product is? What is that? And in April 2017, they have given us a very beautiful definition of a kind of what is exactly the knowledge and how the product should be defined. And I would appeal everybody to please go through that article. I'm sure you will have a different thought process into it. The next is the technology part. So in short, I would say I started with CCT, and there is another component which I am talking about, which is the people, the process, and the technology. And all these three are nothing but the three critical factors of a knowledge management system today. There is a digital transformation, and there is a turbulence for a digital transformation, which is bringing out the entire digital disruption today. And if I look at the definition by, you know, our great man like Peter Drucker, where Peter has talked about the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic. So it is a very, very fundamental in today's context is to understand the turbulence which is coming up. So I mean, if I start asking the question today to myself, are we in the position of a digital transformation? I will say no. Why? Because digitalization and digital transformation will come later. But when I look at it from a complete holistic view, I think we are at a digital kindergarten. There are a lot of things which are coming up in the smart library building. In fact, there was a very interesting report I came across, which is by Grimm and Parker, where it is a new era where they are talking about reduced space for general collections, reduced space for collection processing, near disappearance of the reference collections, more space for study and research and individual and groups, more space for community like meetings, lectures, social gatherings, more whiteboard, smart board, LCD projectors, more space for the technology peripherals and the layouts that make the library staff more accessible to the users. Why is it so? People need space to debate, discuss, to deliberate on certain areas. So ideas has to be there. And this, what I'm saying, is not from, you know, something from the Cloud 99. No, I have started drawing a new vision of the Medical University Library, that is All India Institute of Medical Sciences. In fact, one of the important thing is the strategic focus, which I look at it today. It is the supporting the academic innovation, enriching the students' experience, equipping the students for academic success, stimulating the scholarly excellence, developing the superlative professionals who are working with me. I am not the person who gets professional. My entire team has to get professionally expertise. Renewing and sustaining a library environment, ensuring a financial accountability, and pursuing a partnership. So these are some of the strategic focus I have identified for my All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And we have a huge gamut of people, huge gamut of researchers. Approximately, if I take the data, it is the non-faculty members is somewhere around 10,574. We don't serve them. We serve only the faculty member, the college of the nursing staff, and the scientists who are there of the different subject areas which you see here. And this is the current status of 2020 we have collected, and still the 2021. And there is a different kinds of services, knowledge services like online resources, research tools and techniques, mobile app-based services, reference query decks we have created. But what we are proposing now is we are going to come up with an interactive digital platform, and that is going to be the digital transformation today. We have also have a seamless access to the digital content. A mobile driven, all digital content would be accessible using the mobile apps. 24/7, anytime, anywhere, seamless access. It has to be demand driven, customized services. Efficacy, measuring the efficacy and optimal utilization of the resources, because we need to look at the cost effectiveness. There is always an escalation of the cost. And then the branding. Branding is a very, very important. Whatever resources we are producing for our users fraternity or doctors fraternity, I think we need to have a proper branding of that. In fact, I would like to emphasize here, actually, we are working towards a bigger university, and I was presenting this to the faculty council on this. So we are going to have a metamorphic change. There would be an academic support, there would be a research support, and there would be a learning and development support. And I'm working on these three aspects. In fact, I'm preparing a complete vision document on this. And I have proposed for a new university, which is coming up in All India Institute of Medical Sciences in coming years. And I have proposed for an 8th floor library. The level 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to be an academic support, where I propose for a level 5 and the 6 are research and innovation there. And the level 7 for learning and development. And level 8 is going to be a library cafe and library common rooms. So you can immediately, think that there is a paradigm shift has taken place from a university library towards a knowledge and learning center. Some of these kinds of collaborative spaces would be coming up where more and more discussions and deliberations, and people are going to sit together and have a lot of interactivity there. A lot of, short rooms would be there where a lot of, interactive and the innovative ideas gets breakthrough into it. And there is a new kind of a nomenclatures would be coming up very soon into that. We have already started with the digital health services like mobile app services. We are providing ebooks, e-journals, open access, institutional repository. I'm sure all of you must be also doing on 24/7. We have already initiated something called as a research intelligence management system. We are conducting a systematic review. Systematic review is not your literature review. It is completely a different ball game. We have got into the project-based information service. We have got into the research data management services, and we are bringing out some of the research data literacy program. We are having a research mapping and knowledge discovery, and we are having a collaboration and networking also. We are coming up with a huge, in fact, already we have thought of it, and we have identified people also that we are going to have a reference query desk. And this research query desk is going to be a real time where people would be providing answers to my researchers, to my doctor fraternity on that. We are going to start that very soon. We are also development of the e-learning platforms, and some of the things we are working out. Probably we will be coming up with some of the podcasts on these areas, and we have started working on these areas. And we are also creating, in fact, there is if you come out to already a medical institute, there is a complete renovation is taking place. We are coming up with a new research space for my researchers, for my doctors fraternity to have such kind of a thing. And this is just a tip of the iceberg. This is not the entire iceberg. We have also proposed, in fact, that in the renovation model, we have also proposed of interactive centers where we would be interacting with my doctors and everybody there on a for different kinds of customized training programs for them. Even the faculties can also play a role. So there is a bridge is created between the learning and development and the fraternity who are there. Then there would be a complete revamping of the sitting place for the users. In fact, we are redesigning the entire sitting place. I was very completely astonished to see when Dr. Rama Patnaik had a beautiful library created in IIM Bangalore. And some of the interactive collaborative discussion space also we have proposed. And let me tell you, my dear friend, all my librarian friends, that these have been sanctioned and approved by my committee, and they have liked it very much when I presented it to all of them. This is a very interesting thing I would like to, which is a part of your the entire the augmented reality and visual thing. I was involved in a project with the National Science Communications, where they were developing something on this, on Kashi Vishwanath, on Benares. They are creating a complete museum of the entire Benares that was created, and where they can see the entire thing with the help of augmented reality and the virtual reality. Keeping this in mind, I have proposed and developed a similar kind of a kaleidoscope for my All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So my ultimate aim is, our vision is to create one AIMS. So we have different, AIMS in silos, and also we are planning to, bring in all the AIMS under one umbrella. Now, how it is possible? That can only be possible where I revisit or I visionate my entire vision document once more. Probably I need a lot of clarity in it. A lot of rehearsing is required. Lot of threshold points are required when I get into the micro parts of each one of them. We developed a large number of, institutional repository databases or whatnot. But ultimately, this is the situation. The situation is that there is a minimum user adoption, failed projects, content deluge, too many repositories, business needs change, and there is a lack of ROI to support. So one of the important thing is, today's context is, you develop a digital content management. You have built it, but they didn't turn up. Why? You should ask that question to yourself, why they didn't turn up. Because I was mentioned right just now that you need to measure the efficacy. If you don't measure the efficacy or the optimal utilization of the resources, if it is not measurable, then you have not done your part. So DCM is evolved like it is a destination. We corral content into one location, creating content silos. Content is managed but not maximized. It is treated solely as a repository, capturing the metadata in the hands of the users and often neglected. So you can see that metadata is pre-populated based on the process defined. And in fact, in one of the lectures, I mentioned that writing a interesting metadata, correct metadata, is not a science, it's an art. You need to have that art to articulate a metadata. And then there's that how, streamlining some of the processes, the right content to the right people at the right time. So we need to, relook at it and some of this ROI content. And nowadays, what is most important beyond ROI, what is most important is VOI, that is value on investment. We pay so much amount of money for subscribed resources and all, but have we done the valuation? That is the biggest question into that. And I have developed certain scorecards into that to get into the valuations of that. Every resources or e-based resources are there in the hands of the mobile of every of my doctors. We get the package services on their desktop also, or they can hear by the experts lectures and everything. Everything is there. Package resources are for the desk research. But most important thing is that, in fact, I have taken this a very basic model of this. I have taken a very strategy book by Dr. Vijay Govindarajan, where he talked about just a simple solution, and this is a very detailed framework. I would address everybody to please go through that book. The name of the book is called the 3-box solutions. What is most important thing is that the past, what was in the past? What happened? How and why did it happen? And modeling, experimental designs. You look into some of the frameworks into that. What is there in the present and what you can propose for the future. So there is an entire framework has been described in just a 3-box solutions is given. And I think in today's, as a part of the strategies, I think we all of us need to get into the nitty-gritties of those things and to find out where we are today. So you can have a resource analytics, you can have users analytics, you have quality analytics, you can have web analytics and social media analytics, and you can have a KM analytics. Some of the things I have implemented in AIMS, Majority of all the 6 panels which you see here, I used to do it in my Terry. So these are some of the tools which helps me to take the decision to my next level. Today's context, in fact, some of the questions which were raised also, today the information professionals are completely different. There are librarians. You have public librarians, you have health librarians, academic research librarians, school librarians, government librarians, subject librarians, library managers. Different nomenclatures are there, and each one of them have got a different role to play. Whereas information managers, if you look at, it's completely different. You have information architects, which looks into more on the architecture part of search engines and all, as Dr. Rajesh Singh mentioned. Information governance managers, people like, Dr. Goswami should have been on the board to look into the governance part of it. Information scientists, the researchers, the cyber security managers, the knowledge managers, the change makers, and then the data scientists, data analytics managers, machine learning specialists, artificial intelligence. So these are the entire gamut of information professionals. So as we go forward, what we need is basically, we also need to equip ourselves with the knowledge, skills, expertise, experience based on where we fit ourselves. So there is a digital workplace is taking place, and this is an architectural framework. And this architectural framework I have taken when I was delivering a talk at KPMG, where digital employee experience. So today, even in the pandemic audio, you have a certain workplace where different kinds of models are there. If you are working on an Office 365, you have everything. You have SharePoint. In fact, I have worked in all of them. SharePoint, my entire CAME system in my in Terry, it was completely built on SharePoint. I used to have an entire intranet, organizational intranet using Yammer. Entire resources were there on OneDrive. Entire resource sharing, I mean, the kind of a discussion we used to have on, it was through Skype model. Or probably if I have to build in a lot of business intelligence related to my projects and CAME systems and all, I used to work a lot on the Power BI model. So this is an entire package and an entire digital workplace. And all of us have to have certain knowledge, a certain level of knowledge, of understanding on these areas, depending upon your profile once again. This is a digital workplace roadmap, which you can see here, and you can place yourself where exactly you are, and accordingly you can have your professional competency programs and all. So transformation is a journey. As I mentioned, it builds on people, process, product, and technology. So these are the triple PT. So digital transformation, which is mostly on artificial intelligence or machine learning based, it is divided into triple PT. So the first thing is organization. Understand the resource. Build your team within the organization. And that's what I said. It is digital transformation is an organizational perspective. It is never only library perspective. Then comes your data. You need to understand where are your data points are. You have to look for those data points and pull out those data from there. Pilot programs you have to carry out, because one digital format or a framework may not be suitable for another digital framework, because your organization's entire mandate is completely different. So you have to carry out certain pilot programs. Then it has to be more people driven. And when I'm talking about people driven, please remember, it has to be from a top down approach. Then only it would be implemented. You can be an enabler, you can be an influencer, but the implementer has to be from a top down approach. And then once you have part of the digital transformations, you need to communicate. And let me tell you, friends, that I have been a part of this entire journey in my past organization and in the current organization too. So these things are very important as far as the transformation is concerned. And this is a cycle process. Quickly, I'll also look into some of the education 4.0, because that area is creating a massive radical change. So as education is becoming 4.0, information is becoming 4.0, industry is becoming 4.0. So why not there is a collaborative thing? And this is what is taking place. It is a cohesive world today and a more productive. People in pandemic period, wherever, I mean, many of the organizations, they have shut down their offices. They have given every infrastructure to their people, and they're telling them it is a digital world. You go and sit in your house, WFH, and you work. So they are saving a lot of energy. They are saving a lot of, space, which is equivalent to cost, but they are getting a more productive and all. People are finding, but there are certain other connotations are also related to. I'm not getting into that. I came across a very interesting, a kind of a research paper. I would request everybody. See, there is a synergy takes place because we librarians are the bridge between the pedagogy and the, the service. So what is, and the resources especially. So what is most important thing we need to understand is there is a pedagogical change is taking place. So could be a technological knowledge is required. You have a content knowledge is required. You have a pedagogical knowledge is required. And when all three of them get integrated, it is based on the context, because content is already there and technology will facilitate the service. But based on the context, are whatever resources, whatever services, wherever, whatever you are doing, are you doing enough? Or where is the lacuna? You can measure that. In fact, if somebody can approach me, I can share the entire research paper with you on this. So talking about an 8 critical thinking related to learning, content, and experience, like there is a global citizenship skill is coming where the building awareness, wider world, sustainability, all these things are coming up in a big way. Then your innovation and creativity is the most important thing which is coming up. So you have to completely keep on innovate, bringing problem solving, analytical thinking, creativity, system analysis, all these things got to come. Technological skills, I think many of them have already spoken about it. Interpersonal skills, personalized and self-pacing skills, accessible and inclusive learning skills, problem-based and collaborative learning skills, lifelong and student-driven learning skills. So ultimately, this entire 8 type of critical factors, the skill development which is talked about in context to World Economic Forum, this was presented in WEF, in World Economic Forum 2020, with respect to digital transformation. How the learning, experiential learning, which Dr. Goswami said in the morning, how this entire learning of the users fraternity, of the doctors fraternity, of irrespective of any fraternity, how they have to adopt and adapt. That's where it has started. In fact, I would request each one of you to please go through this report. This is a mind-blowing report they have developed into that. And today they are focusing a lot on learning analytics. And what is that? Everybody is work from home, working from remote, flexibility in work office space. It is there. But remember, there is a search discovery is completely changed. In fact, during the work from home, during the lockdown period, a tremendous debate, tremendous demand, and the search and discovery of the resources and the knowledge has given a complete change, and the radical change has taken place into that. And we kept on experimenting ourselves. So one of the important things we need to understand, and why the learning analytics has come up, is that if you have developed, say for example, you have developed a online learning tools, or you have developed some online courses, a large number of courses are available on MOOCs and all, everything. But please remember, whatever courses you have developed, is it giving an enough knowledge augmentation to the people who are listening to it? Is it giving an enough enhancement in their knowledge to that? Are there takers for that knowledge, or just for sake you have developed something? So that's a very important thing, where learning analytics is coming up in a very, very big way in this. And I mean, it's a completely a new world, and people are finding that a particular a course module which was developed, how many people have liked it. So we need to relook at it. It is not, we need an improvisation on the content itself, or maybe the delivery model which we are doing that. Another important component is your knowledge mapping in healthcare. Here I would like to, this is a new thing. See, SDG 3.0 is towards the healthcare sector, and ICT and information communication technology and information itself and knowledge has brought out a radical change and addressed several issues in SDGs. And in fact, you know, in 2019, when I organized ICDL 2008, there was a huge session on exclusively on SDG 3.0. And some of these case studies, which I picked up from the ITU United Nations report, where people have gained their knowledge, informations from on is different kinds of SDGs while they have got into on these areas. And this is not one. Everybody has become a social entrepreneur on those areas. And each one of the case studies is of unique of its kind. I will share with you a very interesting portal which I came across. It's a artificial intelligence based knowledge map theory. It was developed one of the researcher, and here which you see here, it is a cluster of the papers which are available in your Embase database or in other databases. Now it forms, if I click them on one particular thing, it gives me an abstract. But based on the keywords and the synonymatic search, it makes a cluster of one bubble and tells you that entire paper is there. And this is completely works on AI based and all. And I had a lot of interaction with the person who has started this organization, and there is a lot of radical, I mean, we are working further on these particular things and all. So knowledge mapping is a very, very important area. We as a professional, we can do the best. I think we need to relook at it, what we have been taught. I think probably we have to re-strengthen ourselves in those areas, and these are very tactical areas basically. And entire knowledge, try to provide them on to your doctors fraternity or to everybody on a desktop, so that they can have the best of the resources in their hand. So the future scenario is going to be a debatable issue for them. Minimalist, medium road, a major change, and extreme position. Minimalist libraries are already well developed and automated. So even with a small change, libraries will meet the needs of the future. Libraries will stay as they are today. Whereas those who are into medium road, they advocate for considerable change. They will transform through augmentation, but would remain recognizable as what we consider today as contemporary library. And a major change means those who are looking for a complete transformation. And extreme position is that where a lot of intelligent machines of extreme quantum computing or different higher level things would be coming up in a much more way. So there are 4 major sections where you can put your library today and you can rebuild your future. So what is stalling your digital transformation is basically when you, I mean, think about it. I mean, you assume just a matter of implementing a technology. So digital transformation is that, you know, when you started from the card catalogs, when the libraries began, there was an uproar by many libraries that card catalogs were sacred, and they were not let to go them. You may have a great digital transformation strategy, but unless everyone actually adopts the new solution, it's going to be dead in the water. So digital transformation needs to come from those highest in the organization. If a C-level insists on the transformation, more people are more likely to embrace the new ways of doing things. With skills, we have already discussed. So accordingly, you need to come up with the different kinds of skills, and the new workforce is already there. And there is a tremendous new workforce is already coming up in a big way in today's context. And you try to you try to do everything at once. Please stop it. Do it sequentially. You would be more successful on those areas. And you have let small losers undermine your digital transformation strategy. So like focus on the small wins while investing what hindered your scaling efforts. Like was it a specific department? Did your leadership fail to advocate for the digital transformation across the business? Or now compare that with the wins and analyze. Once you understand the what went right and what went wrong, you can address those issues and continue to scale up once again. So you need to, rehearse on those areas, and you have no idea why you are doing digital transformation. So that's a very big thing. So you should be enough knowledgeable to approach somebody that why you are heading for a digital transformation, and how to avoid stalling your digital transformation. Just 3 points. Establish a clear vision by mapping out your strength, weakness. Transformation should benefit the business, I mean the organization as a whole, and be prepared for a passive resistance. Please be prepared for it. It is not a very easy smalling. So at the end, I would like to say the illiterate of the 21st century is not those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. It was written by a very renowned author. I'm sure all of you must be knowing. His name is Alvin Toffler, a futuristic, and he has done a lot of contribution. So the key takeaways for today is I have defined the entire librarian smart workforce completely into 9 opulences. And these 9 opulences, they need to have a leadership skill. They need to have an innovation skill. They need to have a branding skill. They should be understanding the relationship. They should have an attitude. They should be responsiveness to the, towards the users. They have to have an intelligence, action oriented, and last but not the least is the networking. So thank you very much. Learning and development is the only tool in today's context where people should be there and all. So for any queries and all, I would be happy to answer to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu, for delivering truly a highly scintillating, splendid talk, a futuristic talk, a visionary talk, and no words to describe how impactful was the lecture, and that's out of your experience that you hold. Much grateful to you for sharing this across to our attendees, and it was truly, truly entirely. You had taken them on a future voyage and getting them prepared and inspiring everyone to become the digital strategist, to transform wherever they are, to transform the libraries and to be ready enough. And the last lines of yours, that they should also be prepared enough for lot many things. Once we think about this, lot many takeaways again from your session. Truly grateful to you, Dr. Shantanu, for delivering such this has been entirely, I didn't feel like even stopping you for a while, because every moment was full of much of energy that you have been able to spread across and inspire and motivate them. And thank you so very much. It's always a great pleasure to have you, and you energize, you synergize, you energize, and that's the the thing that we always admire in Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. Thank you very much, Shantanu, and indeed a great honor. Thank you so much for being there with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a ton. We will take the questions. So I just request you, please be kindly there with, I know that you are being occupied on lot many fronts, you have lot many things to take care of, but we just request you to be there for yet another 35-40 minutes with us, Dr. Shantanu, sure, because we would just like to ensure that you are there, for QA session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's a time for me to introduce Dr. Nabi Hassanji, who is going to speak on emerging trends and techniques for digital transformation in library services in the digital era. Profound privilege for me to welcome once again Dr. Nabi Hassan, who is a librarian and head at the Central Library at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Nabi Hassanji was earlier served as a university librarian at Aligarh Muslim University, one of the India's leading multidisciplinary institution, whose library system has been ranked the second largest in Asia and the largest in India. He is the first Norman E. Borlaug Fellow from India in Library Information Systems, trained at Cornell University, New York, USA. Dr. Nabi Hassan is a winner of the Global SLA Engineering Librarian of the Year Award 2021 by Special Libraries Association USA for exceptional contributions, accomplishments on the job within the SLA engineering community. He also won the Presidential Citation 2021 from Special Libraries Association as a President Asian Chapter 2020, and also has been a member task force on reopening specialized libraries, member 2020 annual conference advisory committee, presenting a webinar series that drew thousands of attendees and promoted SLA to new audiences. Dr. Hassan is a winner of the Bonnet Hilltech International Librarian Award 2018 USA and has also been conferred with the SLP SLA Asian Fellow Award in 2019. He also has been conferred with the Royal Society of Chemistry's Librarian's Choice Award for Dynamic Library in 2019. He is also the recipient of the Vice Chancellor Appreciation Award 2003 for exemplary work and conduct, appreciation from the Chairman Board of Governors IIT Delhi in 2012, appreciation from Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University, besides receiving lot many other recognitions. In April 2019, he has received the appreciation from the Director IIT as well. He has to his credit more than 16 books, which he edited and also written, and over 156 articles, papers, publications to his credit. He's also currently leading the National Resources in Library and Informatics Science on the Ministry of Education, Government of India, under his ARPIT books program, and is also the past president of Asian chapter and 2021 president-elect of the academic community of the SLA USA. It's a profound privilege for us, Dr. Nabi Hassan, to have you with us at NACLIN 2021. Thank you so very much once again for agreeing to be a distinguished speaker, and we really look forward now to your presentation on emerging trends and techniques for digital transformation in library services in the digital era. It's over to you, Dr. Nabi Hassan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta. I wanted to share my presentation only, but it is sharing the full screen. So
no, it is fine. It's perfectly fine. It is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine, Dr. Hassan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
So how much time I have?
You may, we are already at this. You may take half an hour, 35 minutes. Half an hour, would that be fine? Half an hour, yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta. Thank you very much, Delnet, the great soul, Professor Dr. Kaul, who established this Delnet. So we wish to pay our tribute before starting this presentation, because it is because of him that you could take it forward, and I think you are able to take it forward in the same spirit as Professor Dr. Kaul was taking it forward. So I think many of the contents have already been covered, like because there are some of the common topics. So I have also been watching the presentations of Dr. Rajesh Singh or Dr. Binod Sharma or Dr. Ganguly as well. So please excuse me if there is some repetition. I will try to avoid some of those slides which I have seen in other presentations. Thank you. So as part of this presentation, I would like to start with this quote from ex-American Library Association president, that the libraries kept Americans connected in ways that brought our communities closer. So buildings may not have been open, but libraries were never closed. So in one of the event hosted by LIS Academy, Professor Sehasra Buddhi, the AICT chief, declared the librarians means including library teachers as well. So he declared librarians as Corona warriors. So I think this statement also supports our commitment for the services to the people, that there were difficult times, but libraries and librarians were is still open to provide all these services. And you will also be surprised to know that in IIT Delhi we were never closed for users as well. We were closed for 1 month last year, March to April only. So we have been providing services. All the librarians have been providing services despite difficult time. So the libraries or librarians used to transform themselves as per the requirements. So as part of this agenda, I am going to cover like some of these things, like digital transformation of libraries and challenges of the digital age for librarians. I will be talking about some of the emerging and innovative library resources, services, and products. So instead of talking many things and many contents, I would like to focus on some of the screenshots from where the contents are available, or some of the leading institutions which are taking initiatives for providing really transformed library services, or who are helping the librarians to transform themselves. And I will also be talking about some of the new skills or competencies for librarians, although Dr. Ganguly has covered a lot, so I may not be covering in that detail. Then marketing is also important. If we are doing good work in the library, we are providing great services, I think the message should go to the authority as well. And I will be sharing some of my experiences with the help of screenshots, like as a library or library professional, how we can provide the transformed library services. And finally, I will be concluding with the thing that is there a need of libraries and librarians? Of course, there is a need. So I will try to justify this statement as well. You can see this screen, which is basically saying that libraries, librarians, and academics are surrounded with disruptive technologies. So I think you might be seeing your kids as well while they are attending the online classes, or when they are studying as well. So they are using, they are doing multiple tasking. They are using WhatsApp, they are using Facebook, they are using their email accounts. Same time, they are studying as well. So I think these technologies or tools could prove to be disruptive if not used appropriately. So I think we need to make use of all these technology enabled things appropriately, and should not allow these things to become disruptive technologies. So few thoughts which come to my mind about what libraries or librarians have been doing in these couple of decades. So the libraries are changing, the user needs are also changing. Therefore, the role of libraries and librarians is also changing. Why libraries and user needs are changing? Because we are in a knowledge society or in a digital age, and we need to see as how libraries and user needs are changing, or how to manage the above changes in digital age. So the transition from custodian role to information analyst role, then to knowledge workers role, how we are transforming, or it is believed that 80% of the our component of services are now ICT enabled, and 20% of the component is what we have been doing traditionally. So keeping this in view, libraries are facing change because of the impact of ICT on information needs of library users or information sources and technology. So some of the challenges of the digital age for libraries and librarians are digital mindset of the users, because they are looking for information as per their convenience and in the format they want. Like most of the users are looking for information in a digital medium, although we may not be having ebooks available in digital format, but still they are requesting for some scan pages of some particular chapter, or like computer, web, Google, or IT people who are trying to reference librarians, because for everything we are trying to search Google only. Sometimes we may not be that much aware to provide reference services directly. Then there is a transition from print to digital, like we have migrated to e-resources for many of the things. Like in IIT Delhi, we are not subscribing to any print journal from 2016. So as far as journals are concerned, we have already migrated to e-resources. Although for e-books, we don't have many e-books available for our BTech or undergraduate students. And how to develop and maintain technological infrastructure and our digital collection, that is also a big challenge. We might be having digital infrastructure, ICT based infrastructure, but to sustain and to maintain that infrastructure is also challenging. And these changes takes place from forms to format, our delivery system, and now every institution is participating in the ranking activities as well. In fact, that is essential as well, because sometimes the funding is based on your ranking, like NIRF, National Institution Ranking Framework, NIRF, which is sometimes providing or helping us get better funding. And then at international level, bigger institution including IIT Delhi or maybe JNU or DU, they are also trying to get good ranks from QS or Times Higher Education or Arbu or some other ranking agencies. So here the libraries or librarians are playing really key role, because we are the people who can help in making the things more visible. We can help our institution to get better public perception, and accordingly we can get a good rank. So this change is inevitable. Therefore, the role of the librarian is also very crucial. So some of the emerging and innovative library resources, services and products, and also trends about which I would like to talk about, although Dr. Ganguly has covered many things, but I would try to use some different screenshots, some different resources, so that you are more aware. So like there is a IFLA trend report, which basically there are 5 trends, as you can see on my screenshot. You can visit the link as well. Let me change the pointer. Yeah. So you can visit this site as well, and you can see that this IFLA trend report basically provides your different emerging and innovative library resources, services and product or trends which you can provide. So you don't have permission to access that. Will your internet stop at the border? So IFLA has provided really great resources which can help you provide better services. In the same way, there is a ALA tools and trends which provide how a library of the future could be. So I have given links as well, which you can visit whenever you have enough time to explore these resources, because this presentation is to be concluded in just half an hour. So we have to be little bit faster. So then there is a OCLC guide for library trends which you can explore, and it provides really how great services you can provide using your own skills and from your library. Then there is a ACRL 2020 library trend report, which is available in full text, and you can explore this report, which helps in acquiring new skills for new leadership, how you can provide really great services. And then there is a library technology guides, and which can also help you in providing really more innovative and emerging library resources, services and products. So implementation of Web 2.0 or Web 3.0 tools and technologies very important nowadays to provide more interaction in user-centric library services. Some of these may attract new patrons to the library, and some may help to retain existing users. So, and Web 3.0 technologies such as the semantic web, cloud computing, mobile-based services, robotic circulation, etc., may be implemented by the libraries. In fact, many of these things have already been implemented in many of the libraries in the country and outside as well. So these services may include, but not limited to, means there is a long list of services which are considered as emerging and innovative library resources, services and products which the library may consider providing. And these are the services which are basically may fall under the category of innovative library services, whether it is the use of instant messaging or RSS feed. Like IIT Delhi is providing e-news clipping services from the open resources, and we are using basically RSS feed for compiling information on, like, whether it is IIT Delhi or related topics. And there are many other services which the libraries of today are providing, whether use of streaming media, or you may have a really great blogs or wikis, or maybe use of social networking. So this is whole list of you can say emerging and innovative library sources, services and products. And we are also making really fruitful use of our social networking tool. Like all the communication are shared through our WhatsApp group, which is known as ITD LibNet, IIT Delhi Library Network. So the communication is very faster. So you may also explore use of all these services. So I will be sharing some of the screenshots as well, what we have been doing in IIT Delhi as well. So there are new roles, new skills, new competencies for libraries and librarians and libraries in the digital age. And there are international organizations which have given us different like guides how the new role or skills or like opportunities are available for librarians to deliver at their respective institution. Like this is a document from American Library Association which says core competencies of 21st century librarian by American Library Association. So here you can visit this page and you can see how the core competencies of the librarian should be in this transformed library environment. And this is a document from Australian Library Information Association, which shares about core knowledge, skills, and attributes what a librarian should possess. And this is another document from UK-based organization, which was earlier LA Library Association, which is now known as SLIP after merger of another association. So it talks about professional knowledge and skill base which a librarian require. And this is a document from OCLC which talks about competencies for library practices by OCLC. So you can explore all these important documents which can really help you to transform your library or to transform your own personality to be really great librarian, to provide services to your clientele in most of the cases free of cost. You need to work hard, you need to go out of way little bit, but you may avoid expenditures. Okay, then there is a document on like competencies for information professional by my own SLA, Special Libraries Association. So on the basis of the screens that I have shown, I think, or on the basis of the feedback that Dr. Gongli has recently given in his previous presentation, I think we can sum up that librarians may explore some of these competencies, like if a librarian is having some extended out-of-box responsibility, he or she may serve as a great librarian to an institution. We need to perform job like the role of a information or knowledge manager, or maybe information advisor, or like system architect or systems and networking manager, maybe cloud librarian as well. Cloud librarian is also becoming very popular. Like in case of IT Delhi library, we do not maintain any server, we do not maintain any bigger computer. All our services are available through cloud, which is Badal, which is a Ministry of Education cloud. Luckily, it is hosted in the Central Library IT Delhi's ground floor building. So access to people who are helping us in providing great services is easily available. So these designations may not be common for government institutions because of the parity or qualification or promotional avenues, but these designations are used by private organizations like TCS or GE or Tata or maybe some other Accenture or other companies as well. But the type of work that we are as a government librarian also we are doing, I think somehow our responsibilities are very much closely associated with these designations. So as a transformed librarian, we should have the knowledge of all the mapping or bibliographic or scientometric or assessing tools, because as a librarian, we are helping our institution, researchers, scholars, and faculty members as how to present their data, how to do lot of reviews, how to identify what type of work people are doing globally, or what type of resources people need to explore during their PhD program, or during while they are writing thesis, or while they are doing their job as supervisor. So these are some of the tools which are very popular or which are largely used by all the students or users or even librarians to provide services. We all are making use of Scopus or Web of Science or Google Scholar. So there are some tools which are freely available. So as an institution, if you are not able to access the tools which are paid tools like Scopus or Web of Science, you can explore some of the free tools like Google Scholar or Dimensions or like IRNS or something else as well. So as a librarian or library staff, our role as a transformed librarian is also important in ETD program. Like every institution is, as per UGC, is required to upload the PhD thesis as well. So as a library staff or librarian, I think our role is also important in ETD program, like as a ETD lifecycle manager, or like as a guide to plagiarism or similarity related things, or as a policy maker, or we are helping as a ETD repository administrator. Then there are some national repositories like Shodh Gangotri, or there is a Shosh Shuddhi project related to your plagiarism. They are providing software, Urkund, which is now original. So our role as a ETD librarian is also very important. Then when it comes to searching the resources for different purposes, I think Google is not helping you that much. Like, it is believed that Google is not able to index almost 80% of the resources which are available. So if the Google is not able to give you result from 80% resources, it is giving you result from almost 20% resources. How you are able to provide really great result to the users? Okay, I think if you are searching a resource and if the results are more than 1 lakh, I don't think you have patience to go beyond page number 2 or 3. So as a library professional, I think your role here is very important, and you can help your people to explore the resources. Like, as a librarian, you are aware that WorldCat or IndCat or Delnet, these are some of the great resources which can help you explore that where is this book, is this in JNU or maybe DU or IT Delhi. Then the librarian can help you explore using single window search, discovery service, or maybe federated search. So these are some of the like paid discovery services which people are using, those who have the money. Like IT Delhi is also using EDS. But if you don't have the money, you can explore free resources as well. Like, one of the resources, Viewfind. Then I think everyone is subscribing to e-resources. We need to, I don't think many of you, maybe one or two, maybe using the electronic resource management software. Means we need to maintain the full life cycle of all these e-resources, like from our subscription to renewal. So there are free tools which are really great to explore. Like, one of my colleagues is also doing PhD related to this thing, and I think Coral is one of the free tool which can be explored by you for ERM. Okay, then I think Google is not only the search engine. As a transformed librarian, it is our duty to help our people to explore other search engines as well. And I think there are search engines which are exploring the deep web or invisible web as well. And some of these search engines which the Google may not be able to fetch results from, maybe like Dogpile, or some of these screen I have given Meta Search or something else as well. Then there are semantic search engines as well, which can give you some more better result, which are not available through normal search engines, or maybe through meta search engines as well. So you can explore like Excelid or Sugal as well. Then there are some popular scholarly search engines which you can explore for finding the scholarly resources. I think Google Scholar is known to you, but there are others as well, like Base or Core or SiteShare or Microsoft Academic Search. I think if you are looking for resources on a particular like topic or particular subject, it is useless to search the resources using Google. You should always prefer searching through subject gateways. So this is InfluentNet's InfoPort, which gives you access to different subject resources subject wise. So for example, if you are interested in resources related to language, why do we search the Google? Instead of searching Google, you can explore the subject gateway of this InfoPort, and you can go to like language. Then this is another general subject gateway from where you can explore the resources of a particular subject. Then there are some subject gate specifically for a particular subject. Like, this is a subject gateway for the librarians, internet library for librarians, where you can explore great resources. So instead of exploring the resources using Google, you can explore using such a subject gateway. Then I think when you are trying to finalize your PhD topic or doing some review of literature for writing a paper, or somebody is writing the thesis, or some teacher is guiding a student, I think you should be aware about the review resources as well. In our time, it was very difficult to review the literature because it was available in hard print form. Now you have these databases which you can explore for reviewing the resources. So Dimension is one of the resource which is freely available. If you have access to Scopus, great. Web of Science is also paid one. Then there is an Indian Citation Index, which is indexing resources from Indian origin. Then some of the other resources which you are familiar are very useful for reviewing the resources, because like Shodh Ganga has access to maybe now like 50,000 full text thesis. Then Shodh Ganga 3 may give you access to like synopsis of PhD thesis. So these are common resources, but many of your users may not be aware about these resources. That is why as a library professional, it is your duty to help them explore these resources. Then there is a network digital library of thesis and dissertation, which is basically gateway to all the thesis and dissertation of the world. Then you have a hyperlinking website, NDLI, National Digital Library of India, which is basically linking all the institutional repositories as well, apart from giving access to many full text resources. As I have already explained, like our role as a librarian is very important for ranking and accreditation. So I think librarians are the people who are helping greatly to their institution in getting good accreditation or good ranking results. So I think libraries, apart from libraries component, we are the people who are aware that how to make our institutions work more visible, how to improve the academic visibility. So here the library professionals should look at new technologies and services with a critical eye, because everything may not be relevant to you. So you have to decide what is relevant and what is not relevant. So the transformed libraries are now using digital signages as well. Then they are preparing facts which are available on their websites. Then there are a lot of use of quick reference codes. So instead of giving the address of the website, they are pasting the QR code. They are putting it on website as well, and they are taking printout and placing it at different places. And data and statistical services is also very important for new transformed libraries. Then use of Ultimatix tools is also important, like whatever you are writing on your Facebook wall or on your blog, I think that is also counted. So I think we should have some Ultimatix profile generated through some important sites. And like in Delhi, there is a library of Goethe Institute, which is a German library. So I think in many of the library, like Goethe Institute library, the libraries are creating maker spaces. These are basically a small workshop where people are learning by doing the thing instead of simply reading. And if you are able to provide great quality lab environment, that may serve as a great purpose as a good transformed library. Then marketing is also very important. Dr. Ganguly has covered, like whatever good work you are doing, the information should reach to the competent authority as well, like you are doing a great work. So that may result in better funding or your central position in the institution. And this is one example from COVID experience. Like the librarians are the people like who have been delivering all the time. So many of the professions were affected by the COVID, but I think library profession is IT supported. So we have been delivering during this tough time as well. So these are some of the services I am going to share about from my own experience. Like these are some of the state-of-the-art libraries, the engineering libraries of the India, like ITD or IT Roorkee or IT Madras or Kanpur or Guwahati or Dhanbad. So if your library building is good, if it is at the central place, then it attracts many people. These are some of the library facilities that we have at IIT Delhi. And to promote and strengthen the library system and our position to strengthen we have taken several initiatives here. So instead of reading from this list, you can see this list, and I will go ahead with some of these screenshots because I have to complete my presentation perhaps in next 10 minutes. So I think library website is most important. Like in IIT Delhi, we have created this website of IIT Delhi Library using Drupal's latest edition, and you will be surprised to know that this website has been created by one of our intern under the supervision of one of the officers. So if your library is using some open source content management system, it can serve like your discovery service or like your federated search. Like you have a search box here, so whatever content are available from the back end of this site, they all are discoverable. So as I have shared, like all our services are cloud-based. Our integrated library management system, which is LIFSys, our institutional repository, which is DSpace-based, our standards, everything that we are using here is available from Badal Cloud, which is a free cloud from Ministry of Education for government institutions. So I think you can also explore. Earlier, we were always worried what is the temperature of our server room, whether the backup has been taken or not. Now we have migrated on Badal Cloud, so we are not worried at all. Services are provided uninterrupted. Even if the library building might be closed during late night, the services are still on. And if a library has really great library app that can serve a great purpose, like IIT Delhi Library has an app for library resources. And remote access to e-resources is very important. Like earlier we were using VPN and other things. Now we have added InFAT as well, and people are able to explore our resources from wherever they are. And I think one of the important service popular during this pandemic is RFID as well, because people are able to check out, check in, book drop on their own. And this is the single window search interface using EDS. And this is the online access to thesis using DSpace-based IR. And you will be surprised to know that IIT Delhi has digitized all its file, all its document, whether these are service record and other things. And they are making it accessible to the competent authorities through this DSpace-based access management system. So IIT Delhi Central Library has taken lead in this aspect, and that is why our position in the IIT Delhi is very strong, because we are going out of way, we are taking so many initiatives. I think one should create some virtual library tour. They should create like some video or orientation program, that what we have also done for our students. And earlier we were displaying the books physically. Now the books are details of the books newly received in the libraries available online as well. And since we were not able to host the physical book exhibition, we explored really innovative ways to explore the available books with the vendors using virtual book exhibition. And this course, you might be aware that this is very popular course offered by IIT Delhi, which is Emerging Trends and Technologies. And both the years, I was having more than 3,000 learners globally. It is not restricted to Indians only. And our faculty profiling system is really very popular. And some of the results which you can get from this profile system using InflibNet's project may not be available through Scopus. Like you can get the H-index of a department which is not readily available in Scopus of Bioscience, or you can beautifully get this type of profile of an individual. And then research support services in the libraries are now very popular. We have created this section, research support services and outreach program, and these all services you can provide using this. And then everyone is organizing like need-based activities or webinars, so librarians should also do this. Then you can create beautiful user-centric tutorial as per their requirement. And people may not be very good in English, so you can help them use English correcting softwares. Like IIT Delhi is using Grammarly as well, but there are many free softwares like Ginger and other paraphrasing tools. So similarity or plagiarism related knowledge of librarians is also important. Dr. Rajesh has already covered. The knowledge of citation tool is also very important. And it is good if we are able to give link to digital resources from our OPEC or from our website, because people can access all the full text resources. Since during this pandemic and other time, people are not visiting the library for recommending the book. So online book recommendation system of IIT Delhi is really very popular, and it is helping us a lot. So you can also adopt such technology. We are using RSS feed for providing news clipping services, which is also free. Then we are trying to upload as many resources on our website as possible, which are full text, so that people can download, including question papers or handbook of library. Then we have created a digital gallery and you can explore what library have been doing recently or previously. And then the link to resources has been given in such an easy manner that anybody can explore our resources, including our A to Z list of journals. And then we have a video library. Then Ask the Librarian interface is also popular, but you can also create a chatbot as the e-commerce companies are doing. And then research publication management is also important. And the APIs of Scopus are free. Even if you are not subscribing to Scopus, you can create the alert from Scopus. And I think we should make use of social networking judiciously, which can help us a lot. And these are some of the important sites. You can help your user to create their profile using these sites. And if they are able to create their profile on these all free websites, then their visibility will improve and the public perception will improve, and it will help in the ranking as well. Like I have created my profile on all these websites, and you can see if you are searching Nabi Hassan on Google, I think many of the hits may come from me. Although I have not done any great work, still my hits are there because I have created profile on the websites. Okay, and if you are able to create some content on Wikipedia, then the first hit is coming for Wikipedia. Like in AMU, when I was the University Librarian of AMU, our Maulana Azad Library, which is a central library, was searchable through Wikipedia at the first place. And if you are able to somehow make your library popular through TripAdvisor or something else, that can also help in visibility of your institution. Then knowledge of data visualization tool is very important. I think Dr. Ganguly is master, so I'm not going to touch it. But I think instead of using Excel, you should also try these beautiful data visualization tools when you are presenting your data in paper or in your thesis. What matters for your institution is that if you are able to get good citation, that can help improve the ranking of your institution or your own visibility as well. And this list, these are some of the special provision which can help you to improve the citation for your own papers or for your institution as well. Okay, then you can explore use of AI or machine learning or big data application through library, or there are IoT based library services which you can explore. And then library as a third or collaborative place is very important. Our first place is like our home or office, and our third place is like these type of great spaces. So people are coming and discussing from different domains, and these are some beautiful screens from some of the library. This is from the Sentosa Island of like Singapore, and people have created these beautiful spaces. So some of the libraries have started exploring use of blockchain as well for secure transaction, and international collaboration are helping us a lot to get an idea, to get the exposure as well. So with this, I would like to say, like, is there a need of libraries and librarians in this changing age? Because people are saying that we have migrated to ICT based services, there are e-resources. So is there a need of libraries or librarians? Yes, the answer is big yes. But we have to change ourselves. If the users cannot come to the library, let the library reach to them as per their convenience and the way they want. So there is a need to see the library through patron's eye instead of simply providing normal library services. So why libraries and librarians are still extremely important? Because not everything is available on internet. Digital libraries are not the internet. Like businesses, digital libraries still need human staffing. Not everyone can afford e-books. Eliminating libraries would cut short an important process of cultural evolution. Libraries are stable while the web is transient. Libraries can be surprisingly helpful for new collections and archives. Librarians help in evaluation, matrices, rankings, etc. So this is an important like WhatsApp message where the girl is very smart and the father is equally smart, who is a librarian as well. Dad, I have fallen in love with a boy who is so cute. He's so far away from me. I'm in IT Delhi. He's in MIT USA. We became friends on Facebook, talk on WhatsApp, finally saw each other on Skype. He proposed to me on Google Duo. I need your blessing. So the father, who is also a librarian, is also equally smart. He says, okay, I suggest you to get married on Twitter, have fun on Tango, get your kids from eBay, deliver them through Dropbox, and oh yes, if you get tired of him, beta, sell him on OLX. So this is what I would like to conclude. Like you are going to a doctor with all the report, MRI report, blood report, urine report, LFT, KFT, everything. Still, you cannot prescribe medicine on your own, despite you have all the report. You have to visit the doctor as well, though you have a telemedicine. In the same way, if some people are saying that librarians are obsolete now because we have the internet, it is like saying doctors are obsolete now as we have the telemedicine. So the relevance of doctors will remain there in the society, and the relevance of librarian will also remain there. So I have taken content from different resources. I would like to duly acknowledge all these resources and believe in yourself. You are a competent librarian, you are a great library professional, and you are a great library. Keep doing good work and keep continue your providing great services to the people. Thank you. Dr. Sangeeta, over to you.
Thank you very much. A great presentation by you, Dr. Nabi Hassan, giving such a wonderful insights about the innovative tools and technologies, trends, and also the best practices which are being followed under your able leadership at IIT Delhi. We are much grateful to you. Many takeaways again from your wonderful presentation that you had, and you have covered almost everything, and we could see that also in the chat box. Everyone has really been deeply impressed with your very, very impressive presentation. Thank you so very much, Dr. Hassan, for taking out time, for being there with us, and for sharing your vast knowledge and expertise, and practically you're doing many things at IIT Delhi, for which we congratulate you once again and your team for the fabulous work that you're engaged with. We are quickly now making the floor open for questions and requesting our attendees. You may have questions definitely, and we would like to request you, if you may like to get connected with our distinguished speakers, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly or with Dr. Nabi Hassan, please kindly quickly raise your digital hand and we will be happy to get it connected. Otherwise, you can post your question in the chat box and we will take the question from there and we'll pose the questions to our speakers. Quick request to all of you, if you have any questions, please kindly post it. Both the presentations, they were being presented in a very lucid manner, and I could see that, and this is to congratulate both of you, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly as well as Dr. Nabi Hassan. I could see there are many messages, and everyone say is excellent presentation, and that's for both of you. Both of you deserves, special accolades from the organizers and from all the attendees over here. We should applause for each of you. It's a virtual. We do hope that you're able to hear it very loud and clear, and much appreciation and admiration for both our distinguished colleagues who have really spoken so well and have truly inspired our library professionals. And as we could see that there are some who are even writing it claps and posting it in the, and this is for Mr. E. Ramesh who has done that, and we are able to know that how appreciative everyone, each one of us were with the wonderful presentations, wonderful insights, and also you have shown them the way ahead. You have given them many things that they can, even if they are able to implement a few of them, future is in their hand. They have to really act and do, but you have shown them the light. You have shown them the way to go ahead. So thank you very much. On behalf of the organizers, that is Delnet, we would like to present firstly this beautiful memento to Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. This is for you, Shantanu, and would like to see to it that we are able to deliver this, or would request you to come down to Delnet, and it would be a pleasure to present it to you in person.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. And
Thank
requesting Dr. Nabi Hassan.
So, Dr. Sangeeta, I already have these two.
But this, you have got the same one. How come? We got it recently made.
Wait.
On the left also? So you have. But how come on the left this we have recently made? Oh, you are, so it's again a networking. So you are going to have a trial now. It's a
Thank
trio
you
you
very
are
much.
going to
Thank
have.
you very much. It's a great collection here. It's a small
It's a
museum.
really, it's a
That's
great
nice.
collection.
That's nice, yeah.
Yes.
But I'm
Thank you.
really
Thank
surprised
you.
because we have recently made the jewel-studded one. We thought it's a jewel-studded. We have just done it, a jewel-studded one, but it seems that already we have done. Perhaps I think it was in ICRL
Yes,
2018.
it is written Delnet.
Yeah, it is here also.
It's,
It is there. Yeah, it is over here also, and it's going to have your
yes.
name also at the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Indeed,
so,
very, very
so it's,
happy. So it's a company.
yeah.
We are giving it to the, you have got the elephants over there. So we are just going to add one more. And we look forward to having this.
Well, I
I
don't
was just,
have this color.
actually,
I
not
don't
this
have the
color.
color.
So we are going to. So we really look forward to having you back in the next, because next year's NACLIN will be a very special NACLIN that will be, we will be celebrating the Silver Jubilee of NACLIN.
Oh,
Dr.
great.
Paul institutionalized it, and we are going to have a Silver Jubilee. Delnet Silver Jubilee we celebrated in 2017, but NACLIN Silver Jubilee, and we have big plans to do it in a bigger way. And we really look forward to have not only a bigger elephant, but maybe perhaps other than the elephant, we will also try to have something else for the next year. So thank you so very much. Till then, it's always a
Thank
great
you.
honor and pleasure, and can't really thank you enough, both of you, for the enormous support that you have always been giving it to us. It's an
Thank you.
opportunity to express. We really mean that. We really mean that. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Dr. Shantanu,
Thank you,
from each
Sangeeta.
one of us. Dr.
Thank you.
Nabi Hassan, it has been a great
Thank
honor
you,
and
Nabi.
pleasure. Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Thank,
Nabi.
thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. I would like to say that you are very selective as far as speakers are concerned. You have selected really very selective speakers. They are
It is it.
delivering great content, and
It
we
is,
have to sit with the screen. We are not able to do other work because the content are such interesting one.
It is.
Thank
And
you,
we are
Dr.
very, very,
Sangeeta, for
I
yeah.
would just like to mention that on both the days we have, like day before yesterday, we had 956 participants who attended the first day deliberations, followed by yesterday around 978 to be very precise, as the report says. And today I think we are having much more than that, because it's those who have registered. But yes, but we as a practice seat, whosoever has registered till 10 o'clock on 6th of December, after that no registration. So it's just like what we do in the physical environment, same happens in the online. And we are much touched with the kind of an overwhelming response that our professional colleagues have done, and we could see that they are still being there, and they are. So, and you mean a lot, all our invited speakers have really done. You are the ones who really were the one who brought the value, to this entire conference, because of your
Thank you.
highly intellectual
Thank
inputs.
you,
We really
Sangeeta.
mean
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
you,
Dr.
very much.
Sangeeta, for giving us opportunity again.
No, it's a
This
pleasure.
to be
I know. And we look forward to the Silver Jubilee celebrations, and not this elephant, but something else now. Since we already have got now a trio, we'll try to have something else for the next year. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. God bless you, and may you keep on doing, the wonderful, fabulous work that both of you are doing for the profession. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you
Thank
very much indeed. Thank you. Thanks, Ethan. With this, we had a wonderful presentation. We are closing wonderful session, the technical session 6, the last technical session of the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking on Digital Strategies for Digital Transformation in Libraries. Both our distinguished speakers, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly and Dr. Nabi Hassan, has truly inspired each one of us to become the digital strategies to take our libraries, to transform the libraries and take the libraries forward to the future. With this, we are closing this session now, technical session 6. It's sharp right now. It is 1:30. We are giving you half an hour's time to quickly have your lunch and be back here at 2 o'clock, as we are going to have the panel discussion, which is on the theme of the conference, the Future Ready Libraries and Librarians Thinking the Unthinkable. And we have a very distinguished panelist, including Professor Dr. Ramesh C. Gaur, Dr. Mrs. P. Vishaki, Dr. D.V. Singh Ji, and also Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji. So please kindly come back at 2 o'clock. And also, since we are having an open discussion also with the online participants, while having your meals, while having your lunch, do think about it. What are the ways that you think, that we have to keep our libraries and librarians future ready? So we would really, really be wanting you to be back here at 2 o'clock to join us at the panel discussion. Has truly been an honor and pleasure for asked to have each one of you with us at the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking being organized by DILNet. We look forward to seeing you back here again at 2 o'clock. Till then, thank you so very much and have a very nice, good lunch. And we'll see you soon again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good afternoon to you, Dr. Vishaki. Dr. Vishaki, very good afternoon. Not able to hear you. Dr. Vishaki, good afternoon to you. Professor Manish, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sangeeta.
Yeah, that's so comforting. It's so comforting to hear, yeah. It's wonderful to see you and very, very comforting, also to hear you, so wonderful. Thank you very, very much for taking out time for us. Such a wonderful pleasure to see you. Good afternoon, Dr. Vishaki, very good afternoon. Not able to hear you, Vishaki. We're not able to hear you. No audio. Shaki, we are not able to hear you. Can you just check your audio connection? It shows connected, but there is no audio. There is no audio. The audio connection, just check for the cable, some cable connection. Good afternoon, Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji. Very good afternoon to you, sir. Hello. Sir, I just request you, please unmute yourself. I just want to check once.
Sangeeta ji, can you hear me?
Sir,
can you hear me?
Very much. Yeah, very much, sir. Perfectly fine. Happy to.
Actually, there is power cut. I am on my phone. My audio will be there, but video. Okay.
Sir, we are going to miss seeing you, sir. But let's hope and pray that the power gets restored and you can have, you can use your desktop then. So, but audio is perfect, sir. Audio is very fine. Very fine, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Dr. Vishaki, no audio. Can you just check on your connection on your desktop? There's no audio which is there. Vishaki, just try to log out and re-log in again. Vishaki, just please log out and re-log in again. The trial worked very well the other day. What happened really? Just log out, and if you can re-log in, we'll just try to solve this issue. Very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome back to this post-lunch session. We just request you to bear with us. We are encountering some little difficulty in getting connected with Dr. Vishaki right now. The audio is not there, so please just bear with us. We have our distinguished panelist, Professor Dr. Ramesh Sigar. He's already there online with us. We also have Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji. He's there with us on the audio. And we are also expecting Dr. D.V. Singh Ji to be there in a short while, and he will also be there through the audio. We request you, please bear with us. We would appreciate that in the online, these are sometimes we do encounter the glitches, even if you have done the trials, but when you are having the live sessions, we have Dr. Vishaki has joined back, and we are just trying to see that we are able to hear her now. Dr. Vishaki, for you, there is no audio device it is showing. You don't have an audio connected. Where is the audio? Microphone. There's no microphone with your device. Now it has come. You kindly speak. Say something.
Hi, Dr. Sangeeta.
Lovely. We're just smiling and laughing. You join us. And, that's the happiness that you get. That's the happiness of the connections. You know, this is what connections can do, and what disconnections can do also. Everyone has seen that. And what connections can do, this is the beauty of connections, being connected. Yeah. And I was really happy to see God smiling on both of us, you know, that.
Hello, sir. Dr. Ramesh. Hello, sir.
Hello, Vishaki. How are you?
Yeah, fine, sir. Fine.
Pleasure.
Nice to see face to face after a long time.
Yeah.
We do hope and pray we can. D.V. Singh, sir, could you please share? Very good afternoon to you, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar. I'm trying to connect, but let us see. I'm in a village. How it happens?
No, sir, but the audio is. It seems, sir, audio is fine. Audio is fine, sir. Okay. Audio is fine, sir. Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji is also. Sir, I think audio is working. Yes, that's very nice to see you. Namaskar, sir.
Thank you, all of you. Namaste.
Namaskar, sir. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you so very much. We have only Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji now, who is on the audio with us because he has some power cut issues in Patiala, and he's trying as soon as the power gets restored, so he will also be able to see him also. So it's a pleasure, and sir, with your permission, now we are starting off the panel discussion. So once again, a hearty welcome to each one of you to this post-lunch session of the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2021, being organized by Telnet. And we are now in the very last session prior to the valedictory. This is the last session, a very important session that we are going to have. And this is a panel discussion on the main theme of NACLIN 2021, which is the future-ready libraries and librarians thinking the unthinkable. And also, as being mentioned also in our program schedule, we are also going to have an open discussion with our online participants. To deliberate on this major theme of the conference. We have a very distinguished panelist who are going to deliberate on this conference theme and going to share their insights that how do we the library and information science professionals intend to tackle the future and make our libraries and librarians future ready. I have a profound privilege, firstly, in welcoming Professor Dr. Ramesh C. Kaur, the Dean, Director, Library and Information and Head, Kalanidhi Division at Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, New Delhi. It's a profound privilege for us to have you with us, Dr. Kaur. Thank you so much for taking out time and for being of immense support to us always to Delnet. It's a wonderful pleasure, and must thank you for all the support that you have been extended to us, and we really look forward to the deliberations. Thank you so very much. It's a profound privilege and pleasure to welcome Dr. Mrs. P. Vishakhi, the librarian at ISER Mohali. It's a pleasure for me, Dr. Vishakhi, to welcome you, and glad that we are able to get connected. And thank you so much for agreeing to deliberate on the conference theme. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at the Delnet programs. Profound pleasure in welcoming Dr. D.V. Singh ji, our most renowned, well-known name in the libraries, the university currently serving as a university librarian at SRM University in Sonipat. It's a profound privilege, sir. Thank you so very much for all the support and for all the help that you have always been given. And we are really looking forward to hearing about your expert advice on the issues that we have as a main central theme of the conference. Profound privilege in welcoming Dr. Jagtar Singh ji. Welcoming
Yes.
Dr. Jagtar Singh ji. Sir, we welcome you and thank you very much for your immense support, and thank you for agreeing to be a panelist. We do hope that by 3:30 the power gets restored and we get a chance also to see you in and we really look forward to the deliberations, sir, and thank you so much for taking out time and being there with us. It always means a lot, sir, to us. Your presence and your support to us really means a lot. So I would just like to brief you that the session is for 90 minutes, and we would just like to brief that how we intend to carry out the session. Since it's of 90 minutes, and we also have our distinguished panelists, 4 of our distinguished panelists are there with us. What we desire to do in this 90 minutes is, because the entire recommendations of NACLIN 2021, we are looking forward to the deliberations, and this panel discussion would definitely be contributing a lot for the recommendations of the conference. So in the last 3 days, we have seen it, our distinguished speakers from across the country, they deliberated on a number of sub-themes of the conference, and a number of deliberations have already, recommendations have come. But yes, definitely through this panel discussion, we are wanting, because that would be that centered around now, the entire focus is now on the main theme of the conference. And we really look forward, this session is going to give lot many recommendations. So keeping that in mind, what we intend to do, 60 minutes, it is a ratio of 60 to 30 minutes. So 60 minutes, we have it for our distinguished panelists. And then 30 minutes, we want to keep it open for discussions with the online attendees who have joined us. And we also have our other distinguished experts who have been speaking during the last 3 days at the convention. Also, if they have any particular things to share or to ask our distinguished panelists to share their views on. So having 4 speakers, so what we intend to do is 15 minutes per speaker, per distinguished panelist, they would be deliberating on the theme. And what we as an organizer would really want them to highlight is, when we talk about the future ready libraries and librarians, thinking the unthinkable, the 3 facets to get the desired knowledge out of the session is, what are the various fronts? It is like what, how, and who that we intend to take out as a deliverables from the session. So what, under what we are wanting to know, what are the fronts on which the libraries and librarians have to become future ready, their own perspective on that. How to make them future ready. So that's a preparedness, how really to make them, how to make our libraries future ready, how to make our own library professionals, what all needs to be done for that. And lastly comes yet again, another important issue is who has to play a significant role in making them prepared, in bringing that change, whether we talk about the libraries, whether we talk about the library professionals, and then also because therein is where we would like to see what are the kind of new policy decisions has to be there, what the associations has to do, what the library networks like Delnet can play a role in making our libraries and librarians future ready. Thinking the unthinkable remains the thing that we need to now start thinking about. So I have a profound privilege, firstly, in we have our first panelist, distinguished panelist, Professor Dr. Ramesh Sikor, a person of great stature who has been contributing so immensely, a well-known figure in the field of not only in the libraries but at worldwide. And we really are feeling so happy to have Dr. Gaur with us this afternoon. All of us, the person who has been contributing so much. He's a well-known name in the field of library and information science in India and abroad. But still, I will make an humble attempt to making you all apprised that yes, Dr. Ramesh Sikor is presently the Dean and Director at Library and Information, Head Kalanidhi Division at Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts. I'm also very pleased to share with you that he is being given a very prestigious responsibility of heading as a chairman of networking of the government libraries project, a monitoring committee that Dr. Gaur has been given as a chairman. He has been appointed as a chairman by Niti Aayog, and it's a great honor for a library professional to be given this entire task of doing that. And we congratulate you, Dr. Gaur, for this. It's really a great accomplishment, to head that and to think about networking of the libraries, and he has been entrusted to do that. We really congratulate entire community, library and information science professionals, the Indian professionals. They really congratulate you on this. Professor Gaur is also one of the most senior, most faculty and official in IGNC, and also officiates for the member secretaries whenever in his absentia. As a dean at IGNCA, Dr. Gaur is responsible for management and smooth running of various academic programs, including 7 PG diploma courses and 5 short-term certificate programs in various disciplines. And this is to highlight that it's not only that he's immensely contributing in the field of libraries, but he's also contributing in the disciplines including cultural management, South Asian studies, Buddhism, digital library data management, cultural informatics, conservation, folklore, tribal studies, and much more. Also would like to apprise you, all of you are fully being aware about it, being a library professional, that Dr. Gaur also served as a university librarian right from 2011 to 2018 at Jawaharlal Nehru University. At IGNCA, Professor Gaur also headed Kalakosh division of IGNCA during October 2009 to December 2010, and National Mission for Manuscripts, one of our most prestigious projects at IGNCA, as its director from April 2009 to September 2009. He has been also associated with a number of other prestigious institutions in the country, including Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, CRRI, RIS, and MDI, and also IMT Ghaziabad. Professor Gaur has been playing a pivotal role in creating awareness, education, and training on and about research publication ethics, particularly on plagiarism in India. He was a member of the University Grants Commission MHRD Committee for drafting of UGC, promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism in higher education regulations of 2018. He has to his credit more than 100 workshops that he has wherein he was invited to speak on plagiarism, its detection and avoidance. He also has visited, it's a very impressive profile of Professor Gaur, visited more than 24 countries, and that speaks volumes of his contributions that he's making at an international level. He's also, it's a pleasure to also inform you that he has significantly contributed in digitization, digital archiving of Indian cultural heritage, promoting open access, and is also involved with the UNESCO Memory of the World project, Intangibles, Cultural Heritage, Archival and Information Science. He has been bestowed with a large number of awards and recognitions, including Iceland Library Award for 2007, Satkal Young Librarian Award, and many more felicitations and recognitions. So that's volume of his contributions. Profound privilege and pleasure to have you with us, Professor Gaur, today. And I really look forward, we all look forward to hearing from you on the central theme of the conference, the future ready libraries and librarians. And I said, we would like to know the three major facets: what, how, and who has to take care of all this. So it's over to you. It's a pleasure for me.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for a very kind and generous introduction. Delnet and you and Professor Kaul, Dr. Kaul, we have a special connections and relations with me, and I always feel honored whenever I associate with Delnet. So let me start with paying my tribute to the founder of Delnet, Dr. H.K. Kaul, my mentor, who has been force behind all this development of Delnet, and he has left a very rich organization, ably guided by currently the director of Delnet, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. We all are so delighted to be part of this important convention, NACLIN 2021, which is being organized online. And I'm honored to have my senior colleagues in the panel, Professor Jagtar Singh, Dr. D.V. Singh, and also Dr. Vishakhi. So let me share my thoughts on this future-ready libraries and what should be the role of librarians in having this future-ready libraries. We all know last 2 decades, libraries have seen significant changes, and it is mainly due to internet revolution and other technological revolution. Now, the kind of role libraries are having, it is not just a repository of library, and a lot of librarian is not just to acquire the material and get it cataloged and put it on shelf for the access. I think it has just gone beyond that, and now the libraries are, apart from the repository of resources, it has become a learning spaces. So if we say that libraries are now learning resource center, it will be more appropriate, because if you talk about the current internet revolution, the internet has become part and parcel of library resources. Now we cannot consider that just library resources are part of library resources. Entire internet, the World Wide Web is part of library collections. So librarians have to look into this context that now the physical boundaries are no more there. Now we are talking about libraries which are accessible anywhere, anytime, using various kind of remote access and discovery technologies. We are talking about the libraries which are also providing access to the a large amount of open access resources, maybe MOOC and Moodle and various kind of platform like NPTEL, and also a large number of resources which are available in form of open education resources within India and all over the world. So that kind of resources are also part of the library collections. We definitely need to understand that now librarians are not just the manager or the administrator. Now librarians' role has become as a facilitator of learning. It has become more of a mentor and teacher. When we talk about the Internet of Things, we talk about new education system, and I will come to the new education policy also. In the new education system, it is more about flexible packaging of the information and delivery of the information anywhere, anytime. And why it is more important? Because now users are very technology savvy. They know the various kind of requirement of on internet, and they are very fascinated or familiar with the internet technologies. So that kind of current situation we are living now. When we talk about and one thing which I really want to mention here, that even to live up to the expectation of the users or to fulfill the current role of libraries and librarians, I think Indian libraries are lagging behind. Why I'm saying lagging behind? Because still we are not prepared or fully prepared, except few libraries and librarians. Most of us are still lacking on those new roles as a knowledge navigator, or as a teacher, or as a mentor, or as a facilitator of learning. resources. I think in this context, I think we have to really first study and look into that. Are we ready to take up the current challenges? Let's talk about future later. First, we have to really identify those gaps in our library sciences schools. We have to identify those gaps, the way libraries are being dealt by the administrator and policymakers. So even in the current context, I have certain issues which I feel libraries need to look into that to fulfill the current role of libraries. When we talk about future role of libraries and librarians, I know I have limited time. I just want to focus on 2-3 important things. And first thing in this regard is the new education policy 2020. If you see that new education policy, it is more focused about learning. It talks about experiential learning. It talks about uh, art integrated learning. It talks about sports integrated learning. In primary education, it talks about having education in mother tongues. It talks about various kind of knowledge repository and the promotion of Indian language literature. And also very important thing that this education policy has also talked about creating various kind of digital libraries and resources to fulfill the aims and objective of this new education policy. So in this, learning become a very focal point. In this, it may be mutual learning, it may be group learning, it may be internet learning, and also this blended learning. When we talk about this pandemic, we have been used to this online learning, but this online learning is not just sufficient. We need to have, once we are back to the physical spaces, then we need to have a blended learning. So in this context, to meet the requirement of new education policy, and I don't mean only academic libraries are going to fulfill the role because there's a large number of public libraries, there's a large number of research libraries, because when we talk about innovations in educations, all libraries are going to play important role in that. It may be rural libraries. So in this context, I think the new role of libraries and librarians are to understand that how to enhance the learning experiences, how to develop various kind of learning spaces, how to develop various kind of learning resources. Like, give you an example. When we talk about internet is used, uh, but we need to educate the users that when you search on internet, everything on internet is not authenticated. Everything on internet is not correct information or peer-reviewed information. There may be a lot of fake information. There is a lot of misinformation. And when the users are searching on Google, they need to be reminded that only 15 to 20% resources are indexed by the Google or any other standard search engines. Rest 80 to 85% resources are not indexed by the Google. So how to look for that remaining 80%? Moreover, when you search on Google or any other standard search engines, they will never authentify or give you the kind of certification that this is a genuine information, fake or peer-reviewed information. Moreover, when you search on Google, thousands of references coming, and the first may not be the most relevant. So this limitation of internet, we need to educate the users, and we have to provide them how to search that large amount of authenticated information, academic information, government data, and there are a large number of deep web, which is totally free. So for this future ready libraries, I think first my recommendation and suggestion is that we should learn how to penetrate deep web. We should learn what are the different kind of subject specific search engines developed for, like for medical sciences or for law, for management, or we can find out specific databases and repository which are specifically designed for the specific clientele. So this deep web searching is very important. So I think our users should be ready by that. And definitely we have to learn how to contribute our role in this enhancing the deep web searching or learning experiences for the user. Next important thing is the open access and open educational resources. I think as a stakeholder, libraries and librarians have to play a very important role in dealing with various issues of open access and open educational resources. When we talk about open access resources, there is a quality open access resources, there are pedantry journals, there are pedantry publishing. So we also need to, librarians, future librarians need to educate the users what are the quality open access resources and what are the pedantry resources which need to be avoided in the research and referencing. When we talk about open educational resources, a librarian has to become an important stakeholder in creation of these resources by providing platform and also by providing different opportunity for the users, and also disseminating and connecting the users to the right open educational resources. So this is the second important point for future ready libraries, because no point of time we cannot subscribe the enough number of resources. We lot depend upon internet. In this context, I think we need to really look into that. Next, my suggestion for future ready reference libraries is about this, particularly in university system, how to enhance the quality of research. Librarians are considered domain expertise, and in this context, dealing with plagiarism, also guiding them about how to what is plagiarism, how to detect, how to avoid plagiarism, and what are the different kind of automated citation tools. So in this context, uh, all those components related to enhancing the quality of research, we have to become the teacher and mentor in guiding the students about enhancing the quality of research with various kind of tools already available with us. Next important in this context is the data management. This data maybe research data or maybe data created by various government agencies, data created by various kind of agencies. So in this context, I think we have to really prepare ourselves how to archive this data. Data archiving is very important. Reuse of data, sharing of data. Currently, we don't have data repository in this country. We don't have, we are not having much enough awareness about this data repository. So we need to learn what are the data repository tools, how to create data repository in this context, because data is very important, and the future of libraries lot depend upon the data. And more and more users will be looking forward to the libraries to provide them access to the data rather than just information, because data has become a very important ingredient in the new society. Now, moving ahead, the next important thing is that how we see the networking and resource sharing. We have large number of cultural heritage in this country. I'm saying because I've been part of cultural heritage. We have more than 1 crore manuscripts. We have enough. We have such a huge wealth of cultural heritage material, but that is not available on internet. That is not being fully digitized and fully accessible over the internet. So that's another very important, because we are the libraries are considered the carrier of the societal changes and also passing on repository from one generation to another generation. So in this context, I think we need to really work on, and in this context, I think what Sangeeta mentioned about my new role as the chairman of the project monitoring committee of the Ministry of integrating ministries and department libraries in the government setup is going to be very challenging, because most of these institutions are carrying a lot of rare material. Last but not least, my last thing is to the library sciences schools. Unfortunately, in some schools, the syllabuses have been not designed. In some cases, it has been designed, but it's more about our teaching faculty, the kind of like one man running an entire department. And we are depend a lot on the guest faculty, and guest faculties are being invited just on the basis of proximity and other issues. We are not providing quality education. We are unable to attract the talent, the best talent available in the country. So I think there are two important challenges for library sciences school. First, to really redesign the course curriculum, and this new education policy implementation is the new opportunity for all of us. So let's design our courses as per the requirement and as the needs of the future ready libraries. In this context, there is a big need to have a course curriculum development committee by UGC to have a uniform discussion, and the experts from this field may be invited in that course curriculum development committee, and then we can definitely think of having a model course design. And also there is a need to look into the various kind of course designing, like this 1 year MBLib and 1 year MLib Do we need something better than this model? That is also need to think over it. And another thing is that we need to project ourselves. See, libraries are very, very important. We know that, everybody knows that, but it is not being recognized. The awareness is not there in society. People don't know the role of libraries and librarians, how libraries can make difference in the life of a person. So in that context, I think we need to do a lot of advocacy. We need to project the image of libraries and role of libraries and librarians. We need to go to the various kind of policy maker. So in this context, I think if we are able to make a good impact in the society, then there may be good talent coming to the School of Library Science, and we will be expecting a quality professional in this. And with these words, I think I will not take more time. We have very eminent speaker to speak. During question answer session, I will be happy to interact and will provide my some of my views and any others point of view on this subject. Thank you, Sangeeta. Now over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Ramesh. Lot many things, you have given me a, opportunity to jot down lot many things, which are definitely going to be a part of the recommendations of NACLIN 2021. Thank you so much for contributing so significantly for these discussions and highlighting lot many of issues, which really holds a lot much of thinking has to get into, and not only thinking, besides that, now it's a time to put it into actions and get it seen. It has to be, these things has to be done practically now. So thank you very much for deliberating so wonderfully on this. We truly greatly admire your participation and for sharing your valuable inputs with us this afternoon. Thank you so much, Ramesh. Thank you. We would now like to go to our second distinguished speaker of this afternoon, Dr. Vishakhi. Firstly, would like to request Dr. Vishakhi, if you kindly switch on. Yes, yeah, you have to unmute yourself. Yeah, Dr. Vishakhi. It's a pleasure for me to introduce you all to Dr. P. Vishakhi, the librarian at ISER Mohali. Presently, she is working as a librarian at ISER Mohali. And prior to that, Dr. Vishakhi was with the Indian Council for Agriculture Research, Department of Agriculture Research and Education, Ministry of Agriculture for nearly 17 years. She has to have traded more than 24 years of experience in various capacities in the field of library and information science at different institutes at ICR across India. Before joining ISER Mohali, she was handling 2 libraries of ICAR, that was at Krishi Bhavan and ISRI at Pusa campus in New Delhi. And also simultaneously, she worked as a chief librarian and head of library information systems, and also handled 2 prestigious projects of the World Bank National Multi-Core Mega Project simultaneously. Holding PhD, she has 2 postgraduate degrees in computer science as well as in library and information science, which is very, very rare to see, and that's being reflected the way that Dr. Vishakhi is contributing to the profession. She has published more than 60 papers and edited 10 books and 2 journals in library and information science. Dr. Vishakhi has guided 1 PhD, 10 MLIC students, and 6 MSc Computer Science students, and 5 PhD LAN of IGNOU IRI Global Open University, Nagaland. She has also evaluated a number of theses of 2 years postgraduate programs in library and information science conducted by NISCARE CSIR. She has been delivering a large number of talks in various workshops, conferences, and training programs. She's a life member of many professional bodies, presented many papers in national and international conferences, and also has been an expert in many screening, selection, and promotion committees in various institutions across India. Profound privilege always to have you, Dr. Vishakhi, with us. And thank you so very much for agreeing to be one of our distinguished speakers at this very important panel discussion on the main theme of the conference. I would not like to stand between you and our attendees who may really like to look forward, hearing about your views. How do you foresee what needs to be done, how needs to be done, and who is going to do that work of making the libraries and librarians future ready? It's over to you, Dr. Vishakhi.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Dr. Sangeeta, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to share my experiences at ISER Mohali, which are thinking and unthinkable on this platform. First of all, thing is, being most of our previous speakers have already covered, so I don't want to touch it. Even Dr. Ramesh also emphasized in national education policy and all, but I don't want to touch. But thing is, 2-3 issues I would like to share with my professional colleagues. First of all, our library is Aizer Mohali's 8 floors library, and we could provide almost all latest services or technology like what do you say, that group study rooms, discussion rooms, smart rooms, seminar rehearsals, so many things we have provided. Except COVID time, no other day I could see that library is vacant. So what I mean to say here is, I have spent 3 generations. I myself is witnessing 3 generations of library provision. I started my provision purely in traditional way, but later we all discussed about library at crossroads, hybrid libraries. Now we are talking about digital libraries and online libraries. In future, I feel that some other nomenclature may come. Maybe what is the remote library or remote librarian or some other word, because we are going beyond this present situation. See, if you see this, when I was in a traditional mode, when we open the library, usually so many books used to be there, which were used by readers overnight. But now I'm seeing only laptops. Every table is filled with 2-3 laptops. When my colleagues go to the library, because my library always works 24 round the clock, 24 hours, then when they go to shelves to replace the books, hardly books, maybe 100 books will be there, but laptops, maybe 500 to 600 laptops will be there on the desktop. This is the scenario is going to change in our library profession. Now thing is, why if you take my experience during COVID, Department of Higher Education, Minister of Education, what they said, all classes should be on online. Then immediately our Senate asked us to provide e-textbooks. Then all our Aizer librarians through library consortium, we discussed, we invited many publishers and we negotiated the prices. And I myself was expecting from Aizer Mohali students around 400 to 500 textbooks they request. But to my surprise, they requested only 11 books. Only 11 books. Then I asked my students, why, how you could? They say that, madam, so many sites are available nowadays. What is the need of subscribing? Whether you forget about it's legitimate or illegal, we won't bother. We are getting lot of content through online. So that's why we have not given any requirement. So that is the scene. If you see that, not only that, suppose example, if you see Google Scholar, SciHub, ResearchGate, and so many sites, Microsoft one, so many sites are bringing out so lot of content. And not only that, if you see that this archives, first of all, physics archives were started. Later, so many subjects archives come up. During this COVID, chemistry and biology has taken very good momentum. So many, they say, when somewhere I read it, 500 to 10,000, 5,000 to 10,000 articles per annum they are depositing in these two archives. Because of COVID, medical fraternity also become very active to know that scientists also working on round the clock. So most of the things they are avoiding to go to the paywall subscription. So these archives are also a lot of advantages rather than disadvantages. Before publishing their articles, they are putting on archives. That way, archives are being promoted, and those content is in open access, and every reader can read it. Advantages and disadvantages, I am not discussing it because due to shortage of time. Now, thing is, not only archives of this science subjects, this project of Netherlands deal that have given a concept of read and publish, and then European Research Council's that Plan S, and these transformative agreements made the open access momentum to the very peak. Because if you see that There are commercial publishers and even society publishers are also, they are giving a lot of options to choose for academicians to publish their papers on open access. But thing is, APC charges are involved into some extent, and even OPC charges you paid, some of the rights are being with publishers, though authors can. There, many of the authors are not aware that what are the implications of these open APC charges, what is the license agreements. Their level of librarians are more important to educate the authors how, what copyrights you can retain with when you are going to the open access, when you are going to the closed access. Now, once some of the publishers, what they do is, there is no uniformity policy across either commercial publishers or society publishers. Some publishers say that you deposit, you subscribe, confirm the subscription before 31st October. And if all libraries confirm their subscription, if we meet the revenue of our requirement, then we will open the content to the general public. But some publishers says that you deposit the lump sum amount with us and we will give some discount for APC charges of your faculty or scientists for publications, and then rest of the amount anyway you have to meet the subscription charges, and then it will be go to the open access. Some public transformative agreement says that we will pay article charges to the discounted prices, or double or triple charges you have to pay for subscription, and then whole content will be the open access. This type of different, there is no uniformity across publishers to go for transformative agreements or planners or whatever it is. Of course, we are not part of planners. India is not part of planners. But thing is, now this concept of open access is, what do you say, that I can say it is taking momentum. So this planner says, recently I read in one article when they met in July 2021, they say that planners people are European, this commission librarians are, they say that every year publisher has to open 5% of their content and open access. So when they reach 75%, the whole content of the publisher has to, for that particular year, has to open to the public access. If this is the trend of opening the content to the public, then what will be the role of the librarian? Because once it is there, of course, if one nation, one subscription comes, then also our role may be some to the market. So at the time we have here, actually we have more role than traditional libraries. Even if our library, everybody is using laptops and all, but they are very much keen to read the textbooks in print. If it is a journals, it is a different scenario, but for books, they love textbooks in print. So, but thing is here, how these librarian can play an important role to educate the users, and then to fall into, because I want to show give an example. Duty of positive, only 15 minutes you have given. Just I want to give an example. Recently, there was a mail from one Gmail. So they are asking to send us publications, articles for publishing, and he has written that there are generally this type of emails will come to the everyone. I also will always receive, but I always ignore it. That day I don't know why I have opened it. They say that it is a multidisciplinary, and this journal is multidisciplinary, scopus covered, and it will be published within 24 hours after receiving the publication fee. So how come any journal which is, and also he has said that it is covered under what is that this UGC clear list. So then I got her doubt, how come any journal which is being covered under Scopus and care list can publish within 24 hours? So then I went to the UGC care list. To my surprise, this is actually, if anybody is on online, you can go to the UGC care list, serial number 7. There is a journal, Das Jaishin. This is actually German language. It is being published in journal language. The original name of the journal is Das Jaishin, and publisher is Singham. And it, of course, this is being covered under Scopus. But when you see in our care list, UGC care list, clearly they have written it's a clone journal. This one, this is actually this is a clone journal. I will come back to the what is the predatory and clone. Nowadays, clone journals are being overtaken by predatory journals. Predatory journals means at least they will have some title of its own. Maybe ISNN is dubious, or there may not be website, or maybe website, maybe some Gmail account or some other account, and domain may be there, com or in, whatever, that is different. But when come to the cloning journals, what is happened is already some journal is very renowned in nature. Simply they are cloning the title by changing either A to E or some other thing. Here they dash Jason, they have removed dash, and Jason is the word they have given for the journal. And then the publisher name was not given, and ISSN number is the same duplicate to the original. So that way he is asking for subscription, this APC charges. If that is the case, this is we are the torch bearers. Librarians are torch bearers for future generation. How to come out of these pitholes, and also this is a thickly overloaded information. How we have to bear the torch to our users to navigate the right information. And then of course, yesterday they were discussing about science, these subject guides and all that. I'm not to get into it because many of the previous speakers are already discussed about it. I think Sankita has come online. I think my time is up. Is it? Okay. So this is
no problem.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sankita. Now, thing is, if this is the way, if it is coming, this information load is coming, and also especially in COVID scenario, everybody has experienced working remotely. Now, recently I had been to some literatures where the librarians have become remote librarians. After retirement also, many of the, actually I will take one example of my close friend. He retired 2-3 years back, and he is tech savvy, and he searched for some right position to serve the library profession, but he was not satisfied. So slowly he started the work from remotely from home, giving help to the readers to give right direction how to search the information through this thickly populated information, like Google Scholar or open access journals, subscribed content, so many things, because already overloaded. So he has given a right direction to his users to search of their relevant topics. And also he searched how to use of this Scopus and the plagiarism checks. And also because he was he was an expert in SPSS software, so he worked on R. So he helped to the users of when they are analyzing the thesis topics and all. So now slowly, what to myself, just a lighter mode I'm sharing. He was telling that he is earning more. Initially he started his exercise for time pass, but now the way he is doing is more than 8 hours per day he's working. He's working more than what he was earning in the library when he was in profession. So this is the way we librarians, if you are tech savvy, if you learn the technology to update your skills, then there is no death for the profession. Like Dr. Nabi Hassan was telling that medical professionals, there is no retirement. For library professionals also, there may not be retirement. So only thing is we have to update our skills. Even right topic is, I have gone through lot of literature on this hijacked and cloned journals. Lot of there will be no committee. Simply they given a website, some dubious names or fake names, and there will be no website, no emails, no contact numbers. So I request, before closing my views, I request all library professionals to concentrate how to come up these type of dubious journals or publishers, and give a right path to our students or researchers to publish their hard-earned content to the right publications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishakhi, for contributing so much for the deliberations. We have taken a note of lot many of your suggestions that you have made, and also this new concept, emerging concept of the remote librarians to work as a remote librarians. And you have pointed it out, like from traditional to digital and digital now to the remote. So these are the new emerging trends that you have tried highlighting. Thank you so very much for sharing your views with us. And we are surely going to come back again in the second round when we are going to have also more deliberations. There would be lot many of our attendees who may also like to have further interactions with you. Thank you so much for taking out time and for being there, Vishakhi, with us today. Much grateful to you. Thank you so much. We are now would like to get connected with Dr. D.V. Singh ji, a renowned name in the field of library and information sciences. It's a profound privilege for us always to have Dr. D.V. Singh ji in DELNET programs, and we are indeed much grateful for the very kind presence of Dr. D.V. Singh ji, a well-known name, renowned library expert, a well-known expert, one of the most seasoned library colleague expert in the libraries. It's a profound privilege for me to welcome you, sir, today on this platform of
Thank you, Sangeeta. It's enough. No further introduction is required. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very
person
much.
of your stature, sir. Yeah, you are of
No,
great
it's enough.
influence, yeah.
It's okay,
Thank
fine.
you, sir. Thank
It's all
you.
right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. You gave me the opportunity to share my thoughts with the professionals, and first of all, I pay my homage to the great visionary of our profession, Dr. Kaul. And DELNET is not a a body; it's a vision, and it's a reason for our librarians and for library fraternity that a person can create the institution. And I always call Professor Kaul that he is a visionary, and a visionary can create the institutions. And those who are not the visionaries and they come to the institution, they destroy the institution. This is the basic difference between visionary and non-visionary. Now I come to the topic. It's a very apt topic and very interesting also. But first, before I go to any other discussion, whenever there is a discussion on library, one question generally arises, and Vishakha also raised the question, where is the need of the library people are talking about. I don't want to go much in detail, but there is a book written by John Pelfrey, is a professor of law, and book name is Bibliotech, and it is available on net. You can download it from there. And why libraries matters more ever in the age of Google. This is the right reply to this doubt people have raised in their mind that library will not be there, they will wither away. They will not. That is all. Now I come to the, when I was a student of library science, I read a book, University Library, written by Wilson and Tower. It was published in 48, and later on it was edited and reprint came in 1956. He said there are 5-6 activities of a university and library has to contribute. They are teaching, research, examination, publication, extend service, etc. A library has to contribute in that 6 activities of the university. So is the case of the public library. So when university is existing, how we can say library will not exist? Library will be there, only its shape will change. Once I was reading Herbert Semmel, and he said, a library is a thought in cold storage. What a beautiful word he had said. Library is not, it's nothing, it's a thought. It's a vision in the cold storage. It will never get rotten. You take it out and you can use it anytime. But there are 2 questions before us. Ramesh had said about new education policy. I say it is in 3 words only. I have spoken on that topic, and it's a very big topic. There are 3 words which I say from the Rig Vedas: Shwan, Manan, Nidhi, Dhyasan. You listen, you analyze, and you implement it. So now what is happening? We are listening and implementing. That analytic process has disappeared. So new education policy is going to introduce the analytic process of the child and the young, grown-up young people. That is the only education policy. You can talk a lot. That is a big document. I don't want to go detail that these three things are there. We listen two ways. One is through ears and one is through eyes. When I read a book, I listen through the eyes of the author who has written, and when I speak, or I listen to somebody that is listening from the ear. So these two types of the listening should go together, reading as well as listening, and then analyze it. And once you analyze and then do it, implement it, that is the only focus of the new education policy. If you want to say in a very nutshell in 3 words, that is the new education policy. There are two things about the library. How good is the library, and how good does the library do? This is the thing. There are only 4 things: effectiveness, efficiency, economy, and impact. So if till we are having all these 4 words, fulfilling them, we are effective, we have efficiency, we have economy in providing the information, as Ranganathanji used to say, has written that save the time of the reader. That is the economy and the impact of the library in the area. If it is there, they will be there. Many libraries have disappeared because their impact was not there. So another thing is this: library, I'd say it's a system, and system never gets obsolete if provided you keep its upgrading. Through 4 methods are there to upgrade the system. Give the new knowledge, give the new human resource with the visions and new education, etc. So far library schools are concerned, they have to think a lot about it to be relevant. Otherwise the society never accept anything which is irrelevant. So library as a system of providing knowledge and information, this is all. Library, if you define that there are books, this building, no. Library is a thought which provides you the knowledge and the information, and that knowledge and information in a right perspective to the right person at the right time, very expeditiously. And in another 2 things are there: influence of the system on environment. We work in an environment. This is an environment, new environment. We say IT environment, and we will talking a lot about it. And sometimes I feel pity about the librarians. They try to become the computer softwares, and they neither becoming computer softwares nor they are doing the librarian's job. So that is something another has to be discussed, and I hope Sangeeta will have a talk on this topic also. Effective influence of the system on environment in which we are working and the people are asking for, and the environment influence on the system. Library is a system, and the influence of the system on environment, one thing, and the environment influence on the system. These 2 things has to be taken care of. Then will be only future ready librarians. Otherwise, talking this way, that way, this is not happening, that is not happening, it was there, it is here, and it will be there also. So this effectiveness of the library depends, therefore 5, 6 management concepts which are very important. One has to keep in mind, not only for the library but for life also. One is inputs. What inputs you are giving, processing that input, output of that process, and then outcome. Output is there, but outcome is not there. Okay, outcome is there, but there's no impact. So we have to think our library, with what are we inputting in our library, what are the resources we are acquiring or accessing. There are 2 things: acquiring in physical form and accessing in electronic form. Acquiring and processing that, or you can say repackaging that, and output of that, and output should have some outcome, and outcome should have some impact. These are 6 words, 5 words which are very important. If you want to judge the library whether it is future ready library or not, there is one thing: is first is performance. And to measure the performance, is first thing is that is library staff knowledgeable. To have the knowledgeable staff, the responsibility goes to the library schools. They have to create the knowledgeable staff. When they come to the library, we train them how to work and how to utilize that knowledge. This is the relationship. But sometimes in my own life, I have worked in Kurukshetra, Sriram College, and Jaipur, and Delhi University. They come with a degree, and they're neither useful nor unuseful. I can't say they have the degree from a very good prestigious school, but they are not able to do anything. So we make them the librarians. So knowledgeable library staff is possible when they get the proper knowledge and practical training at the time of the learning and training, which is called library science. And there should be logical organization of whatever knowledge we have in our library, in whatever form it is. It can be in a book form, it can be an old journal, it can be in electronic form, it can be in pictorial form, manuscript, and so on and so forth. But it should be organized in a very logical manner, which we otherwise say classification. Now people say computer has come, classification will not work, and it is not required. It is required, it will be there. No artificial intelligence has come to that level which can analyze the content of the book. It cannot do right now. It may come tomorrow. I don't know what is going to happen. Number 3, first is performance. Number 2 is the features of the library. What are they? Is this library online connected, or its catalog is online accessible? Personal notification of the new acquisitions, any form, is going to its reader or not, like that. Then another is reliability. A person asks something to the library. Delnet is very much reliable for me. Whenever I had any question, I just put this question to Sangeeta ji, and she did her level best and found something and gave it to me. So reliability quotient of the Delnet is very high among the users, and therefore they depend on Delnet. And Delnet is not growing because so many libraries are connected to it, but Delnet is growing because it is reliable, it is performing, and it has the vision and regions to sustain and serve the people. That is the reason and vision we should have to serve the community and fraternity. That is the reason, that is the future ready library. Then another, currency. What is currency? Currency doesn't mean the rupee and all that. Currency means, do we have the latest edition with us? Do we have the required documents with us? Do we have the latest edition of them in any form? It may be in electronic form, it may be in a hard copy form, whatever it is. And the accessibility. Is it accessible or not? These are the basic parameters. If we maintain them, then definitely library will be future ready. If we don't maintain them, we don't have this checklist, and we should verify this checklist at least once in a year in our library, whether we are going with this or not. Again, I'll quote to T.D. Wilson in 2002. He wrote an article, Information Seeking and Mediated Searching, Journal of American Society, Information Science and Technology. He wrote very nice thing. Said information behavior. We discuss the user behavior, information seeking behavior, but we don't study the information behavior. As Ranganathan ji said in Prolegomena to Library Classification, information, or he said knowledge is dynamic, multidimensional, quantum. Yes, it is dynamic. And which is dynamic, it changes very frequently. It makes irrelevant its earlier shape of the knowledge gets irrelevant by the new shape of the knowledge. There was a thought कि आग हाथ जल जाए तो उसको सेक लो, ना एक नई knowledge आएगी, नहीं उसको बर्फ में डाल दो, tomorrow maybe some other knowledge. So this is the thing. The knowledge is dynamic by nature, so we have to be very competent enough and study properly that information behavior, how this information behavior is, and in what direction is going, and how it will be sought by the end users and our patrons. This is the one thing we have to think into that. So far, this very important 2 aspects are there: information literacy and media literacy. I won't talk anything about it because the world-renowned scholar Professor Jagtar Singh is going to speak, and he can speak and highlight. If I speak on information literacy and media literacy in his presence, ये तो ऐसा ही होगा जैसे सूरज को मैं दीपक दिखाऊं. ऐसी गलती मैं नहीं करूंगा, चांद को तो दिखा सकता हूं. So this is one thing. Information, it is something like that. People said information gently but relentlessly diesels down on us in the invisible, impalpable electric rains. It comes. When it has come, we don't know. Information explosion is there. Therefore, information literacy and media literacy is required. It has become too relevant these days, and it should be taught in the library sciences schools. And those who have completed, like a senior person, they should have the workshop on these 2 things. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. And there should be one more thing. We should understand the information policy. Every country has got its own information policy. And in information policy, if we understand and we prepare our library according to the information policy of that particular geographical identity, it is India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or America. So there is information policy, and that information policy covers IPR, covers copyright, and so many things it covers. One should have knowledge about it. And then we can prepare our library, and a librarian should know what information policy is and in what direction it is going and what we have to do and how to be prepared. When we do the marriage in our family, we prepare everything in advance. Ye bhi require hoga, this will be required, this will be required, we'll get it from here and there. Do we do this planning in our library? If not, then we have to do, and that's why I quote again Wilson, that information behavior has to be is understood and studied properly and prospectively, not retrospectively, because information is not a retrospective thing. It is always a prospective thing. It is never old. Whenever you need it, is a new information. You may need information of 10,000 years back, what was at the time of Buddha, but when you need it, it is not retrospective. It is always a perspective. It gives you the future perspective also. So that is one thing. Information infrastructure has to be in place. That is readiness. Information in environment. Do we have information? When Sangeeta ji called me, DVG, you have to speak. I said, I'm in my village. I don't know whether their network will be working or not. Then she said, okay, fine, we can manage with the audio call. Okay, fine, there's no problem. So I tried my level best and created some infrastructure, and I am able to talk to you. I don't know how long I'll be able to talk to you, but that's all. And technical interoperability, that is another thing. New technology comes and we just left high and dry. No, technical interoperability, semantic interoperability, and community interoperability, legal interoperability, and international interoperability. These are 5-6 things has to be taken about it. Now, document formats, it's changing very fast, such as XML, HTML, etc., etc. Tomorrow there may be other language, there may be other programming, there may be other format. So be prepared about that. And so far metadata is concerned, metadata is there, and for metadata we have to think about in what format we are going to have it, whether in Dublin core. Dublin core started with 15 parameters. I think now it is 23, and there's RDA, resource description framework, RDA, ACR2, etc. ACR2 getting obsolete and being replaced by RDA. Tomorrow maybe some other thing. So these new development, we should keep the pace with these new developments in library schools, and then we should implement in the library. So there is another thing, move from being user-centric. Now the future ready library will not be user-centric, it will be life flow centric. It should be life flow centered. Khali you just concentrate on user. No, it should have a life. It should provide the information as Westerners are doing. You call them, oh cell kahan lage, and they will provide you. This is called life flow centered. So we have to life flow centers library and look into that. Then we will be relevant, and those who are relevant, they are always sustained, and those who are not relevant, they never sustain. And the support creativity, we have to have the support creativity, understand the learning and unlearning process also. Jagtarji generally says information literacy is not only learning but unlearning also. Understand transformation of information, creation, storage, and supply. All these things we have to understand, and then we will be able to future ready library. Otherwise, collaboration and cooperation. One thing I would like to say, which is human resource related issue, we generally compete with each other within the organization, whereas we should cooperate with each other within the organization and compete outside the library with other libraries. Vice versa process has to take place. Please collaborate with and collaborate and cooperate with each other in the library, and compete outside world libraries, what they have and why we don't have. Then there will be a great change in this system. And I won't take much of your time, and before Sangeeta comes online, I just want to close it. The last, I would like to say only one thing. समय के साथ जो बदला नहीं उसे मिटना पड़ा है, तलवार से बच गया तो फूल से कटना पड़ा है, कोई चट्टान कितनी भी जटिल क्यों ना हो, उसे हर नदी के प्रभाव के रास्ते से हटना पड़ा है. This is the thing. The sand in the river is not at all, it was a stone, big stone at one point of time, but it did not accept the change, and then it was grinded to the dust. That happens to the people and those who are not ready to accept the change, because change is imminent. Change will happen. You cannot ignore the change. Change will definitely happen, and change makes the life colorful. So please bring the change, then you are the leader. If you follow the change, then you are the human, and if you resist the change, then you are the animal. This is the word I want to say. Thank you very much, Sangeeta, giving me the opportunity. Thank you all of you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for such a, not only it has been a really a visionary talk by you, giving us insights. Not many of us would have really thought about the things that you have really dwelt at length in this. I've given each one of us not many things, and even your closing lines that we are going to really remember that change is imminent and we have to lead that change rather than even following it. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We remain grateful to you for being there with us and for sharing your words of wisdom with all the library and information science professionals. It has been a great honor for us to have you on this platform today with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much indeed. Now we would like to, we are trying to get connected. Yes, we have Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji, our distinguished panelist, a very renowned expert in the field of libraries. Everyone has been knowing about Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji, who has to his credit more than 40 years, 4 decades of his contributions to the field of library and information science, has been at Punjabi University, Patiala, served as a head of the department and also as a faculty member, besides heading the Punjabi University Library. He has supervised also and guided.
Sangeeta ji, it's sufficient. The webinar participants are very intelligent. They will
Hey,
know
sir, I
what
know
I am
that.
going to
Yeah,
say.
exactly. Yeah, those are, it is. But let me, sir, let me, because you have lot much of accomplishments, and all of us are fully
Okay.
knowing about it. But we do have, sir, some of our also very new entrants. Even the students are also being there on this platform from various departments. So let me do this artist task. I know that I won't be able to do a full justice to it, but still, let me just apprise our members that sir has also being associated with all international, the most established institutions, in the world, who are profusely contributing to the libraries, including he has been a former standing member of the IFLA technology section from 2005 to 2009, Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellow from 1992 to 93 at Loughborough University in UK, also with the UNESCO's Media Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network. He has been a chief coordinator for Reading Mission India 2022, a director of collaboration and partnerships of ICLIS, a lifetime president of Satkal, also a patron of Punjab Library Association, mentor and content creator for INILI India, a joint project of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and also a member of MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. He is being known not only in India, but at an international global level for his outstanding contributions in the field of library and information science. It's a profound privilege for me to now request Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji, a close associate of Dr. H.K. Kaul and also a great well-wisher of Delnet. And thank you, sir. Thank you so much once again for being there with us. And we really look forward to having your expert opinion about how to keep our libraries and librarians prepared for the future. It's over to you, sir. I request you, sir,
Thank
please
you
unmute.
very much, Dr. Sangeeta. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, very much, sir, very much.
Okay, first of all, I'm having a mixed feeling and choked with emotions because though Dr. Kaul, H.K. Kaul is in our hearts, but still I'm missing him. And see, we are thinking the unthinkable. We are today talking about it, but Dr. H.K. Kaul has already practiced it when he had the vision that there should be a platform like Delnet, where we could share resource and where we could empower the have-not or the non-elite institutions. So first of all, I want to congratulate you, Sangeeta ji, for choosing this beautiful this topic for this webinar or NACLIN 2021. That is Future Ready Libraries and Librarians Thinking the Unthinkable. This is just as beautiful as a red rose in my rose garden. So I like this topic very much. So when we are talking about this, I was having reminded by those beautiful lines by S.T. Coleridge, who has written in the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, where he says, "Water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink." So we have lots and lots of information, but it is very difficult to find quality information when we need that information. So lot of the information which is disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, or fake news, that is just like a saline water, because that doesn't help us to make quality decisions. I am happy that I have got an opportunity to share my perceptions with the webinar participants, and I'm also pleased to share this platform with Dr. D.V. Singh, Dr. Gaur, Dr. Besakhi, and all the webinar participants. Such participation has already been a lot of learning experience for me. Now, when we are talking about future-ready libraries and librarians, my dilemma is that future is uncertain. So, the biggest challenge is to manage uncertainty. How our librarians and libraries can manage that uncertainty, just like this COVID-19 pandemic. We never expected that such a pandemic will be there and all our normal situation will go away and we will have to deal with the new normal. And now, courtesy, this information and communication technology and these applications, that these traditional constraints of space and time are not there, and we are participating in this webinar. So that is how to manage uncertainty. Here I am reminded of this Larry Page and Sergey Brin, who have devised this Google. Now what Google is doing, when I pick up my phone, it is telling, during the last month you have traveled this place, you have visited this place, and if I want to travel, then that GPS system is telling me, go straight, move left, right. There is no privacy and security. Sometimes I am secured. That is how. So when we are talking about, supposing if we are saying that in future we should do like this, we should do like that, then that means we are trying to react to the situations. It's not our reactive attitude, it's our proactive attitude. So just like Dr. H.K. Call, we will have to anticipate the future, that in what direction we are moving and what can happen and what sort of uncertainty we are going to face. So that is the issue here. So now when I say that there is a gap between what is available outside and what I know, so how to plug in that gap, that is the issue. So biggest gap for me is the capacity gap. So capacity, because new things, new products, new services are coming, and we are facing new realities, new values, and new normals. And how to address those new realities, that is the challenge when we are talking about thinking the unthinkable. So what is unthinkable? Simply speaking, someone can think that if it's not unthinkable, how can we think about it? No, that's not the issue. Thinking about the unthinkable means we are to manage the uncertain future, and we are to have innovative and visionary mindset. That is perhaps what we are trying to convey through this topic, and that's what these people, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, have done with Google. So that's why I was also thinking when Sangeeta ji contacted me, that why I go to the doctor, why I go to a lawyer, why I go to a car mechanic, why I go to an electrician, why I go to a plumber, because I don't know how to solve these problems. So to solve these problems, we need to have capacity. So capacity building is the biggest challenge. Capacity gap must be addressed. So that is, if we want that we should have future ready libraries and future librarians, then we will have to address this gap, capacity gap. So how that capacity gap can be addressed? So that can be by firing our imagination, by developing our new skill sets, and being innovative. So here I'm talking about capacity building. Capacity building means we are to build competence and higher order skills of our future library and professional, library and information professionals, and the budding library and information professionals. And we are to develop higher order skills. What we are seeing all around us, whether these are computers, these are laptops, these are planes, these are trains, these are buses, whatever is there, or whatever we are doing here, that is because of human intelligence, that is because of the skill set, that is for creation and dissemination of knowledge. And higher educational institutions are basically for the two mandates, that is creation of knowledge, that is by research, whether it's basic research or application research, and then dissemination of knowledge that we do through offering various programs. So as DV Singh was saying, yes, when I started with this, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Here I am concerned with media and information literacy skills. We need media and information literacy skills to empower the people, so that because the domains of information, knowledge, and wisdom are the information is needed for decision making, and knowledge is needed for problem solving, and wisdom is to set the directions of our thoughts, feelings, and actions, or we are to make value based choices. So in today's world, in what you call it, information society, knowledge society, or you can call it attention society, there is a lot of misinformation, lot of disinformation, lot of malinformation, and a lot of fake news. So if our information is, the quality of our decisions depends upon the quality of information available to us. If the information is not accurate information, then we cannot make accurate choices. So otherwise also, if you see, there is a paradigm shift from ownership to access. Now no institution is in a position to meet all the information or knowledge requirements of the information seekers. That's why we are having these networks, whether it's a Delnet, OCLC network, or the internet, which is a perpetual symposium of minds is going on, and it's a vast storage house of knowledge and information. Since we have moved from ownership to access, we are to ensure timely access to information. For that, the future ready librarians and libraries must focus on three information to ensure that information should be available, it should be affordable, and it should also be properly organized to make it accessible. Similarly, the information should, first of all, we have to enhance information seekers bibliographical access. They must know what is available, where located, and how to get it. Then knowing is not sufficient, or being aware is not sufficient. We should have access to that information, and then we should also have language access. If I do not know the language of that information, so I can't understand that information. And finally, I should have conceptual access, or any information seeker should have conceptual access. So it means the whole thing is from, the whole challenge is from moving from awareness to understanding. So for that, we need education and learning. So education is a top-down system, only one-time thing, but learning is a lifelong process. But now, when I'm talking about media and information literacy skills or capacity building, I think 7 competencies. Basically, when we are talking of competence, we are focusing on 4 things: values, knowledge, skills, and attitude. So today, if we are to take the bull of uncertainty by horns, it will not be reactive attitude. It will have to be a proactive attitude. So 7 focus areas are that media and information literacy should focus on, first of all, ICT, ICT products. Supposing if I am to organize a webinar, I cannot design a poster, then I seek the help. Why? Because I cannot design the poster, because I am not competent. So ICT skills are needed there in future. Similarly, we should also know about the sources of information. As Vasaki was telling, cloning or predatory. Well, we should be very careful about which information is real and which source is real and which is fake. So various sources of information, human sources, documentary sources, or institutional sources, or even sites for information. We should be careful about that. Then we should also be an experts in information processing in the future. We should also be able to control information to make quality decisions and solve our problems in the real time. And then learning for knowledge management. Learning. When we are talking of learning, there UNESCO is saying that there are 4 pillars of learning. Learning to know. We should have theoretical, historical, all these foundations. And then learning to do. We should have skill set, appropriate skill set. And then learning to be. That's the real thing. Learning to be means enabling the library and information professional or the information seeker to be what he wants to be. If I wanted to be a good teacher, I joined that stream. First, I was offered that job of librarian, but I knew that my aptitude is not for practice. My aptitude is for theory, so I prefer that. So we are to offer choice to our students and our library professionals and our colleagues that they should learn to be what they want to be, and finally learn to live together. And then also to contribute to the explicit knowledge. And finally, to use that information and knowledge ethically and legally and wisely. And when it comes to the wisdom, I think Dr. D.V. Singh is the best person to know when he gives many examples that we can create knowledge, but we have to use it. Supposing creating atom bomb was our knowledge, but throwing it on Nagasaki and Hiroshima was not a wise decision or not an ethical decision. So when we are talking about what should be the, when we are going to develop the learning outcomes, what should be the learning outcomes of media and information literacy? Well, these I want that for future librarians and future libraries, well, these should be analytical skill, evaluation skills, critical thinking skills, independent learning skills, and most important is self-regulation on social media, because on social media it is free for all. So without spreading information, without verifying it, can cause damage to individuals and institutions and communities. So that should not be. And again, when I was giving example of Larry Page and Sergey Brin, so there's a lot of threat to our this privacy and security. When someone was talking about human intelligence, perhaps D.V. Singh has talked about it. Yes, artificial intelligence cannot replace human intelligence. So, we should have that human intelligence and skill set that we are able to find quality information to make quality decisions. Now, when we are talking about new realities, new values, and new normals, so the past is gone. We can't do anything about it, but future is uncertain. And the basic issue is how can we address future, how can we future ready for providing access to information. So that for that the answer is by firing our imagination and then developing our skill sets and being innovatives. Now, when we started this discussion, panel discussion, Dr. Sangeeta said that you should focus on 3 things. It was what, how, and who. Now I come to that. Now, when we are talking about what is, well, we are to take the bull of uncertainty by horns. So as we have moved from ownership of documents to access management, we are to manage access to quality information. So in future, just like doctor, lawyer, and the librarian has a role to provide access to information. Now, why should we wait that the librarian, the information seeker should come to the library? The traditional constraints of space and time are not there. Hence, we can outreach the information seekers. So that is what we need to do in future. Now, how can we do that? That was the second question. That can be done by capacity building. So there we should have vision like Dr. H.K. Call. If Delnet is there, that is the vision of Dr. H.K. Call. So he was one man institution. So capacity building is there. Well, that is needed because future is uncertain. We are not knowing what will be the new realities, what will be the new values, and what will be the So we cannot survive or thrive with the existing skill set. We will have to anticipate, we will have to have vision. Now how we can do that? That was the third question. What, how, and who? How can we do that? Who will do that? So for that, it's not individual today, it's a relay race. There we need governments, there we need purse holders, there we need library and information professional, we need librarians, we need technology experts, and we need information seekers. First of all, we are to need to know our information seekers, how their information seeking habits and behaviors are changing. So that is so this is my answer to these three things. What should be done in future, how it should be done, and who will do it. And there is a massive need for collaboration and partnership. So the bottom line is, whenever I used to use this word bottom line, Dr. H.K. Kaul always used to see, here you are always talking about bottom line, but I have never seen your bottom line. So the bottom line is challenge is that library and information professional, future libraries and librarians are required to provide massive, affordable, and timely access to quality information so that the community members are able to obtain their personal, educational, occupational, and social goals. This is what in the limited in face of the constraints of time, what I could share. But once again, I thank Dalnet, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, other panelists, and the webinar participants for their time and kind attentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing very valuable insights, visionary insights into the main theme, and also highlighting what needs to be done at various levels. I would just like to brief our enterprise attendees that we are making all these recommendations also the entire deliberation, especially of this panel discussion, besides the other besides the other deliberations also which were happening, which happened since for the last 3 days. We are going to also share it with you shortly in yet another 1 week time. We are going to do that, and requesting each one of you to further give us your inputs. If you have missed out something and you want to also add something further to it, please kindly do so. It has been a great honor, sir, to have you with us on this. There is a question for you, Dr. Jagtar Singh. In fact, we are just making the floor now open for questions because of paucity of time. We do have our valedictory session, and we already have our special guest of honor, the Director General of National Library of Sri Lanka, Mr. Sunil W. from DG National Library of Sri Lanka, who is there with us. He has already logged into the system. We are keeping the floor open for questions for 10 minutes with the permission of all our distinguished panelists. We would like to keep the floor open for questions, and if there are any questions that our attendees may like to ask, please kindly, you can pose the question, or you may give us, you can raise your digital hand and we'll be happy. Dr. Jagtar Singh ji, there is a question which is being asked in the chat box that's meant for you, and this question is from Dr. Deepak Kumar Shirvastav, who is a government divisional public library in Kota. He belongs to government divisional library, public library in Kota, and he is wanting to know what is the main requisite of future ready public libraries and librarians in Indian scenario, and he is wanting you to comment on this. Especially for the public libraries, he's wanting to know. He is wanting to know how to make these future-ready public libraries. I would just like to tell you also, Dr. Shirvastav, that Delnet will be holding in the month of February an exclusive conference and a 2 days program for the public libraries, wherein we are going to deliberate on the issues. But right now, Dr. Jagtar Singh ji, this question he is wanting you to, especially he has mentioned that Dr. Jagtar Singh ji may kindly comment on this. So would you kindly unmute yourself and may like to answer about the public libraries, how to make the future ready public libraries? Sir, may I request you, if it's possible for you to unmute yourself? I think he's not able to do it. I may request Professor Gaur, to kindly comment on
Just
this.
a minute. Can you hear me, Sangeeta ji?
Yes, sir. Now we are able to hear you, sir. Now we are able to hear you.
So there
Yes.
is connectivity problem. So the new norm is that never trust technology. So this is a beautiful question. And I have already answered that question, that whether it's a public library, whether it's a university library, or whether it's a school library, or whether it's a science and technology library, we are to identify with the community. I've said that user is the king. So when it is public library, then community, we are to identify the demographics of the community, and then we are to, the future libraries are to be fine-tuned according to the community needs. And how we can address that, I have already given you the 7 pillars. First of all, information and communication technology skills. Then we should know about various sources of community information sources. Then also how to process that information, how to control that information, or how to manage that information. If that information is not, then we can get that information from outside sources, whether it's DELNET or National Digital Library of India or National Library of India, or whether it's OCLC, from anywhere. And then we are also to provide that information according to the format. So different types of community, school children have different needs, and old people have different needs, and the housewives have different needs. So again, I want to see, we will have to identify with the community demographics, and then we are also to develop skill sets accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. We have Dr. Darshan Vidhate from IAPS Mumbai. He has raised his digital hand and he may like to say something. Dr. Vidhate, could you please unmute yourself? I have unmuted you, requesting you quickly to unmute yourself, and you may ask a question to our distinguished panelist. Dr. Vidhate, could you please unmute yourself? If you're not able to do so, I request you may just kindly post your question in the chat box, and we'll be more than happy to take that. If there are any questions, any observations, any further inputs that you would like to do, please kindly do so. We have yet another attendee of ours, professional colleague, who may like to say something. And just Mr. Raja Cholan from Pondicherry. Dr. Raja Cholan, could you please unmute yourself? Dr. Raja Cholan, could you please unmute yourself and give your views, whatever you may like to share? Yes, you are connected right now. You are connected right now, Dr. Raja Cholan. Could you please give us your inputs? It's not able to, maybe some connection issue with the audio. If you have any questions, quickly please post it in the chat box, and we may like to take it from there. Mr. Balkrishnan Dubey, we will take these questions on the district public libraries. As I said, we are going to have a very exclusive conference on the public libraries, and we may like to deliberate. We'll keep you informed about it, and that's going to happen in yet another 2 months' time. So we'll be more than happy to have detailed discussions on the public libraries and the way ahead. This is Dr. Pradeep Das. I request you, because of paucity of time, we are not able to take any more questions, and let's do it. We will get you connected with our distinguished speakers, and you can send across an email to them, and you can further have your views. I think we are towards the closure of this session. We are towards the closure of the session. This is for Mr. Raja Cholan. I have tried to get connected with you, but I believe you are not able to get connected. I'll just try once again. Dr. Pradeep Das, this is for you. We will let you have your question. We will send it across to our distinguished panelist that you are talking about, the image of the library professionals in this country. So you can write to them, and you will be able to get some of their views. This is for the last time. I'm sifting through the entire list of our attendees to see if there is anyone else who has raised their digital hand, and if you may like to say something. This is all an alphabetical listing, so please be patient enough till the time I quickly do this, because we are towards the closure of this panel discussion. We are much grateful to, this is for you, Dr. Pradeep Das. We'll let you have, you have raised your digital hand. As I said, we will let you have the contact details of our panelists, and you can definitely, the question about the image building of the library professionals, and the entire panel discussion has deliberated, and as you can well appreciate, we have Mr. Kuppuswamy Maniekam, who may like to say something. Mr. Kuppuswamy, quickly, if you may kindly say something. Mr. Kuppuswamy, could you please kindly, if you may like to say something, because you have raised your digital hand. I think because of paucity of time,
Yes,
I'm
yes.
sorry, we are not.
I'm hearing you. Unable to hear.
Yes. You're audible. You're audible. Please kindly quickly ask.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening to all. This is Kuppuswamy from CK College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu, Kadalur. My question is, this is not a question, but maybe I want explanation from Professor Ramesh Sridhar. Then in very soon, according to the technologies changes and the technical changes, in our library and information science courses in this academic area, in redesigning of the course syllabus, how much is capability competitive to the new technology, the redesigning of the courses, the course syllabuses, will it come in very soon, sir? Ever to academic courses?
Your question is complete, or
Mr. Kuppuswamy, can you just kindly, it's the question is not really very clear. What do you intend to find out from Dr. Kaur?
Yes, the redesigning of the academic library and information science courses.
Okay,
yes.
fine.
Okay. So basically, as I mentioned in my address, that it is very important because the quality of librarians depend upon the quality of skills we are imparting to them. So in this context, I think there are three important components to be considered in designing the courses. The most important thing is that now librarianship is all about technology, 80% technology, 20% traditional librarianship. So that mix of contents need to be redesigned, and there are some other important criteria for librarians, future ready librarians. One is that good communicator, good management and communication skills, which are very important, because until and unless you know how to communicate, how to teach, how to really put your views or guide them. So as a good communicator, there are certain kind of communication and managerial skills which need to be input, and accordingly syllabus has to be designed. And the third important component is the research bent of mind. It is not like just about managing or administrating library. It is about becoming a friend, philosopher, guide, which our great Dr. Ranganathan talked about. So in this context, research is very important, along with library science technique and kind of methodology. We also need to be a good subject expert. We also need to learn how to guide the students and the other researcher or users in the various areas. So in this context, I think our library science courses are not sufficient, which need to be redesigned keeping all these things in mind. I hope I'm able to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Ramesh. And this is, this is the last question that we may like to take for this panel discussion. And this is from Dr. Raja Cholan. You are already connected. Please kindly give us your views or any question that you may like to ask to our distinguished panelist. Dr. Raja Cholan. Dr. Raja Cholan, if you're there online, you are online right now. It seems we are towards the closure of this panel discussion. On behalf of Delnet, we would like to express our warm, sincere thanks and gratitude to all our distinguished panelists for so wonderfully deliberating on the main theme of the conference, that is future-ready libraries and librarians thinking the unthinkable. They have been really able to think about and brought to us many new ideas that we need to, that's a kind of a work which is being given to the entire LIS fraternity to start working on that. And I said, we are going to collate all these recommendations together, and we will be sharing it across with each one of you for further your opinions. You can add to it, and we are really serious enough to take the things further, and we'll have further deliberations and together with the professional community in India. We are keen enough to implement that. On behalf of Delnet, we would like to express our sincere thanks and also appreciative and admire the time that our distinguished panelists have been able to spare for us on this platform of NACLIN 2021. We'd like to present the mementos to Professor Ramesh Gaur. So this is for you, Professor Ramesh, with much of our admiration for the wonderful work that you are doing, and we extend our heartiest good wishes to you for many more accomplishments and many more work, and we are always there at Delnet to be of any assistance, and you have been of great stupendous support to us, which we greatly value. So thank you so much, and thank you for giving very valuable suggestions today. Indeed a pleasure, indeed a pleasure. This is for Dr. P. Vishakhi, a long-time wonderful colleague, professional colleague of great support to us. And it's an opportunity for us to really acknowledge your support for this deliberations here at NACLIN, and also even otherwise to Delnet. We remain grateful to you, Dr. Vishakhi. We remain grateful to you. We are much grateful for the blessings and the wishes that what Dr. D.V. Singh ji has always been showering on Delnet, and long-time association with Delnet, and no words to express how grateful we are to you for, it's an everlasting, timeless support that you always have been giving it to us. And keep on showering, sir, your wishes on us, and show us the way so that we can continue the vision and the mission of Dr. H.K. Kaulji. So thank you so much, and would like to convey our sincere thanks and gratitude also to Dr. Jagtar Singh ji, a great well-wisher of Delnet and a long-time associate, and it's a profound pleasure, sir, for us that you have been able to be there. You are always there, we know that, and we greatly value this stupendous support that we always receive from you. So this is a small memento as a warm gratitude to you for the support that you have, and also for your contributions today at the deliberations of this panel discussion. And we really look forward to the same in the days to come. So with this, we have closed our panel discussion, and thank you very much also to all our attendees who have been really able to interact a lot, and thanks for being such an engaging attendees at the same time. So once again, on behalf of Delnet, I express my grateful thanks to all our distinguished panelists for being there, and we look forward to our professional interactions in the days to come too. Thank you so much. We are now inching towards the valedictory session. So we started off on December 6th, and now we are inching towards the closure of the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2021, being organized by Delnet from December 6th to 8th. And we are now in the concluding session. We have great honor and pleasure in welcoming our guest of honor, Mr. W. Sunil, the Director General from National Library of Sri Lanka from Colombo. And Mr. Sunil, it's a warm welcome, not only from the attendees who are attending NACLIN 2021, but from the entire LIS professionals from India. We convey our warm welcome to you for joining us from Colombo right now. And it's indeed a profound privilege. It's a profound privilege. Thank you so much for agreeing to our request. And we are pretty confident this is an initiation of a long-time association between Delnet and National Library of Sri Lanka. You have been one of our, esteemed member institution of Delnet, and we are pretty confident that this first-time interactions over here are going to lead in further strengthening the ties between India and Sri Lankan libraries and library and information science professionals. So thank you very much for gracing the occasion as our special guest of honor at the valedictory function today. It's a profound privilege for us. I have immense pleasure in, we also have immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. S.S. Murthy-ji, the founder member and the Vice President of Delnet. Namaskar, sir, and we extend our greetings to you and thank you for joining in and thank you for gracing the occasion as a chair of the session and agreeing to deliver the presidential address. Namaskar, sir. Mrs. Sunil, I'm keeping right now as an unmuting it. I have muted you from here and I will just do that in a little while. Now we would like to firstly, since it's a valedictory function, firstly on the agenda is the feedback from our online participants. We are greatly overwhelmed with the kind of a response that NACLIN has, it has always been receiving, but yes, in the online mode, the best part that we find conducting these NACLIN, 24th NACLIN that we have held, the last year also because of the pandemic, we had it in the online mode. And we are indeed much grateful to all our library and information science professionals, not only from India, but also from many other countries, those who are being connected right now with us. Nearly 1,000 professionals have been attending to the deliberations for the last 2 days. And we are much grateful to each one of you for being so participative, for your interest and also the trust. And what we would like to do firstly is to get a feedback from the online participants. We would like to get connected with you also through the audio, but right now we would like to get the feedback. Since it's an online conference that we had, we would like to get the feedback through the online poll itself. So we would like to request you, please kindly, quickly, we have some 7 or 8 questions that we may like to ask you as a feedback. Please do kindly give us your impressions, and the question is being flashed on the screen. What is the overall impression of NACLIN 2021? Please do kindly come forward and give us your inputs, and that would really be helpful to us in the further conduct of the NACLINs in the future, because it's an annual event. This has been 24th NACLIN consecutively. Continuously, we have been doing it since the year 1998, all being conceptualized and dreamed about, and practically started off, in 1998 with a great vision of Dr. H.K. Kaul, and which is now in itself, it has been institutionalized, because running a conference for 24 years in different nooks and parts of the country in collaboration with the universities and institutions of great eminence, we have been doing. And yes, even in these pandemic times, since last year, both the last years and this year's, we have done it in the online mode, and we do pretty hope with the grace of the Almighty, we would be able to do it in the physical environment. So we request you, we are through with the first question. Thank you very much for giving your inputs about it. And here goes the next question. Quickly, please do that, because we have our honorable chief guest, guest of honor, Mr. W. Sunil, the Director General. We would like to really look forward to listen to him. So please quickly, kindly help us in completing that. What do you think about the quality of our first tutorial 1? Please come forward. In doing that, I request you, please quickly do that. We will be very, very happy if you may just kindly be a little quicker, so that we can save up on the time, because we are already around 25 minutes. We have to chase the time. So, it's always good enough that let the time chases rather than we chasing time. So please come forward quickly in giving us your feedback. Thank you very much. Here goes your third question. What do you think about the quality of the tutorial 2, re-envisioning library services for visually impaired? Please quickly help us in gathering this data. As I said, it will really help us in conducting our future NACLINs, and also to get us some feedback from you, though these are the questions, they don't specifically, it would help, definitely it would help. And we are also going to, it will further help us in conducting the future events, even the future programs, and to take the discussion forwards. We would appreciate that. Here goes the next question for you. How did you find the technical session 1? And the technical session 1, just to remind you, was on innovative future trends in technologies in libraries, wherein we had the presentation on design thinking and user experience in libraries by Dr. Dhanshri Date, and on reimagining and recreating innovative library services by Dr. Vikram Kumar Sharma. This is just to remind you that what all was being covered. So please come forward, give us your feedback. Let us know how did you feel about the program, the particular technical session. Thank you very much. Here goes the next one, and that is, how did you find the technical session 2, which was on digital content creation, issues and challenges, and we had Dr. Devika Madali, our distinguished speakers of the session. We had Mrs. Kasurika Mishra and Dr. Ajit Kumar, who deliberated on various aspects concerning this technical session. Please come forward quickly. Thank you very much. I'm finding it. You are very, very quick now, and truly appreciative of this. Let me move to the next one, which is, how did you find technical session 3, which was on e-resource management in libraries. We had Dr. K. Rama Patnaik from Librarian at IIM Bangalore, and also a presentation by Mr. Saurabh Prajapati, who spoke about Coral. Please kindly come forward. Thank you so much. You are really doing it now in a proactive manner, because I could see how faster you are clicking on to the options. But do kindly give us a very candid feedback about the things, and thank you so very much. Let me move to the next question, and that is, how did you find technical session 4, which was on Delnet? Please give us a candid feedback. Don't be under any kind of a pressure that this presentation was by the organizers and we should try to, give them a good rating. No, say what you really mean it, what you really have felt it. So whatever you have felt, give it a true translation to that by opting for that particular option that is getting flashed on your screens. So thank you so very much for being really very proactively now doing. How did you find the technical session? Technical session 5, which was held this morning itself, and the technical session was on reskilling for future ready library professionals. We had invited speakers, Dr. P.R. Goswami, Dr. V.N. Patkar, and Dr. Rajesh Singh. Please kindly give us your feedback as quickly as you do. That would help us in getting this quick survey done, so that in order to get your inputs about the program. Here goes for the technical session number 6, that was on digital strategies for digital transformation in libraries, taken by Dr. Shantanu Ganguly and Dr. Nabi Hassan. Please give us your candid feedback about the session, which was held this morning itself. Please let us know how did you find about the session. I must appreciate each one of you who are doing very fast. So it's really, really wonderful to see that you are doing and helping us out in completing this survey done. And here goes the very last one, and that is, how did you find the deliberations at the panel discussion, which was just held, a prelude to the valedictory function. So we had the panel discussion. We request you, please kindly give us your feedback, about this, about the panel discussion. I just request you, few of you more, because there is a threshold limit, and of the votings, that how many of you have. Perfectly fine. Thank you so much. We have truly valued the presence of each one of you, our attendees who have been attending from different parts of India and outside at NACLIN 2021. With this now, it's a proud moment has arrived. The moment has come now for me. Firstly, once again, to welcome our honorable guest of honor, Mr. W. Sunil, the Director General of National Library of Sri Lanka, Colombo. On behalf of each one of us from Delnet and from everyone, Mr. Sunil, we extend a very warm, hearty welcome to you. And thank you very much for acceding to our request to be our guest of honor. I have a profound privilege, a special profound privilege in introducing you all to Mr. W. Sunil, who is a Director General at National Library and Documentation Services Board at Sri Lanka. profound privilege in sharing with you all that the National Library of Sri Lanka is an esteemed member institution of DELNET for years altogether, and we greatly value this association that we have with the National Library. And we would like to place on records our very warm, sincere thanks and gratitude to Mr. W. Sunil for his unstinted support, which is being given to DELNET from Sri Lanka as the head of the National Library of Sri Lanka. I have pleasure in introducing Mr. W. Sunil, who is currently serves as a Director General of the National Library and Documentation Services Board, NLDSB Sri Lanka, which is being the National Library of Sri Lanka from 2014 up to date. He was graduated his first degree from the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. After completing his first degree, he joined the National Library of Sri Lanka. In 2001, he was awarded a scholarship by the World Bank to pursue his master's degree from the University of Malaya in Malaysia in 2001. Before appointing as a Director General, he also served as a librarian and Deputy Director of National Library. So it has been a long stint of him with the National Library, heading the entire country and being holding the most prestigious position, being the Director General of National Library of Sri Lanka. It's a profound honor and pleasure for me now to request our honorable guest of honor, Mr. W. Sunil, to kindly deliver the valedictory address of the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2021. I have pleasure in requesting Mr. Sunil to kindly deliver the inaugural address. It's over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. Good afternoon, all of you. Dr. S.S. Murthy, Vice President and founder member of the DELNET. Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director DELNET, distinguished guests, professionals, ladies and gentlemen, and dear participants. It is an honor and privilege for me to do the valedictory address at the end of the third day of the NACLIN 2021, the interactive conference, the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, held virtually on the theme, The Future Ready Libraries and Librarians, Thinking the Unthinkable. Under the present pandemic situation, the conference is held virtually with a large gathering of local and foreign participants. The conference organizer, DELNET, that goes by the motto, Networking Libraries Speaking Knowledge, has been established with the prime objective of promoting resource sharing among the libraries through the development of network of libraries. It aims to collect, store and disseminate information besides offering computerized services to users to coordinate efforts for suitable collection development and also to reduce unnecessary duplication wherever possible. This is a very valuable resource for libraries, particularly in the South Asian region. In addition to sharing resources, DELNET has been organizing research conferences over the last couple of decades. Over the last 2 days and early hours of today, we have had deep insights into several forums to discuss on digitization, knowledge sharing, and shared their views and discussed on issues and challenges faced by these professionals. In these addresses, I am honored to share some quick thoughts with you about the past 3 days. In addition to paper presentations, the initial speech on the reliving the memories of past NACLINs, the glimpse of late Dr. H. Kaul's address at NACLINs was a great tribute to the great visionary Dr. H.K. Kaul, founder director of DELNET during 1992 to 2020. During the tutorial 1, there were 3 presentations on disaster risk mitigation and management in libraries that were held in collaboration with National Institute of Disaster Management, New Delhi. These presentations highlighted the importance of disaster preparedness in libraries as well as in digital libraries that focused on growing issues and concerns for list professionals. This forum was an eye-opener to all of us. Tutorial 2 was held on evaluating library services for visually impaired in collaboration with Desi and Saksham. The 3 presentations under this forum discussed on how libraries as facilitators of inclusion by Desi Consortium in India. Presentations on developing inclusive information system in libraries for users with visual impairments gives insight from the point of view of users. The case study on library services for visually impaired at Jawaharlal Nehru University is very useful for academic libraries in Sri Lanka in upgrading their services to such clientele. On the second day, during the technical session 1 on innovative future trends and technologies in libraries, we were able to listen to 2 presentations on the themes design thinking and user experiences in libraries and remaining and recreating innovative library spaces, future directions. Both the presentations were very informative and shared their experience and finding by 2 presenters. During the technical session 2, 3 presentations were held on the theme digital conference creations, issues and challenges which I believe that is the most important part in troubleshooting. The 3 presentations on open content metrics RDA, the new buzzwords in library practices, RDA guidelines and interpretation of data and best practice for digitization of cultural heritage information resources. A case study of Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. We are equally important in identifying issues and challenges faced by our list professionals, and some solutions were put forward by introducing some best practices discussed at the forum. The third technical session focused on e-resource management in libraries. E-resources are very useful under the pandemic situation we were facing these days. It makes life easier of librarians and our researchers. It is also important to learn on trends in electronic resource management in libraries and electronic resources management in libraries using Coral, an open source solution. Under the technical session 4 of the second day, the presentation of DELNet networking libraries spreading and sharing knowledge is an overview of DELNet more than 25 years is history and DELNet experiences. Views from professionals of member institutions is also equally important to share views and experience of institutions who are in the network. The technical sessions 5 of the third day focused on reskilling for future ready libraries professionals. There were 3 presentations on the themes experimental learning and skill development for new age library professionals, futuristic rejuvenating library professionals for the new era, and mastering information skills for the 21st century were very interesting and full of thought-provoking ideas. Planning for future is very important in order to sustain our action as list professionals. Under the technical session 6, there were 2 presentations to talk about digital strategies for digital transformation in libraries. Presentations on strategizing digital transformation, re-evaluating content, context and technology, and emerging trends and techniques for digital transformation in library services in the digital era were also equally important for our list professionals in moving towards the next phase of the digital worlds. The panel discussion held on the future ready libraries and librarians, thinking the unthinkable, and open discussion with online participants has paved the way to share thoughts, concerns, and experience of list professionals also the help of our professionals to learn from experts in the field. This kind of forum is very useful in finding solutions to issues and challenges we are facing at present. Before conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all the moderators, presenters, discussants, and the participants for your very active and frank discussions, which I think have made this conference very fruitful. Throughout these 3 days, I have been so much impressed by the eagerness among the Indian presenters and the participants joined globally. I wish Delnet all the success in your future endeavors. Thank you, Delnet, for giving this opportunity to deliver valedictory remarks. Thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you so much for giving this
Thank you very
opportunity.
much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Sunil ji, for gracing this occasion, for your very gracious presence with us today. And as I said earlier, this would certainly lead to a better relations between Indian and Sri Lankan libraries. And we would, as I wrote to you also earlier about it, and we earlier also had exchanged a couple of mails about it. Delnet is very much keen also to ensure that we are able to provide more better services to our professional colleagues and libraries in Sri Lanka. And we would be very happy to collaborate, with the National Library of Sri Lanka in organizing some special webinar sessions, and also to have a similar kind of a conference, maybe perhaps of 1 or 2 days time for our Sri Lankan library colleagues. We have been to Sri Lanka in 2003. I came down to National Library for delivering a talk also at that time. And it would be a pleasure to revive those connections. And we greatly value that National Library of Sri Lanka is a member and utilizing to our resources. And we would really like to take it to the next step by having more and more libraries in Sri Lanka to know more about Delnet, and also that would lead to a better development between and strengthening the relations between Indo-Sri Lankan libraries. So thank you very much. We are much grateful to you for blessing the occasion, and we are indeed much indebted to you for this. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Sunilji. Thank you so much indeed. I would now like to request Dr. S.S. Murthy, the founder member Delnet and the Vice President. I have immense pleasure in requesting our Honorable Vice President of Delnet to kindly deliver the presidential address. Sir has been contributing one of our most renowned name who has worked closely with Dr. Kaul in establishing Delnet way back in late 1980s and early 1990s. And we always, look forward to your advice and suggestions. And it's a profound privilege. The former director this is to apprise our guest of honor. Sir has been the director of DesiDoc, the Defense Scientific Information and Documentation Center, which is being the most prominent information center, resource center for defense. He has been the director over there, and also has been associated with a large number of most leading institutions, has been a founder member of Delnet, and worked with Dr. Kaul to make this organization, and right from the very inception. So it's a profound privilege for me to request now Dr. S.S. Murthy to kindly deliver the presidential address at NACLIN 2021. I have pleasure in requesting you, sir, to kindly deliver the presidential address. I request you, sir, to kindly unmute yourself, and you may kindly deliver the address.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Am I audible?
Audible, sir. You are audible, sir. You are very much audible, sir.
Mr. Sunil, Director General of National Library, Sri Lanka, Sri Jayakumar, President Delnet, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director Delnet, and participants of NACLIN 2021 Virtual Interactive Conference. I am very happy. It's firstly, good afternoon to all of you. And this is the last session, so participants must have mentally been tired for these 3 days. So I would be brief. I am very happy to be participating in this 24th NACLIN. I am also happy to see Mr. Sunil, Director General of National Library, Sri Lanka, participating in this conference as chief guest and also delivering the address, valedictory address. At any major conference or event organized by Delnet, I cannot forget recalling my association, long association with Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director of Delnet and a great visionary in library and information field. My contact with Dr. H.K. Kaul was of 4 decades since I joined DESIDOC in DRDO as its director in the year 1979. He was the chief librarian of India International Center at that time, and my association started with that at that time, and gradually became closer and closer. And in the late 1989, Dr. Kaul started visualizing establishment of Delnet, and formally, of course, he started working on that. But Dr. Sangeeta Kaul also was working in the same library, and in all the efforts, Dr. planning and other conceptualization, planning and other aspects, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul was assisting Dr. H.K. Kaul in the establishment of development of Delnet. And my association with Delnet and Dr. Kaul got further strengthened when it was formally registered in 1992, and I was made a founder member and a member of the governing board of Delnet. And my contact and close contact and association with Delnet has been growing since then. If there is anybody who understands very clearly the visualization and vision of Dr. H.K. Kaul in establishing and developing and progressing Delnet, it was Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, because right from the conceptualization stage, she was associated very closely with the establishment and development of Delnet. And she has been continuing, and year after year, she gradually took over all the regular management of activities of information services of Delnet, while Dr. H.K. Kaul was concentrating on strategic development and getting government clearances, entering into collaborations, and such strategic aspects he was looking after, and left all the general management and providing services to all the member institutions and others, left them to Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. So the Dr. Sangeeta Kaul succeeding Dr. H.K. Kaul after his sad demise about a year ago has been very appropriate, because I think she is the most appropriate person, because of she knows she has been providing excellent services, not only having been associated with this network. One thing, apart from providing information services to member institutions and also to other institutions and individuals on request, one main area of emphasis of Delnet has been training of library and information professionals in using current information technologies, because many of the library and information professionals, they theoretically know something about the current technologies, and some of them may not even know or not aware with the current developments. So the emphasis of Delnet, one of the main emphasis, has been on training such people in understanding the current information technologies and using them. So it has been conducting large number of courses every year, and even during the Corona pandemic period, at its peak, it was conducting at least 6 to 8 courses a week, and continuously getting feedback and improving the courses further, and to reach all such people who were needing practical usage or knowledge in using current information technologies. Now about this conference, I have found one thing. It has been not only the quality of presentations are very good, of very high quality, and are also very educative. But one distinct feature I have noticed in this conference is it is different from normal other conferences which are usually done in one way. That is, in such conferences, large number of papers are accepted for presentation, and each presenter would get hardly 5 minutes and hardly any time for discussion. So the proceedings come as a big volume. Here, the difference is the presentations have been only by invited speakers who are outstanding in their areas of specialization. And that arrangement has given adequate time for the presenters to make detailed presentations so that everybody understands clearly their ideas, and also there was enough time for question and answers. So there has been much more benefit for the participants during this conference. That's my belief, and I have also been benefited. I'm getting a lot of inputs, newer inputs in this field. Since the way Delnet is progressing, first it started as Delhi Library Network when it was registered, and started serving only the libraries of Delhi, and very soon it became national network because the Delhi limits were crossed, and a large number of libraries from other states started joining as members, and soon later it became international because libraries from other countries also have started becoming. Now it has more than 8,000 libraries as institutions whose libraries have become regular users and also taking benefit of Delnet services. And the way it has been growing, and it has been concentrating on giving technical and educative inputs to the member libraries and their participants, and providing excellent and speedy information services to the people who need them. I feel it is going to be one of the most important components of worldwide information networks in the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much indeed for gracing the occasion and for delivering the presidential address at NACLIN 2021. We always look forward to your continuous guidance, in taking forward the work of Dr. H.K. Kaul. Sir, we take pleasure now in requesting Dr. S.S. Murthy to kindly present this plaque of honor to our special guest of honor, Mr. W. Sunil. And Mr. Sunil, this is in it says, I'll just read it because I'm not so sure it may not be that legible. So I would just read that this plaque of honor presented with admiration to Mr. W. Sunil, Director General, National Library of Sri Lanka, Colombo, Sri Lanka, for splendidly delivering the valedictory address as guest of honor at the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, December 6-8, 2021, held online on December 8, 2021. I would like to request our Honorable Vice President, Dr. S.S. Murthy, sir, to kindly virtually deliver this plaque of honor to Mr. W. Sunil, the guest of honor at NACLIN 2021. May I request you, sir, to virtually deliver this, and we are going to send it across to Mr. W. Sunil by airmail by tomorrow itself, along with one memento more, and that's a jewel-studded elephant. So both the things, sir, I requesting Murthy, sir, you virtually present it to Mr. Sunil. Yeah, and Mr. Sunil, yes.
I have great pleasure in presenting both the memento and the plaque to Dr. Sunil Valimge.
So, Dr. Sunil, we request you to accept it as a token of our very warm, sincere gratitude to you for gracing this NACLIN 2021 as our special guest of honor, and we truly have greatly valued your presence with us today. Thank you so very much indeed. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you so much. Before I place vote of thanks, the valedictory session cannot be over unless and until we have got a feedback. But quickly, because of paucity of time, we would not be able to take all the feedback over the voice. But at least few of you, some 3-4 among our attendees over here, if you want us to get connected with you on the audio, and you may like to say, how did you feel about NACLIN 2021? And to share briefly in a more concise manner, if you may just like to, one or two, a few of you, some 2-3 of our attendees, if you may like to do that, please raise your digital hand and we would be very happy to get connected. And this is to ensure that we have your participation. You have been such a wonderful, not only an attendee, but you have been actively participating in the deliberations. So we have felt that the valedictory, even concluding session cannot be over unless and until we have you on board with us in this session. So we request you, if anyone in our attendees may like to say something over the voice, we request you, please kindly raise your hand and we will be very happy to give you. We have Mr. Naveen Kumar Ralabandi who may like to say something. Mr. Naveen Kumar Ralabandi, I have unmuted you, request you, please quickly unmute yourself and you may kindly address all of us. Mr. Naveen Kumar Ralabandi, yes, we are connected, Mr. Naveen. Mr. Naveen, we are connected. Mr. Naveen Kumar Ralabandi, could you please unmute yourself? Mr. Naveen Kumar Ralabandi, if you can unmute yourself. I think he's not able to. This is what happens in the online, but this is in part and parcel of doing the things online, and all of us do fully understand the constraints which happens at times. We have Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha from Assam University, Silchar, the head of the department at Assam University, Silchar. Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha, could you please unmute yourself? I have unmuted you from here. Yes, we are connected, Professor Sinha.
Yeah, very good evening to all of you. Honorable Dr. S.S. Murthy, sir, Vice President Delnet, and respected today's chief guest, Dr. Sunil from National Library of Sri Lanka, and respected Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, madam, for giving me this opportunity. I have been listening to this NACLIN 2021 since first day of inauguration, and many sessions I have attended. And your selection of resource person was fabulous. You have selected a senior professional cream in our area, stalwarts, and they have delivered a wonderful lecture. I have listened to many of them, and I also connected my entire class with your Delnet program, and our students have participated. They have in our ICT classroom. I make arrangement so that all they have listened to your program. It was a very wonderful and grand success, I can say. And thank you so much for organizing this time virtual conference. And it is great. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sinha, and we greatly admire this effort that you have, made live this conference, further made it available to our young students of the Department of Library and Information Science, and that is what is required in the country. We greatly appreciate this effort of yours that you have done, and thank you so very much. And that's what is the of doing the things the digital way. The reach becomes much more wider and it's limitless. There is no border. It becomes entirely a borderless. We have Mr. Raja Cholan from Pondicherry who may like to say something. Mr. Raja Cholan, could you please unmute yourself? I have sent you an unmute request. Could you please quickly unmute yourself? I think you have some issue because in the previous session also you were not able to get connected on the audio. Perhaps next time we would make it sure. We have Dr. Suresh N. Dr. Suresh N, could you please unmute yourself? You have raised your digital hand. Dr. Suresh N, could you please unmute yourself? Dr. Suresh N, could you please unmute yourself? I think again, he has also got an issue. I'll just quickly will be going, but it was really happy enough that we had at least one of our distinguished attendee was able to share the views. If anyone, one more may like to say something, it would be a pleasure for us to hear you also over the audio. So I'm just going through that. If anyone else may like to say something, would be a pleasure to hear. Yes, I can see that we have one of our more colleague. I'll just quickly try to get, no, I think, no, we don't have anyone else now. Mr. Raja Cholan, I just want to tell you because you have raised your hand again, because there is an issue in getting connected because it's not getting connected on this, there looks to be some issue. I'll just try to, because you're raising the hand again. This is the last trial with Mr. Raja Cholan. If you can unmute yourself. If you can unmute yourself, I have unmuted you from here. Please unmute yourself if you may like to. Yes, we are connected. We are connected, Mr. Raja Cholan. Could you please say something? I think, no, there are issues. You know, this is a part and parcel of using the technology. So, so thank you very much, all of you, for being a part of NACLIN. And now it's a time for me to place the vote of thanks with a great sense of humility and great sense of gratitude. I would like to express, firstly, our thanks to the Honorable Guest of Honor at our valedictory concluding session of NACLIN 2021, Mr. W. Sunilji, who has been very kind in gracing this occasion, acceding to our request. Thank you so very much for joining us. Your presence here today has meant a lot to an organization who believes in just simply networking, and it's wonderful to see that we have you as our guest of honor, and we really look forward to having many more professional collaborations with you, with the National Library of Sri Lanka, and also to see that how we can reach out and can be of any assistance to our professional colleagues there in the beautiful country of Sri Lanka. So thank you very much, Mr. W. Sunil. We would also like to convey our thanks once again to Dr. D.P. Agrawalji, the former chairman UPSC, for inaugurating NACLIN 2021 on 8th of December or 6th of December. We are much grateful to the support extended by our the Honorable President of Delnet, Shri K. Jayakumarji, who also was very kind in gracing the occasion and delivering the presidential address. We won't be able to really thank enough our invited speakers who have made an outstanding contributions to the success of NACLIN 2021. Without you being there, it would not have been really possible for us to conduct the sessions in such a meaningful manner, to make the sessions so much highly enriching. A lot many takeaways. If we look back in the last 3 days, there have been lot many deliberations, and as been pointed out by Honorable Vice President, that we have deliberately kept it and conceptualized it, fully knowing that all of you hold so much of wisdom, so much of knowledge, and you are always have been so supportive of Delnet. We would like to sincerely thank you from the bottom of our heart to be of such an immense help, not only to Delnet, but to the entire LIS fraternity, to each one of the attendees. We could see that since it's being held online, not only from India, from across many countries, our attendees, library professionals have joined, and all of have just conveyed the same thing, that we never felt that through a conference we would be able to get so much of knowledge what they have been able to get through this platform. We are much grateful to all our invited speakers and also to the collaborative institutions, including National Institute of Disaster Management and also DAISY Consortium and Saksham, in helping us in conducting the two tutorials and having their expert speakers. I would like to express our thanks to Dr. Surya Prakashji, and also to all our other invited speakers, including Dr. Neeraj Barua, Mr. Dipendra Manocha, Dr. Rajkumar Bhardwaj, Dr. Manorma Tripathi, Dr. Dhanashri Date, Dr. Vikram Kumar Sharma, Dr. Devika P. Madali, Mrs. Kasturika Mishra, Dr. Ajit Kumar, Dr. K. Rama Patnaik, Mr. Saurabh Prajapati, Dr. P.R. Goswamiji, Dr. V.N. Patkar, Dr. Rajesh Singh, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, Dr. Nabi Hassan, and also our panelists who deliberated so wonderfully this afternoon, Professor Dr. Ramesh C. Kaur, Dr. P. Vishakhi, Dr. D.V. Singh, Dr. Jagtar Singh, and we are indeed much grateful also for all their immense contributions for this conference. We are also much thankful to, it's not only the registrations which crossed nearly 1,600 registrations we had for the conference, out of which every day we had around 1,000 attendees, nearly 1,000 attendees. And the best part, being an administrator here, seeing it and managing this platform here, we were able to see that the numbers, they were just not moving, and this entire appreciation and admiration goes to our invited speakers who, through their spellbound, presentations, made our attendees not to move anywhere. And we were able to see that it was just adding. It was not that someone was moving out of those, because it was you had kept the the entire audience through your presentations. It was very captivating presentations, full of knowledge, full of spreading that light, making them more enriched. So we are much grateful to all our invited speakers for this. Our very special appreciations to each one of you, that is all our attendees, library and information science professionals from across India and also from many other countries who have been able to be there with us on all the 3 days of the conference. And also, besides this, as we have just seen it, Professor Sinha has shared, it's not only those who were being here, that you also have been able to further get it network and has been able to help us out in reaching many more. This is students of the library and information science. So you have been able to broadcast it further. So we have greatly valued, the association of all of you. And thank you so much for being a very engaging audience, interactive attendees who have been, because those sessions, each and every session, if we look back, every session had not many things to take away for everyone, not only to just ponder about, but yes, to start working on them. And as being assured, in yet another 1 week time, Delnet will be very much happy to send across the entire deliberations of NACLIN 2021, and also, some of the things on which we would like to start working on it. So we really look forward to your continued cooperation and also continued participation in making the work further more refined as in the days to come. So we are much grateful once again to each one of you for making the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking truly fulfilling in lot many ways. I'm also much grateful. I would like to place on records our warm, sincere thanks and appreciation to our own Delnet staff colleagues who have been of great assistance. And I would like to thank Mr. O.N. Safapuri, the consultant at Delnet Coordination Unit Bangalore, Dr. Neela J. Deshpande at our coordination unit in Pune, the consultant there, and also to Dr. S.S. Murthy for helping us in informing our member institutions and others in the respective regions in the country and also outside, and also our staff colleagues who have been of great support in making it sure that the message of NACLIN reaches out to the library professionals. I would be failing in my duties if I do not express and also appreciate the wonderful work, the most dedicated work, the sincere work which has been put in by the Delnet team and fulfilling the dreams and the vision and the mission of Dr. Kaul to ensure that we are able to conduct NACLIN in spite of the extraordinary times that all of us are into, the entire humanity into. Those spirits and that vision of Dr. Kaul remains as a guiding light for us to continue that. I would like to express my very sincere thanks and appreciation to my colleagues at Delhi office, Mr. Kushal Giri Goswami, who has been working tirelessly for last, not only for days, but yes, he has been also associated with our webinars and other things, but yes, doing the trial runs, ensuring that we have a smooth sail during the entire execution, deserves our very, very special appreciation. Also, I would like to appreciate the efforts being done by yet another colleague, Mrs. Ranjana, who has been helping in sending across the emails, reminding, doing lot many of things, coordinating it. And also, I would like to appreciate and thank Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha and Mr. Deepak Yadav for helping out in conceptualizing and executing this entire NACLIN 2021 program. My also special thanks due to my colleague, Mr. Dinesh Kanthura, who has been helping out in providing lot much of secretarial support for NACLIN. And yes, undoubtedly, we are much grateful to the forces, invisible forces, who have been able to help us out in conducting these entire 3 days deliberations. As you know, the online platform, when we are doing it, I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank, we have the online connectivity, we have our link of Airtel, and my very special thanks, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Kasim of Airtel, who has closely been seeing to it that this is a link which we are using for nearly 2 years now. It's a flawless link, but yes, we still have been watching it every moment, watching it closely, the bandwidth speed and everything that all of you experience, everything goes very smooth. So we are much grateful to forces, to lot many of the people behind the scene, to each one of you who have been there in making it possible for us to organize the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking the way that we have been able to do. Each one of you becomes a memorable part of this wonderful conference. What Delnet has been doing it for past 24 years, and we look forward to the same cooperation. We look forward to your support that you have been offering to Delnet, and you are the ones who makes this network a more vibrant network, a network of connections, multi-connections, endless connections, and that is to make the profession to grow further, to ensure that we are in a position to do better, not only for the profession, but also for whom we are in this profession, that is for our user community. It has been a profound honor and pleasure to have each one of you being there with Delnet. We are going to cherish forever your very warm association with Delnet, and thank you so much. We cannot thank you enough. Thank you is a very small expression. Sometimes you gasp for vocabulary to express what you feel, and this is an occasion that I'm finding it. So much grateful I remain for each one of you. Delnet is much grateful to each one of you for giving us a chance, to get connected with you. We have established new connections. We have been able to establish and get reconnected with many of you. And we look forward to having many more fruitful collaborations and associations with each one of you. And we assure you from Delnet that our entire mission and vision set by the great legendary, by the great visionary, Dr. H.K. Kaul, we are, always putting our heart, mind, and soul to see to it that we continue that mission with all high commitment and determination, and would always be needing your support, cooperation, guidance to move together ahead. With this, we close the 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2021. Thank you so much for being a wonderful, beautiful part of this wonderful conference. We look forward to welcoming you back again in the future programs of Delnet, and most importantly, we look forward to welcoming you back again on the occasion of the 25th year, that is the 25th NACLIN, which we will be holding it next year. And that would be a special occasion for us also to celebrate the Silver Jubilee of NACLIN. So we look forward to the same. Thank you so much for being there as a part of the NACLIN 2021. You have given us the wonderful moments that we are going to remember forever. Your contributions will always be remembered in making NACLIN remembered as one of the most memorable conference that we have been able to organize, and that too in these extraordinary challenging times. So thank you so very much. Stay blessed, stay informed, do stay connected. And once again, on behalf of entire Delnet family, I would like to convey our sincere gratitude and thanks to each one of you who has been able to get connected and be a part of this wonderful journey of networking the libraries, and through the libraries, networking humanity. Thank you so very much, and we look forward to your continued professional interactions with Delnet. Thank you, one and all. And this is for all our attendees that you would be receiving the certificate of participation sharp at 6:30 p.m. today. And this is with great appreciation for each one of you for giving so much of time and efforts, and especially our special thanks. We cannot thank enough our invited speakers. They have been the one, who have really made it possible to organize this conference in such an enriching and meaningful manner. So once again, a warm thanks to each one of you, and keep on showering your wishes, keep on showering your association and collaborations on Delnet, and we look forward to the same. Thank you so very much, one and all. God bless you, and it has truly been a great honor and pleasure. And once again, Dr. Sunil, we would like to convey our warm greetings to the entire LIS fraternity in Sri Lanka on behalf of the entire community here, library community from India. We extend and we send our warm greetings, and we look forward to having our associations in the days to come. Thank you so very much indeed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Murthy, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all. And do stay connected. It has truly been a great experience of having you. And thank you for giving us such wonderful memories to cherish for 24th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking, NACLIN 2021. So we look forward to having you back again in the 25th NACLIN. That would be the next year. Thank you very much. Thank you, and God bless you with all immense happiness, peace, prosperity, contentment. Keep on contributing, keep on spreading the light, remain as a source of that light, which you would always like to, keep the path of the information seekers to remain illuminated. So let's be the change that we want to see it around, and we wish you the very best. And we are always there with our entire LIS community to support you in the best possible manner. Thank you very much. God bless you, one and all. And thank you for being such a wonderful part of NACLIN 2021. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.